It changed the stream key for some reason.
Ah, didn't get any of that.
Wow. We did a whole intro. We did a whole thing. We did a prayer. We did everything. And we weren't even live for you guys. We did it all. We did music. We had new music. We did it all, bro. We did it all for you guys. And it wasn't even there. Lord Stryker, we also prayed for you and your family. That wasn't there. Bro, why did it change the stream key all of a sudden? Like I normally just click the live button, we go live. Today it decided to switch my stream key. It decided to switch my stream key, just like out of the blue. That is so stupid. That is so stupid. Yeah, it's working now. Is Shorts working, Abby?
Yeah.
So Shorts is working. So for some reason, it just... You should feel robbed. I feel robbed. We had a really hype intro. It was a really hype intro, man. Bro, I feel so robbed. That was so hype. It was such a hype intro.
Play the music again.
Well, all of it?
The new part.
We had the Big John Steele song. We had the prayer. We had the other music. We had the talking shit. We had it all, man. And none of it was there for you guys. None of it was there.
And they didn't, they couldn't see anything, so they didn't say anything. That's why I was so confused.
Bro.
They didn't know something was wrong.
Fresh Bueller says it was great. See? He saw it. He saw it. He saw it, but we did get some music. Remember? So we won't want to vibe out between callers. We just vibe.
That's why they said you were late.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm like, I was early, bro. Whew. I know we just listened to this, but that's spicy. All right, well, enough of that. Let's bring up a guest. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19 and I'm good, thank you.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
I hate Charlie Kirk because he was a racist.
Okay, how was he a racist?
Because about the things he said when he was alive,
Like
about
what?
every single race.
Like what?
When he said he wanted illegal Mexicans out,
How's that racist?
Cause bro, he's like, oh, and I also have a tweet.
Wait,
of
hold
him
on.
saying,
Stick on the Mexican thing. How's it saying he wants illegal Mexicans out of the country? Racist.
Bro, because he wants every race out, and that's just weird, bro.
Wait. Did he say he wants Mexicans out or illegal Mexicans?
Bro,
I feel like you're trolling. I don't feel this is real. This is definitely not real.
Charlie can fuck my booty hole.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 29 years old.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
I wouldn't really say I hate him, but I think the kind of objective observation is that he was definitely intentionally knowing the kind of political climate of the world and taking advantage of certain parts of the country with we obviously know that he's probably not sitting around saying vicious racist stuff, but he knows that if he says certain things on a large platform like that, it's going to invoke a lot of people who do actually have that sentiment in their hearts, and he took advantage of that to gain votes for Trump and stuff.
What the hell does any of that even mean?
When he says, he has that opinion about the Civil Rights Act, right? That he thinks it's a big mistake. I understand what his angle is with that, right? He's
Well, he
trying to
said he
explain
didn't
that.
say it was a big mistake. He said some parts of it are a mistake and some parts of it are
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Well, I was about to clarify that. I
Yeah.
understand the angle he's trying to get at. He's saying that it wasn't a well-written law, that if it was more properly written, it could have been better applicable to everything. But going out and saying it in that language is he knows what he's doing when he's saying something like that. Like for
Yeah, that's
some
armchair
reason we don't have
psychology.
it's called what?
That's armchair psychology. You're determining how somebody's intended rhetoric is based off like external factors. You can't mind read.
Well, I can't mind read, but you can observe what kind of people are going to respond to that. Like there are
Yeah.
people who are racist in this country. Obviously, we know that, right? We're not saying that
Sure.
he is, and if you make statements like that, you know that you're going to reach a certain demographic in this party and invoke certain things within them, right?
So what things was he trying to invoke?
The racist
So
ideology,
he was
right?
intentionally trying to invoke racist ideologues?
Partially, yeah, with a statement like to go on and make something very poorly worded like that. Yeah, he was
Okay,
trying to
so this
incite
just
emotions
to be
in those
clear, just to
people.
be clear, your argument is Charlie Kirk intentionally poorly worded his argument so that racists would be more racists?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, substantiate
That is
that.
the aim. So coming out with a statement and claiming that the Civil Rights Act was a big mistake
He
is a
didn't say
very
that.
poorly. What was the exact quote?
He said that
Quote
there
it.
are some parts of the Civil Act law that I like, some parts that I don't. And even if he did say it was a big mistake, I'm just going to grant that he said it a big mistake. How does that mean you know his intentional rhetoric was to make racist people more racist?
Well, all right, then would you then presuppose the same concept that calling him a fascist didn't actually lead to him getting killed?
Calling him a
How can you?
fascist didn't actually lead him to, well, no, because the person who shot him called him a fascist, wrote it on
Yeah,
his
but
bullet.
I'm assuming. Would you say that there is a growing violence on the left side in the country right now?
The problem is you're not analogous because your argument is an argument from silence. You're saying the things he didn't say led to more racism, and then you're
No,
using
no, the things
hold
he
on,
did.
let me speak, and then you're saying that the things that people did actually say is analogous to it because people actually called him a fascist. They actually used those words. They didn't skate around it. They said Charlie Kirk is fascist.
Okay, and he said that the Civil Rights Act was a big mistake, right?
He said some parts of it are a mistake and some parts of it are good.
Brought up that question, for example, by the 9-year-old.
Wasn't a 9-year-old little girl.
Expanded on it, but he knew that making statements like that are going to create a certain climate, political climate,
Yeah,
right?
you're doing armchair psychology. You're saying you know his intended rhetoric. How do you know his intended
Okay, how
rhetoric?
do you know the intended rhetoric with somebody calling somebody a fascist?
Because they
What's
called them a
armchair
fascist.
psychology there too? So what? That
I don't need armchair
fascist is not.
psychology. I trust what they tell me.
No,
That's called the
armchair
do you know
psychology
what
is
the
assuming that
principle
calling somebody a fascist
do you
means
know
that
what
you're seeking
do you
to
know
invoke
what
violence.
do you know what the principle of charity is?
What is the principle of charity? No.
The principle of charity is that you trust what people tell you until you're given reason not to. So if they say
Okay.
he's a fascist, I'm going to assume that they believe he's a fascist.
Okay. And let's reverse it on him. When he says he believes that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, I'm going to believe that he thought the Civil Rights Act was a mistake based on how he worded that statement, right?
How do we then best fight back and withstand the criticism where they're going to say this is just a white lash or this is just you
This is
being
a
a white
5-minute video.
nationalist?
Right. Well,
Hold on, let's find the shorter one. Now, did he say
What?
it's just a mistake, or did he say,
No. Find me the original quote. Don't find clips of him expanding on it. I know that he expanded on it, and I don't.
don't find the thing where he actually tells you what he actually believes. Find only the things that agree with me.
They think this guy is a racist.
You said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so the parts of the Civil Rights Act were great, but the way it's now being implemented to force men in female bathrooms to push forward of the trans agenda, the intent of the Civil Rights Act is way beyond what it was originally authored for.
But the intent specifically originally was to
Well, that's
desegregate.
interesting. So the intent and the law are two
Well, yeah,
different
right.
things.
And we're
So
gonna
the
focus
intent
on the
was
concept
noble,
that I
which
was
was to say
explaining,
that
is that the
no
original-
American can be
Why are you talking?
not allowed into a place of business based on the color of their skin or their ethnic heritage. Totally agreement with that. That's not what the law only did. It created a massive anti-racist DEI army that then gave us affirmative action. For example, recently Merrick Garland sued using the Civil Rights Act, saying that we cannot have voter ID in certain states because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So basically what the Civil Rights Act did is that it went beyond disparate impact and then went to disparate effect. In the sense where if black Americans are not doing as well as white Americans in a certain category, you can now use the Civil Rights Act and say that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though there might be other contributing factors.
They think
Dang, bro.
Yeah, I had told you. I understand his expansion, but I'm saying that the original rhetoric is what is dangerous to be put on a very large platform.
His original rhetoric, he just said there are really good parts of the Civil Rights Act. He literally just said
No,
those
no.
words.
The original rhetoric. What was the guy's question? What was the original person's question? Who asked him a question?
So he
Read.
expanded on his rhetoric.
Okay, so I think I'm somebody
you're-
that
you're-
also
you're
called
making-
him a
you're
fascist.
making
Now
the
I'm gonna
claim-
expand on my.
Hold
Okay,
on, you're,
so
you're making
the-
hold on real quick. You're making the claim that his rhetoric was to make racist people more racist, and you're doing armchair psychology, and then he expanded on what his actual rhetoric is, and you haven't given me no reason not to trust him. So I'm just going to trust what he says is what he meant, unless you can give me a reason not to.
All right. So would you extend the same principle of charity to my statement? So I say he's a fascist. Would you like me to expand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I think that using particular rhetoric can invoke, like I said, certain groups in the country, and that's what I mean when I say he's a fascist. So it doesn't really count either,
Okay.
right? I
So
don't-
fascist. So just to be clear, your definition of fascist is that if people don't say certain things, they're intentionally trying to make people more racist.
Well, no, I think fascism. I don't have the exact clear definition, but it's a form of government to like rooted.
You don't
in
even know
certain-
what fascist is, and you're calling him a fascist?
Yeah, I don't have the word for word definition for it. No.
Well,
I mean,
just
I-
give
I
me a
have
vague
ideas.
reference of what fascism is.
In Italy, what was the Mussolini? He was clearly a fascist dictator. The obvious is Hitler. A lot of people use Hitler as an
You got to say
example.
Smittler.
Yeah. All right. We'll take the word fascist. You don't like the word fascist.
I didn't
think
say I did
he-
or didn't like it. I'm just saying you're calling him it, and you don't even know what the word means.
Well, no, I can, but that's the similar idea. I can assume what when you mock the idea that somebody can't predefine a term for you word for word right now. I'm assuming that you don't like me using that word.
No, I
you're
don't know
claiming
what
that
you're
I'm not.
saying. Because if you're
You don't know what
the
I'm
word
referencing.
so the word semantics are important, right? You can use a word, but the word you use is irrelevant if it doesn't have the intended meaning you desire. That's what rhetoric is. So like if you say the word fascist, but you're really just talking about Barney doing backflips, then the word fascist doesn't mean authoritarian government.
But you're clearly over. You're being disingenuous. You
That's
know
not being
that I don't
that's
mean
being
Barney just
that,
doing
that is
backflips.
being
You know what
most
I mean.
ingenuous. That
All
is
right,
being
all
the
right,
most
so-
genuous you can be, because what I'm saying is I want to take you for what you're actually saying, and I'm trying not to misrepresent what
All
you're
right,
saying.
what did
That
you
is the
think I was
most
saying?
genuous
You
you
thought
can
I
be.
was saying I meant Barney doing backflips? That's what you thought I meant?
Do you really think that's what I said?
Oh, well, now we don't know because we can't assume anybody. I'm doing principle of charity,
I'm
right? So
you're
I have
not
to
using the
believe what you
principle of
just told
charity.
me, right?
What you're
It's
showing me,
principle of charity because you
what you're showing me is you're struggling to put two thoughts together. So slow down, take a breath, and just think about what you're saying. We can have a civil conversation.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
Right. Do you
Sure.
really think that when I said that Barney example, that's what I actually meant?
No, I clearly don't. That's why I don't understand why you use it as a metaphor.
Obviously.
So what
So
was
when
the
I asked
intention
you,
of that metaphor?
when I asked you about fascist,
Yes.
it's because I wasn't clear with what you meant by fascist. If I was clear with it, I wouldn't have asked. And then you didn't give me a definition and then told me you didn't have a definition. So I'm taking what your word for it is. You don't know what fascist means, but you're calling someone a fascist.
So why did you use the Barney metaphor?
Because to show you how rhetoric works.
I understand how rhetoric works, but that's a analogous metaphor. It doesn't really make sense in
It's
that
not a
in that instance.
metaphor.
It wasn't a metaphor. So what were
It's
you
not a
intending to
metaphor. A
display by
metaphor when
giving me?
something is, or metaphor is simile was like when you're comparing something to like or as. It's like
Yes,
this.
that's what you were
I'm
doing.
showing
You're
you how rhetoric is.
metaphoricalizing.
It's not a
So yeah,
metaphor.
you were metaphoricalizing how I am
No, I'm
displaying my
not. That's not a
misunderstanding of
metaphor.
fascism.
That's not a metaphor.
All
I'm
right,
just
you want to
showing
get
you
the
how I can.
definition of
I'm.
fascism?
What is your definition of fascism?
No, well, I just read over it and I've kind of paraphrased it. I believe centralized autocracy and suppression of opposition. I think that's the definition. Yeah,
Okay, is is shooting your opposition in the neck suppression of opposition?
yeah, it is.
Okay, so then what do we have more examples of in fascism?
Well, I don't think that that's a unique definition to the word fascism, right? I think suppression of opposition can happen through very various forms of belief
Sure,
systems,
sure.
right?
I agree. It can happen in many different
But
ways, but you already agreed. Shooting someone in the neck is it would be from an opposing party to silence that opposing party is a type of fascism. So we're seeing more examples of the other side being fascist in this situation.
not really. I don't see the didn't really make sense to me what you were trying to display. I think it was a little weak.
Oh, you can think whatever you want. Anyway, so how's he a fascist?
Suppression. Well, I'm trying to give you the point of why when I say he's a fascist, that's not what I mean. Just like when he says that he thinks that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, he doesn't mean that it was in its entirety a mistake. He believes that it was something that could have been better written and not taken of advantage of today.
Yeah.
That's my original statement, right? I didn't believe he meant that. But my original thing is that when you speak in a certain way, just like I agree, when the left calls people fascists, I believe it's dangerous rhetoric as well because they don't actually mean that either, right? I just
So
use
so
this
hold
fascist
on, hold on.
example.
I want to listen to this quote again.
Think this guy is a racist?
You said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so the parts of the Civil Rights Act were great, but the way it's now being implemented to force men in female bathrooms to
So how is that making racist people more racist?
The original quote, no? The
How is that
original, that's
making
not the
racist people
original
more
quote.
racist? You show me the original quote. You keep making the accusation the
All
original
right, if you
quote
want
is the one
if you
taking it
want an
down.
easier one, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's
Remember,
sorry, I'm
Abby, to
sorry, I'm losing.
ask chat when they want.
24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City.
Yep.
Yeah. You don't see that that can be potentially rhetoric that can incite uh, unwanted responses from people in the country?
What did he say that's incorrect though?
I don't think that he said anything that's incorrect in theory, but I think that the way that you use language, just like you earlier tried to clarify for me, that language can be interpreted by people
So
if misused.
he's not allowed to tell the truth.
I'm not saying he's not allowed to do anything. I'm just
You said that's
explaining
a
why I have a
problematic
personal
language.
disdain to him. Yeah. Well, the original question is why do I hate or have disdain for Charlie Kirk?
So you have
That's
disdain for
my
him for telling the truth?
Yeah, I think it's a dangerous way to speak with a public platform. Yes.
So it's dangerous to tell the truth.
No, I think you're doing a bit of a Mott and Bailey here. You're shifting what I actually mean. Do you know what Mott and Bailey is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's when there's an original point that's being brought about and you're going to shift it and exaggerate it to try to make your point make sense.
I
When
haven't
in
made a
reality,
point.
I didn't say anything about the truth. I said it is dangerous language to be platformed. So don't Bailey onto the concept of
But
me
I said,
trying to
but I
deny
said,
people having the
you're saying,
opportunity to speak the
you're
truth,
saying it's
right?
dangerous.
Right
You're
or
saying
no?
it's dangerous, but I'm saying it's true. Everything he said was
Sure,
true. Nothing in that sentence was
sure.
a lie, right?
Yeah, there are dangerous things. There are things that
But
are true that are better not to be maybe worded in a certain way. I mean,
okay, so what your claim here is that people shouldn't tell the truth if you don't like the way it's worded.
on a certain platform, knowing with your audience, yeah, it is better way. Well, define truth. What do you define as truth?
Something that's adjacent to not being true, something that is actually tangible in the real world, that is actualized and it's not potential.
Um, sure. So why is the truth in this statement more pertinent to you than the dangerous way that the sentence is worded? Why is that more
I don't
important to
think it's
you?
a dangerous way it's worded. I just think it's the truth. He stated facts. I
Why do
think
you
we
not think it is worded in a dangerous way?
I think it's more important to know the truth than to coddle people's feelings.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's I think we're in a debate. That's where we're, the original question is, why do I dislike him? That's why I'm
Yeah,
explaining. I
you
think that
dislike him for
language.
telling the truth. I got it.
No, but truth that has dangerous lacing in it, right? It's laced with dangerous rhetoric. I think that, I mean, you can be a little more, I think, genuine and understand what I mean. I don't dislike him for telling the truth. If he comes out and he says that eating fruits is good for you, I'm not also going to be like, oh my God, what's wrong with him? Like, there's obviously certain truths that can be worded and
Yeah,
have a
you don't
certain
like it
effect
when
on
people
people.
give certain truths, like a truth that you don't like. You don't want people to say, which is literally authoritarianism. That's
No,
by
I'm not.
definition authoritarianism. Is like I don't
Wait. So
like the
define
truth that they're saying, so I want to
authoritarianism.
suppress it.
No, I didn't say I want to suppress it. I said I don't like him for it. I didn't say anything about opposing or suppressing him. Don't put words in my mouth. So
So,
now, if
you're
you
saying
dislike people
you're
for what
saying
they
you
say, that's
don't hold on. You're
so
saying
if
he
I
shouldn't
dislike
say the
somebody for what they
truth.
say, that's authoritarianism.
No,
That's
no,
that's your
it's
definition of
no.
authoritarianism. I think
You're
that's a
right.
very poor definition, right?
You're
I think
right.
that's a
That's
poor
not.
definition.
I'm trying to grant you a fucking win, man. Shut up for a second. You're right. That's not authoritarianism. You're
Right.
100% right.
Thank you for clarifying.
but
So
you
that
say,
language you just used as well is also very, very
oh
miscorrect.
my. So even when you get a win, you're still upset. Like, let me speak. So you being upset about him telling the truth and thinking that he shouldn't say these certain truthful things is, I'd say it's right on the edge, right? But it's not direct. It's not direct authoritarianism because you're not stopping him from doing it. So you are technically correct, but I think it's pretty messed up that you're saying I don't like the fact that he's telling the truth.
Okay, that's fair. I'm entitled to my opinion in this country, right?
Yeah,
Cool. Good.
that's literally
Good to
that's.
know. Yeah.
You are entitled to your opinion, but you don't like it when other people have one.
Oh, I think he would like, I mean, a lot of other opinions that somebody might have too, right? I think
It's
that's
not.
kind of
It's
what
not. There's a
civil
difference between
discourse.
not liking people's opinions and not liking the fact that they had one. Those are two different things. Because you just said I don't like the fact that he told the truth.
Wait, what? People liking, why did you do this past and present wording of stuff? Whoa.
There's a difference between saying I don't like people's opinions, and there's a difference between I don't like the fact that they had an opinion. Those are two very different things, right? So, like, if you say I don't like the color purple, I could say well, I don't like the fact that he said he doesn't like the color purple, but there's a big difference between me saying I don't like the fact that he said he doesn't like the color purple, and what you're saying is he spoke the truth. You admitted it's true, and you're saying you don't like the fact that he said it. That's different.
There's an interesting way that obviously I can't, jump on this call. You're gonna and research things, but I feel like you're playing with the semantics of the concept of truth
I'm not.
in an obviously silly way. Like, yeah, there is truth to that. It's also, would you debate that right in a similar instance of something that he commonly debated, like abortion? It is a scientific truth that it's a clump of cells, right? But I also
That's
don't
not a
know what my
scientific
stance
truth.
is on abortion. Why is it not a scientific truth?
The scientific truth, according to Princeton.edu, is 96% of biologists say that life starts at conception. You're just saying it's a clump of cells. Well, technically, you're a clump of
Yeah, it is a
cells.
clump of cells. Yeah, right. So you can
Yeah,
expand
you're
on that
technically
truth,
you're just a
right?
clump of cells.
Yeah, right. We're all
Yeah,
just clump of cells, right?
yeah,
That's
we're
a
all just
truth,
clumps of
right? So
cells.
you don't
Yeah.
like that truth. What, you don't like the truth?
No, I'm perfectly fine with the truth. I just want to see if you're consistent.
I am consistent. Yeah,
All right.
that's
As
that's
long as
the
you
truth.
agree, we're all clumps of cells. Then we're
Well,
good.
you agree as well, right?
Hmm.
Because that's the truth,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's your truth that you're gonna stand by?
It's not my truth. It's the truth. We're all clumps of cells.
Well, no,
Yeah.
but you would consider it to be a dangerous truth to run around telling everybody that we're just clumps of cells with no connection to God, no spiritual purpose, right? You would think that that's a
Well,
dangerous truth
no.
to
Now
speak
you're
to people,
adding. Now
right?
you're adding parts to it I didn't agree with. Because you can be clumps of cells and have connections to God.
Well, simultaneously, you can make a tweet saying that 24 years ago, 2,000 Muslims killed people, this, that, the third, but simultaneously can have different intentions, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, again, it's armchair psychology. You're saying that I'm going to predict what he intended to do, even though I have no reason to believe it. Like all your whole argument is, I think he meant to say this, so therefore he meant to say it. That's your argument.
Well, no, I think he's aware of the implications. I don't know what
Yeah.
he
How do you know?
intended.
How
No.
do you know he's aware of it?
I think through logical
Give me the syllogism if you're going to
processing.
use logic. How do you know he's aware of it?
Syllogism, like an example of how I'm able to.
No, a syllogism is a logical argument where you use premises to reach a conclusion. You said just using logic, you can
Well, yeah. So
determine.
hold on. Yeah, to clarify.
You're saying just using logic, you can determine that he is aware
Yeah.
of these implications that you are saying he's implying. So
So an
give me
important
the
caveat to
syllogism.
armchair psychology is the act of informally analyzing or diagnosing people's mental health or behavior without proper training, expertise, or scientific evidence, right? So I think there's a lot of people that who are considered properly trained or experts in the field of political science and understanding like that who would also share the sentiment that he has fascist rhetoric. So I think
Yeah,
you're a little
that's
bit
just an appeal
bullshitting
to
the armchair
authority.
psychology definition,
That's an
right?
appeal
I
to
think you're
authority.
you also don't know my qual.
You just said that you are doing armchair psychology, and then you said there's other people out there who do have these
No,
expertise, and they
you're
agree with
telling
me.
me
That's an
I'm
appeal
doing
to
armchair
authority.
psychology, and you actually are doing armchair psychology by assuming I don't have specific qualifications in this field beforehand. So
No, I'm
your
not.
own definition is a little bit of you are claiming that I'm using armchair psychology.
Yeah,
How do you
yeah.
know that I'm not?
The reason I know that you're not an expert is because if you were an expert, you would have given me a syllogism
A syllogism for what was the
for a
original
reason that
thing?
you can conclude that he has this rhetoric. Because if you were an expert in this field, you can give me the reasons why you can come to this conclusion. An expert in the field is not just going to look at him and say, "Well, I think so, so therefore it is." That's all you've done. So that's how I know you're not an expert in the field.
So, all right, you want me to give you an example of how using language like 2,000 Muslims killed 2,000 people, or not? You want me to give you a syllogism for why that is dangerous rhetoric, right?
No, I want you to give me a syllogism for how you know the intent.
He's been.
Oh, I didn't say I know the intent. I
My
said I
friend,
know what the
you've been
language
voted
can
off
do.
the island. I appreciate your time. God bless you. Have yourself a great day.
All right, see ya.
Just so you guys know, I don't kick people. The chat votes. Abby asks the chat every periodic period if they want to move on or not. The chat has decided to move on. All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live, do what you need to do. Topic again today is why do you hate Charlie Kirk? We're going to bring up a guest. Give me 2 seconds. Buddy Dale. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 33. How's it going, John?
I'm good, bro. So why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so I can understand if you got plenty of other people in the queue that you can bring up that you can just drop me. I actually definitely did not hate Charlie Kirk. I actually loved the guy.
Okay.
So, I mean, is it okay if I at least ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. So, so this is regarding me and my and this is not, I wouldn't call this an infighting question because I know you don't like those.
Mhm.
But so I just recently discovered that the church sect that I belong to, and I think we both can agree that Mormonism is heresy, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you though, like, if you got a question, try to hit it quick so we can get
Okay,
to the
I'm
disagreements.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just recently discovered my church sect was
Mhm.
founded from an offshoot of Mormonism.
Oh no.
Would you say that's pretty rocky?
I don't care where they were. I care where they're at.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah. So as long as your church holds to like a creedal, a Nicene creed, I'm perfectly okay with your church.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for your time, man.
No problem. God bless.
All right, God bless. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. JJ, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
Well, so for me, it's more of so like a mixed bag there.
Okay.
With Charlie Kirk, I can appreciate what he was doing, in the whole aspect of free speech, wanting to spread what he believed was right and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, when you muddy the waters and kind of say one thing is fact when in reality it's not, and say, hey, in the name of God, this, that, and the other, and then do everything that's not godly, to me, that's not necessarily someone that you should necessarily love.
Okay, give me an example.
What do you mean? And I mentioned a couple things there.
Well, no, you mentioned like certain methodology someone would use that you would not like them. Can you give me an example where he's acting this out?
Yeah, sure. Here, let's go ahead and look up some examples. I actually have a computer here in front of me as well. So,
Dope.
all right. Well, one of the very first things that I can see here was that MLK Jr. was an awful person. Another one too was that gay people should be stoned to death. I don't think that that's something that
Okay,
should
okay, hold on.
should.
We're not gonna gish Caleb. So the MLK Jr. was an awful person. The reason he come to this conclusion, whether it's true or not, I don't know, is because there's a whole bunch of CIA documents that says that he was an adulterer, that he did these terrible things. So he did like really good things for the black community. No one's denying that. But outside of that, he also did a whole bunch of horrible things, and that's most likely what he was referencing. If Martin Luther King did these horrible things, would him calling Martin Luther King an awful person, would that be a bad thing for him to say?
It would be a bad thing for him to say, because if he's going to say that MLK Jr. is a bad person for being an adulterer, he should also recognize Donald Trump for being a bad person for also being an adulterer.
Yeah, he can be incorrect in that, but that wouldn't make that his statement towards MLK is a bad thing.
That wouldn't make him hypocritical, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's sure. Yeah, he could be a hypocrite in that specific scenario, but we also don't know his relationship with Donald Trump. And when's the last time Donald Trump was an adulterer?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When's the last time Donald Trump was an adulterer? Like when was the last time he like cheated on his wife?
I don't think that that really matters, because when do we know the
Yeah,
last time MLK Jr. When was the
well,
last time
yeah,
MLK Jr. cheated on his wife?
yeah.
Or
So
when was the last time he was an adulterer?
yeah, so the reason that matters is because in Christianity, which he was a Christian, there's this idea of repentance and forgiveness. So if Donald Trump has shown repentance in a certain situation, then he should be forgiven for it. If MLK never showed repentance, then there's no forgiveness.
How do we know that he never repented?
We don't. We just have the documents that say all these terrible
So
things that he
then
did.
the
And
same
there's
exact
a
thing
whole bunch of
falls in
other
line
there's a
here.
whole bunch of other things that there was in that document outside of just being an adulterer. I'm just saying if those things were true, does that make him a
Okay,
bad
what else?
person for
What
saying he was a
else?
bad person?
What else comes up? So I mean, if you don't want to speak on the point of MLK Jr. supposedly being an adulterer, what else is in those documents?
I haven't read them in its entirety. I just know the vague
Because at the
references
end of
towards
it,
it.
I think that everything that, I mean, it's not just Charlie Kirk that I don't necessarily agree with. It's a lot of MAGA points that I don't necessarily agree with. At the end of the day, what a lot of MAGA is pushing isn't necessarily
Hold on,
to
hold on. I'm
support
not.
the
I'm not
working
talking
class
about
here.
Mega. I'm not talking about Mega. I'm talking specifically about Charlie Kirk. But we're gonna do your request. I'm gonna pull up just some things that we could possibly find in the documents about MLK. So just give me a second.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Absolutely.
Abby, talk to the crowd. Keep them busy.
I feel like I can't even talk to them. This
Yeah, it's too quiet. Hold on. Let's see if it's fixed.
it's not. I can still hear it.
No, it's fixed. Yeah, you're good now.
And while you're doing that, could I clarify here real quick?
What are you
I
clarifying?
don't necessarily think that anybody, no, I don't think anybody deserves to die. Nobody deserves to be, persecuted or attacked or assassinated the way that he was. I'm not going to come up with a but or anything like that. Regardless of who you support, regardless of what your beliefs are, you shouldn't be persecuted because of that. And the same exact way that we can sit here and say that Charlie Kirk was doing great things in the name of free speech, I also think that other people that kind of fall in line in the same line as Charlie Kirk, like for example, I don't necessarily agree with Hassan Piker, but I do think that Hassan Piker was an equivalent to what Charlie Kirk was on the right.
Okay, hold
So
on.
I
You
think
kind
that.
I'm not. I thought you were just clarifying something real quick, and you're doing like a whole nother argument, and I'm only half listening because I'm doing this, so I'm not. I won't be able to represent your argument properly.
Okay.
So things that he was a part of is that it says that MLK was a huge supporter of the Communist Association and influence, which Charlie Kirk obviously thinks is something that's terrible and evil. He had a personal conduct of moral allegations saying that he was a heavy consumer of alcoholic beverages. It is
Okay.
alleged that members of his entourage had naked girls running up down his corridors of the hotel where he stayed, implying a tolerance of sexual inapproprieties. Other discussions CIA
Okay. So
reported
can we go? Can
reference
we
to
go line
derogatory
by line first?
informations such as extramarital affairs, so sexual abbreviations, which could be used to discredit him. These claims often drew shared intelligence with the FBI, including wiretaps revealing infidelity, but the CIA's focus was more on the national security implications than personal blackmail. Files indicate CIA spied on MLK using alleged derogatory information to undermine his leadership, such as leaking details of press or government officials. One documents international discussions on how such could be tarnished in its image of civil rights. And then meeting with communist dividers. Yeah,
Hey John, can
I
we go?
could.
Can we go line by line first? Because I know that you're kind of throwing a lot at me all at once here, and I can't really,
Well,
obtain
I'm
all of
not.
this
I'm
all at
not
once and think
interested.
of talking
Yeah,
points as well. So what was that?
yeah. Hold on. I'm not interested in whether or not MLK was actually a bad person. I'm just interested if
Mhm.
he stood for things that Charlie Kirk can consider bad, and therefore he'd be justified in calling him bad. And these are things that he stood for that Charlie Kirk could be justified in calling him a bad person.
Okay, so at the end of it, I mean, maybe MLK Jr. is a bad example here because I mean, at the end of it, I'm just kind of walking back and forth here. I don't necessarily have a computer in front of me,
Yeah.
but I mean, another thing that I didn't necessarily agree with that he does is using the example of him going up to Cambridge and speaking to those professors. When he's speaking to someone at the same exact educational level as him, or that has around the same amount of
Well,
education on a specific subject as him, he
can
doesn't
we?
necessarily flourish during the debate the way that he thinks he would. But
Okay.
whenever he goes out to, interview or I guess debate
Wait,
students
wait.
that
So you hate
maybe aren't
him?
even graduated or do not have the same amount of education that he has, all of a sudden he thinks that he's dunking on these kids when in reality he's going into a situation prepared, thinking, "Oh yeah, I'll have all the P's and Q's here. I look like a genius in front of this idiot." When in
Wait. So
reality, a lot
so
of these
just to be
kids,
clear,
they're
just
just.
just to be clear,
I'm sorry, what?
you hate him because he debated people he was better than.
That's not a metric, no sir.
But
So I
that's
hate him
the argument
because
that
he
you're making
sat
right
here.
now.
That's not at all the argument I was making. The argument that I'm making here is that he's going up to underqualified people that cannot debate him.
Right. So you hate him because he's debating people he's more qualified than.
No, I hate him because he's, like I said, I have a strong disliking for him, not necessarily hating him. Because at the end of the day, I don't think that anybody should be hated or anything like that. Yeah, there's bad people out there.
Okay. Do you strongly
Th-
dislike Destiny?
Who's Destiny?
Destiny is a left-wing political debater. Do you strongly dislike him?
Uh, I don't know who he is, so I don't
Okay. What about
really.
Hassan?
I mean, with Hassan, for me, the main reason why I say I don't necessarily support Hassan is because I feel like he adds a lot of his emotions into the mix, and in
Wait,
politics, it shouldn't.
yeah. So do you dislike Hassan for also debating people he's more qualified than?
I haven't seen him necessarily do that. I mean,
He
like I
did it on
said,
Jubilee.
what was that?
He did it on Jubilee.
Hassan went on Jubilee.
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know the exact date. It was recent.
Let me see.
I mean,
I mean, I
Hassan.
didn't.
I've read Hassan's book. He has an entire chapter on how to use ad hominems to win a debate.
2 months ago.
Oh,
It's 2 months.
cool. Okay, no, yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that. I didn't even know that Hassan wrote a book either. I mean, look, honestly, I don't attach myself to any kind of certain stream or anything
Okay.
like that.
Well,
Mainly because at the end of it, I don't.
I'm just
Hmm?
saying if you strongly dislike Charlie for debating people he's more qualified than, you then by definition you have to strongly dislike every single political debater out there, including like Dean and
Yeah, I
Parker.
do because it's not with good faith. At the end of it, if you're trying to have a debate, it's not to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm 100% right in this one certain area." It's to learn more about the whole picture here.
Okay,
Because
but
at the end of it,
do
you
you
can sit
dislike
here and
Dean
you
and
can
Parker
say,
too?
yeah. What was that?
Do you like dislike Dean and Parker as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
With
Harry
Dean, I mean,
Siskel?
he goes after people personally.
Okay.
With Parker, I feel
Well,
like
hey, at least
he's
you're
changed a little
consistent.
bit more since the assassination. But I feel like whenever it comes down
No,
to
no. I
the
think you're
emotional aspects,
misunderstanding.
the
I think you're
personal lives of
misunderstanding my
people,
question. You're misunderstanding. I'm not asking if you dislike them for other reasons. I'm talking specifically for the reason of debating people that are less qualified than them, because that's what they do. Is they're on TikTok all the time debating people less qualified. That's technically what I'm doing too. I debate people who are less qualified than me, sometimes more qualified than me. But
yeah, but what's the purpose of you doing it? Are you doing it to educate people? Are you doing it to dunk on people? Are you doing it to just make some money because you know, oh, there's gonna be some dumb people out there? I
yes,
view it in the aspect of what is the
all of the
purpose of this?
above.
What Okay, so you're not going into it with good faith. You're not trying to
That's
actually
good faith.
genuinely
That
educate
is by
people. You just want to
definition
dunk on
good
some
faith.
people.
That is by definition good faith. I just told you the reasons I'm doing it. I'm not lying. That's by definition good faith. Yes, sometimes I want to just dunk on people. Yes, sometimes I want to make money. But yes, I also want to educate. And yes, I actually believe in what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, you can sit here and believe in what you're talking about, but if you're still dunking on people and not necessarily caring about, you know, actually fulfilling the whole aspect of education of
What
educating
you
someone,
didn't listen to what I
then
said,
it's
did
not
you?
necessarily in good
Hold
faith.
on, hold on. You heard one part of what I said and you didn't listen. Yes, I care about dunking on people, but yes, I care
hmm
about telling the truth and changing
That's
minds. Those two things
I
are
acknowledge that you said that you
simultaneously.
acknowledge telling the truth.
But
Yeah,
no.
that's fine.
You said, oh, so if only you want to dunk on people and you don't care about telling the truth and changing minds. I care about both. Both things can be true. I can dunk on somebody while simultaneously telling the truth and changing a mind.
Okay, what I was saying was that just coming into a debate trying to dunk on someone isn't coming into it with good faith. Going into a
Why?
debate with good faith is
It's a
coming
debate.
into it showing, hey, you know what? I can appreciate your point of view. Here's my point of view. How can we
That's
meet
not
a
a
common
debate then.
ground?
That's not a debate then.
That is what a
That's
debate
a
is. Because if not,
conversation.
then it's just an argument.
By definition, a debate is an argument with the intended goal to win. They have debate competitions. That you go to college, you can go to the debate course, and they will literally grade you on how well you debate.
Okay, and at the end of the debate, is there apart from, oh yes, this person used debate tactics, you know, the debate, whatever the fuck, right? Apart from that, what you're debating, it's not a matter of one person was right during this debate, this other person was wrong during this debate. Both people can be right during a debate. Like whenever we're looking at astrophysicists debate things, that doesn't mean that Neil deGrasse Tyson is the smartest astrophysicist there is.
No, he's pretty
That means
dumb.
that, hey, what was that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is pretty dumb.
I mean, he's pretty fucking cool, yeah. But I mean, at the end of it, we can't sit here and say, oh yeah, just because he's cool, just because he's got
I don't
this, that,
think
and
he's
the other,
cool.
doesn't mean that he's like the highest that there is. You know, like he's gonna debate someone that could potentially be smarter than him. He
Yep.
can debate someone that's potentially going to be less than smart than him in a specific subject. But that doesn't
Sure.
mean that just because he's less
So what
educated
is
in a
your
specific
what is
subject
your
means that
solution, that nobody actually debate anything ever? That we all just go around believing
no.
what we
If
want?
My solution is that whenever we go into debate, it's going into it with good faith, not
That
going
is
into
good.
it
Good.
thinking, "Oh, I
Define
know
good
every single
faith.
thing that there is to know about this
Define
specific
good faith. What
subject."
do you mean by good
Going into it with
faith?
an open mind, going into it saying, "Hey, you know what? If this person genuinely thinks this way, why do they think that way?" And then
Yes,
going
that
into
is
it
part of being a
because
skilled debater, is understanding your opponent's rhetoric and steel manning their position.
okay, what is steel manning mean?
That is one of the skills of being a good debater, is knowing what your opponent believes.
Okay,
So I don't get what your contention is here.
with Charlie Kirk, he didn't go into these situations with an open mind. He would go into it not even trying to listen to what the other person was saying,
He
just
put
spewing
down the
whatever kind of hateful
microphone.
shit that he wanted to spew out.
He literally let people speak, put down the microphone, heard everything they said, and also repeated back to them the things they said to make sure he understood it. What the
There
hell
are
are you
also
talking
multiple
about?
times where he would interrupt somebody just to get his viewpoint across whenever he
Yeah,
felt like he was
interruptions
losing. So I
happen.
mean, there's
That's
there's
part of
plenty of
it.
situations like that as well.
Mm. You guys, a lot of you guys just have this tendency of, like, every time somebody overspeaks somebody or gets frustrated or a little flustered, that means they're losing, right? Like, I need an actual example why he's losing outside of he interrupted somebody.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not the type of person that sits here with clips of, every single time that this
But
happened.
yeah,
I'm
you
sure
hate
that
this
you could
guy and
find
you
it
don't
if you
know anything
genuinely
about
cared
it.
about doing it. But I mean, I'm sure that you could
But
find
you
it,
hate a man that you have no receipts for why you hate him. You just hate him. Why? Give me a reason.
Oh, okay. You know what? Here, let's go ahead and pull this up here real quick.
Okay.
Actually, let me go inside and find this little.
Yeah, he did get cooked with the dolphin fetus thing. Not gonna lie, he got cooked with that.
I mean, there's other examples of that happening to him as well. I mean, it's not just the dolphin fetus
We never
example,
said he would be right all the time.
Yeah, just being wrong sometimes is not a reason to hate somebody.
Like I said, it's not because of that. It's how he would go into debates, not really with good faith.
You, your definition of good faith is knowing your opponent's position. He knows his opponent's position is usually far better than his opponent's. So you get a lot of people who will come up and talk about Marxism, and he actually has read Karl Marx. Most of these people who come up talking about
what is
Marxism
Marxism?
haven't. I haven't read it. I'm talking he's read it. But Marxism is like communist viewpoints, right?
What was that?
Marxism is like the general consensus. He's the philosopher that kind of established the communist viewpoint.
Well, I mean, honestly, the main reason why I asked what Marxism is because I'm always hearing people talk about Marxism this, communism this, socialism this. From my understanding, all three are different. So I don't. That's why I was asking what Marxism is from your standpoint.
Yeah, I haven't studied it enough to make any. Like, I'm not going to speak on it because I don't know it well enough. I'm just
same here.
dipping my toe in philosophy, or not philosophy. I'm dipping my toe into politics like as of 3 weeks ago. So I'm a baby in this.
I mean, honestly, there's tons and tons of examples of
Then it should be
Charlie just
easy to find.
leaving random ass. What was that?
You're supposed to be finding me an example of why you hate him.
Yeah, there's literally tons of I went on YouTube right now. Like there's tons of videos on here. Like, have you tried watching any of them?
Yes. Yeah, I've
Okay,
watched a lot. I haven't found any reason to like hate him outside of like he's traditional.
in what sense is he traditional?
Like traditional Christian values. Most people just don't like traditional Christian values and they just hate
Okay, and
Christians.
what are those traditional Christian values?
For example,
Like
the
respecting
nuclear
your brothers
family.
and sisters to your left and right,
Like for
loving one
example,
another.
for example, the nuclear family,
What's the nuclear family?
man, woman, child.
Oh, the nuclear family. I thought you said the nuclear family. I was like, what is that?
Yeah, I'm a
So
Canadian
why
with a
is it
speech
called the
impediment.
nuclear family? Because from my understanding, this is a social concept, right?
Yeah, I'm still. You're just kind of jumping all over the place, bro. Like you're supposed to be finding me a reason that you hate this guy.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
we were
here to
past that
answer all
point.
your questions of everything.
I was asking you what values he stood for.
Yeah, he was a traditional Christian.
In my honest opinion, he was not a traditional Christian.
Okay, back up your claim.
Well, I mean, going back to what I was mentioning there, he did not love his brothers and sisters to his left and right. He would persecute people that he viewed as different. Or if he
Okay,
found somebody
how?
that
Show me.
he didn't.
Don't just say that he
The
did
tons
these
of
things. Give me
examples of him
actually
going after
evidence.
the LGBTQ plus community.
Okay, like
I
what?
mean, if Jesus was able to allow a prostitute to wash and kiss his feet,
Right.
what's
Okay.
so bad about an
Right.
LGBTQ person
So,
that he doesn't necessarily agree with?
oh, okay. So
Learning.
if I show you,
There's a
And
difference.
hold on,
attacking
hold
them.
on.
Jesus Christ never attacked
hold-
anybody.
Hold
He
on.
wanted to attack
hold
people.
on.
He
Oh
specifically
my God.
said that he wanted people to die.
You keep making these
That doesn't
accusations.
make
with
any
no
kind of
evidence.
sense. Jesus never said anything like
Dude,
that.
stop steamrolling. So if I show you a video of a gay black man praising Charlie Kirk and all the things that he did for him, what is that going to tell you?
That's going to tell me you have a token black guy.
So what is that? You just
So
your
his view doesn't count.
hold on. Your example of Jesus hanging out with a prostitute who poured perfume on his feet and kissed his feet. Is that just Jesus hanging out with a token prostitute then?
No.
Okay, so how is he not being Christ-like?
Charlie Kirk persecutes and goes after
How did he
people that he
persecute?
does not like.
How did he persecute?
He said that gay
them?
people should be stoned.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he
literally
did.
didn't. Okay, show me.
Okay, let's pull it up right here.
I have it if you want me to just play it.
All right, sure, go for it.
Okay.
Now I'm just talking as Rachel, and she goes, the reason I'm this way is because I'm Christian, and in the Bible it says love your neighbor. And really, I approach people in love, and if you're not doing that, I guess you're not really following the Bible. She didn't say that part, you're not following the Bible, but that was kind of the underlying piece there. So Charlie,
128.
What's going on with that?
Well,
let's let her say it. 120. I'll respond, and then I got a dash.
I've shared prayers on here before and said, God bless. And that's because my faith is really important to me. And it's also one reason why I love every neighbor. In Matthew 22, a religious teacher asked Jesus, what's the most important commandment? And Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. There's no greater commandments than these. I believe it's mentioned 8 times, love your neighbor. So yes, everyone belongs, everyone's welcome, everyone is treated with empathy and respect. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so many reasons I stand strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Andrew?
I was just, to Jack's point, I'm dying to know, like, what do you think when Miss Rachel quotes scripture in that way?
I mean, Satan's quoted scripture plenty.
It doesn't just say love your neighbor, though. It does say love your neighbor except, in a sense.
As yourself, but hold on. She's not totally wrong when she says, first of all, the first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
So she takes off the Miss Rachel.
So where did he say that we should stone black people? Or black people, gay people, sorry.
So that's actually not the clip that I was looking for here. I actually can't find it right now.
Because
but
that
I
is the clip.
What do you mean that is the clip? That's not the one that I was talking about.
He never once said that we should stone gay people.
First of all, that was showing shit that like I was not even talking about. So no,
that was your whole point. You said that he said that we should stone gay people. He never said that.
Okay, well, just because I couldn't find the video while you're playing some other video doesn't mean that he didn't say it. So I mean,
yeah, true, but you actually have to prove your claims.
Okay, and Jesus Christ, all right, have a good one, Big John Steele. Thank you.
I was gonna say he was voted off the island anyway.
He left on his own. He got upset.
I couldn't find the clip.
But it's true. It's true. I know it's true. And just because I can't find it doesn't mean it's not true. So it's totally true, guys. And Charlie Kirk is a horrible monster, said that we should stone gay people to death. I got to be careful of using that language. I'm going to get reported for harassment and bullying. All right, let's bring up smash the like button, share the live. Let's do a quick vibe out. You guys ready? You guys ready for a vibe out? Hold on. And then we'll bring up another guest. Just give you guys a couple seconds to stew in what's being said. We'll just do a quick vibe out. And then we'll bring up a guest. So just think about that, man. So far, every conversation, we've done this now for a couple weeks. And we've yet to see anybody actually back up any of the claims that they're saying. It's all been clips out of context. All things, I literally had a girl tell me that it was straight up okay to get all your context from just clips. Nobody wants to get context. They just want clips and headlines. And that's enough. That's enough to commit you to being a fascist, a racist, a homophobe, a transphobe, all the things. All the things. You justify all your hatred towards a man, an innocent man, because of clips. And listen, I am totally down to get my mind changed on this one. If you could show me Charlie Kirk is a terrible man, I'll say he's a terrible man. I'm okay with doing that. I love judging people. I'm a Christian. I love judging people. So if you could prove to me he's a terrible man, I'll say, hey, he was a terrible man. Or I don't know, or maybe I have to look into it more. One of those things. Because I'm 100% down in doing that. But back up your claims, ladies and gentlemen. Back up your claims. All right, let's bring in a guest. Oh.
Thank you for what you do, bro. Much love. And R.I.P. Charlie.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, we should do some super chats before we bring up a guest. RJ came in with $10, says, the grift is too strong. I can't keep myself from giving you money. I like that. That's good. Yeah, that's awesome. The truth is dangerous. Grow up. Yeah, that's right, guys. Don't share true statements. Saying the truth is dangerous. Better be slapped with the truth than kissed with a lie. That was one of the church fathers who said that. I forget who it was. I'd recommend caller read Matthew. I recommend all callers read Matthew. Thank you for what you do, bro. Much love. I do my best. I do my best. That's all I can do. I don't even know much about this topic. I'm just asking people to show it to me. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
How you doing, brother? 53.
53? All right, man. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
That's the thing. I don't hate him. I just wanted to come up here for a second and let you know that you're doing a wonderful, great job, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I just want to make a statement. Truth. I always say, what is the most powerfulest weapon in the world? And it's not the nuke. It's the truth. And the truth is always hidden or surrounded by bodyguards of lies.
Super based. Super based. Thank you so much. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 26.
All right, man. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
So, I'll preface, I don't hate Charlie Kirk personally. You can kind of consider me sort of arguing for a proxy. It's more of like a personal issue I've dealt with my own girlfriend hating Charlie Kirk. And I was curious I'm not sure if anybody else brought it up, but you could probably search it up as well just to look at the clip. But the whole anti-abortion thing and all that, there was a clip where somebody asked Charlie if his daughter had been, if he would force her to carry out that childbirth, and I believe he agreed with it.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm on his side on this one, right? You don't punish the child for the crimes of the father. We don't unalive another innocent human person because another person committed a crime. We don't do that in any other scenario in life. Why would we do it in this scenario?
Right. I agree. That's totally my view as well. And that is the word for word, bar for bar, what I said in retort when it was brought up to me. But at the same time, I just, what about the daughter,
Well, she's already been raped. You can't ungrape her.
Right. But wouldn't it be like, I don't know, just kind of unfair to, quote unquote, obviously he's not forcing her to bear the child, but wouldn't it be unfair to force her to bear the child?
Well, yeah, it's not fair. But it's also not fair to the child to be unalived.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying you don't answer evil with evil.
1000%. That's all I had. I was just curious on what another person's outtake on the topic, on that topic especially, would be, because it definitely is a topic that, when brought up to me, makes me take a step back and is like, ooh, I don't really know.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you. God bless.
God bless.
Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I do 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 do.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just real quick, how old are you?
I am 23.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
So, I disliked his rhetoric. I didn't hate him. So, am I automatically disqualified?
Well, like disliking someone is like, why did you dislike?
I wouldn't even say maybe that much. I would say indifferent. I off a couple of the points that some of your guests had made about his rhetoric, I agree with them on a couple instances specifically, and one of them was not. One of your prior guests brought up something about when he was made a reference to stoning gay people. I know that's false.
Yeah.
One thing that I want your opinion on is Charlie Kirk did mention hate speech does not exist legally in America, which is true. He says, quote, "There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free," end quote.
Okay.
What is your take on that?
I
find that to be a very problematic statement.
Yeah, I don't think that we should dictate any sort of language outside of somebody inciting violence. So like outside of somebody saying you should go do this terrible thing. Like when you're really pushing somebody towards violence, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Or like obviously yelling fire in a crowded building. There's certain things where like language is very powerful and it can sway people. But I think I should have, like, if I wanted to, I'm not saying I do, but if I wanted to sit up here and say I hate all black people, I think I should have the right to do that, but I don't think I should ever have the right to say that, hey, we should go unalive all black people. And by the way, I'm not saying I hate all black people. I'm just using an example.
And I completely understand that anybody should have the right to say that. The problem with the statement was, although legally Kirk was correct in this, the U.S., as you know, doesn't have a specific category of hate speech, my bad, that is automatically
I don't know
excluded.
that. I'm in Canada, and we actually do have laws for hate speech in Canada.
So we do too, right? So like when you said like fire or bomb, like those obviously are things that will get you arrested.
No, what I mean, like in Canada, like I can't speak out against like homosexual behaviors or trans communities. It's actually considered hate speech, and then you can get fined or imprisoned.
Are there people that have been documented of like talking about, let's just say, LGBTQ member in Canada and that is currently in prison or jail?
Yeah, well, there's an example where somebody was taken away from their children because they refused to use that child's pronouns. That'd be like an example of that.
And that person is in Canada and is in prison because of that.
That person was in Canada and was not put in prison, but they weren't allowed to leave their province.
And that's still ongoing?
I don't know if it's still ongoing. I haven't kept up with it. It could have been brought to completion. I don't know what happened. But that did happen.
I didn't mean to, I'll take your word for it. I didn't mean to take it off topic. One of the things that I really was trying to point out about this quote in particular was that he didn't add on to it. The very end of "there's evil speech and all of it is protected by the First Amendment," but saying it does not exist suggests or implies hate speech is a non-issue. And in reality, hate speech exists socially, politically, sociologically, and honestly, as disgusted and horrified as I was when I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, or I don't want to take your live stream down, sorry. When I saw Charlie Kirk get unalived, that was the hardest thing I think I've ever saw in my life. Mm-hmm. But it is rhetoric like him and Donald Trump used that stirred the pot to get people to act in that exact manner. It's the same thing we witnessed. Now, I would say it's more extreme with Trump, but it's the same thing we witnessed on January 6th, where Trump did not actually use things that are true threats or imminent violence, but obviously, in this case, gaslit a crowd, did not use hate speech, and incited an insurrection. And so what we see here is a lot of this rhetoric, even though I do agree you should have the right to say it, there are consequences for people's actions. That's my point here, is he easily could have put in that true threats, imminent to violence, targeted harassment and stalking, these things he could have brought into the conversation, but instead he just wanted to focus on the hate speech about it, and that's all.
Okay, so you made the claim that his specific language is the rhetoric that ended up to his unaliving. What about
No, not. I don't think it stemmed from. Okay, so I don't think it originally stemmed from Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk has said many things that I would actually just go ahead. So
what you said was his rhetoric is what led to the events of him being unalived.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Supposedly, I mean, we don't know the motive yet, but
okay. So how do you know it's his rhetoric and not all the people who are calling him fascist, racist, bigoted, all these things without actual reason to justify it?
Well, it's the same thing, and I would and there's no double standard here. So I would apply this same rule that I am on Charlie, where, for instance, one of the things that I just read out loud, and people calling him fascistic, calling him things I'm not, that would get your live taken down. That is just as bad, and that also hate-driven rhetoric by the left is also stirring the pipe for the right to retaliate. And we saw that actually right after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
But what we saw from the right is we saw the one person in the world who has every right to retaliate, forgive the killer. We saw people gather in prayer and ceremony and in worship. That's what we saw when the right retaliated.
And I think that's amazing, but we know but here's the difference, right? Is in the same day, and I'm sure you've heard about this, multiple kids were killed in Colorado in a mass shooting.
Unalived.
Unalived, I apologize. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, again, I respect Charlie Kirk. I do not use the word hate because I really didn't. But the fact that was completely ignored, and then weeks after, there was 3 more mass shootings.
Yeah, so the simple answer, there's a simple answer to that, right?
Well, the simple answer is we have a white evangelical Christian podcaster.
That's not the simple answer.
So what? Hold on. Why
can I answer it? Can I answer it?
Wait, but I wasn't even done with my point. I think you'll be surprised on the point I'm trying to make here.
I don't think I will, but go ahead.
Okay, go ahead then. Answer.
Okay, so your point is that we have all these people being unalived, but we're not putting them up on the same pedestal that we're putting up on Charlie Kirk, and it seems to be hypocritical. The conclusion that you're coming to that is that we have this white Christian nationalist, so therefore it has a bigger effect. Am I mistaken on what you're trying to say?
You have part of it, but not all of it.
Okay, so what am I missing?
Okay, so repeat the last thing you said.
So it seems to be that people are more affected. You're making the claim that people are more affected and more hurt because Charlie Kirk is a white Christian nationalist.
No, I'm not saying they're more hurt. I'm saying the way that he, for instance, flew on Air Force 2, whatever plane he flew on, the tens of millions of dollars invested into a memorial service that started off with fireworks. Mm-hmm. While simultaneously, again, the point is these mass shootings were occurring. The level of treatment obviously is going to be different because of a socioeconomic status difference, right? There's a school shooting, and then there's Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, who has tens of millions of dollars. I get that. The problem is everyone was so devastated about what we saw happen to Charlie Kirk. And what we saw from the right is true.
They did come together, man. Because I feel like I know what you're saying, but you're just kind of going on for like 20 minutes.
This is the ending the plane. Okay. Is between the rhetoric that you brought up from the left and from the right. Not only is it causing more political violence, right, in which I believe Charlie Kirk would be alive today.
So now you're shifting a topic. Why did you bring up the difference between the school shootings and Charlie Kirk shooting?
Well, because you already seem to have answered the question. My whole point there
I did not answer that question yet. Why did you bring it up?
Okay, do you believe socioeconomic status was the only reason that Charlie Kirk was?
I just want to know why you brought it up. Why did you bring up?
I brought it up because it continues to happen that every single day in America there's at least one mass shooting.
Yeah.
And at the same time as one man is shot with one bullet of a 30-06. And the same weeks to follow, including that day, we have dozens of children dead.
Okay, you're just saying the same thing again. Why are you bringing it up? I understand that these two events happened, but what is the purpose of saying it? I'm bringing it up
because why wasn't it as important? It was nowhere near as important when the kids died as it was when Charlie Kirk died.
Okay, so it took you 20 minutes to say the thing that I thought you were saying. Now, can I finally answer?
No, it's not, because your whole point was look. I
haven't made a point.
Responded. Wait, you did. You said look.
No, I haven't. I've literally just been trying to figure out what you were saying. So this whole time you've been saying that Charlie Kirk. I'm going to talk now. I've let you talk for a while, and it took you forever to land the plane. So Charlie Kirk Charlie Kirk was unalived, and people were really upset. Let me speak. Right?
I said yes, sir.
Don't say any words for like 5 minutes, please. All right. So Charlie Kirk was unalived, and the whole world was upset about it. But these school pew-pewings happened, and not as many people are upset about it. And that to you seems like a discrepancy. That seems like unfair and unjust because these people are just people too, and we should treat everybody equal. There is a very
That's
simple
not what I
answer.
said.
Then what the fuck are you saying? Because you're making no sense then. What are you saying?
Where I was about to end it, which is one, the question I asked you, do you believe the only difference was because of a socioeconomic status difference? And also when you mentioned, and you did make a point of how the right responded with peace, prayer, and then the memorial service. And I did watch almost all 7 hours of it. So you did make a point there by responding that the right peacefully responded to this, and when they went to the event, et cetera, there was no hate, there was no retaliation against other people. Again, while simultaneously, that wasn't true.
What the hell are you talking about? You're just saying words and not making me to any conclusion. What are you saying?
I'm confused on your point of how they
I haven't made a
responded
point
well.
yet because I'm still trying to figure out what the hell are you saying so I can make a point. But every time I try to make a point, you say I'm not representing your point at all. So make your point, make it clear. Give it to me very precise. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, man, I get it. I'm recording what you said so I understand. There's no need to get heated over it. The whole point I'm making is when you mentioned that the right responded in this dignified way that was respectful and peaceful, number one, that is not what we saw almost anywhere on the internet. And two, which is a huge problem, right? So that's kind of what I'm wanting you to respond to. Is this
Respond
the same
to what?
party that
The internet?
No, the same people that gathered to go to the memorial, right? The same right wingers.
When's the last time you did a check?
1 second.
Right, those are okay.
You're
I don't know-
mad
I don't know
because
what
the people who went to peaceful places in person were saucy on the internet?
No, that the point that I guess your name's John. John is making is that that's how they responded, and I think I think that's a little bit disingenuous.
Tell me if what I say is not true.
Okay,
Charlie
go ahead.
Kirk is unalived. People gather in prayer. I know I was one of those people who gathered in a group and went into prayer, and they had a memorial event, and his wife forgave the killer. George Floyd was unalived. They burnt the city down.
Okay, so who's they?
The people who were on George Floyd's side.
So now I'm waiting for you to land the plane. Are you talking about the left? Are you talking about progressives, Democrats? Who burnt what building?
So
John?
generally the people who supported Charlie Kirk, right? Those types of people, these racist bigots who support fascism and nationalism and all these types of things. When Charlie Kirk was unalive, they forgave, they prayed, they gathered. The people
who supported
the people who supported George Floyd, the people who believe that the world is racist and suppressing them and pushing them down, right? They burnt the city down.
Okay, so again, I'm not getting a very good demographic on who, other than that they supported George Floyd. The whole point of that movement was that we watched in live time while there was dozens of bystanders recording him getting murdered, and obviously there's talk about the smurders. I apologize. So you're making the same point as I am. Is there's been horrible responses from the right and left. There's definitely a difference.
What's the horrible response on the right?
I think January 6th is about as horrific as it gets.
Well, I don't agree with
multiple
January.
police officers dead, multiple people dead. Then Trump pardoning.
Whoa, hold up. Can you show me that there's multiple people unalived on January 6th?
You don't know about the officers and the officer that was driven in the neck with a stun gun. That's a big miss there, John. That's like one of the biggest talking points of it. Because
I told you I'm not the biggest on the political thing.
Well, but this was one of Charlie's talking points. Actually, is Charlie had mentioned on January 6th that Donald Trump's rhetoric had absolutely nothing to do with what Charlie would refuse to call an insurrection.
Have we ever claimed to know everything Charlie Kirk has ever said?
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm also not finding anything where people were unalived on January 6th.
I can pull it up right now. Which would you like first? The officers that died, or the one that got beat
Yeah,
up and had a stun gun in
you
his
keep
neck?
using the language I'm telling you not to use. Don't use the D word, the killed word.
Okay, I
the
apologize. I
adjectives, yeah.
apologize. I won't do it again. So I can provide you with whatever information you'd like.
Yeah. So I still disagree with January 6th. I still don't think that should have happened. I think that was something that should not have went down and could not, shouldn't have happened at all. Shouldn't have been a thing.
You agree that the rhetoric and the actions, that type of political response is very different from actually what we didn't just see from the right from Charlie Kirk, but we also saw from the left. We actually saw, including people like myself, but that's just anecdotal, all of the congresswomen and men, including senators, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, AOC, the things that they responded weren't just their thoughts and prayers, but it was because they cared about Charlie. They wanted to take action in a way where we could have a middle ground and actually get some gun control down in this country. That was the difference between the right and the left.
Well, my friends, you have been voted off the island. I still don't know what you're trying to get at about why we should dislike or hate Charlie Kirk.
You just haven't answered my question.
Yeah, I didn't ask a question.
Do you agree that it's just as bad on the left as it is the right? And do you agree that that rhetoric was one of the reasons Charlie Kirk died?
Yeah, I don't do like the left versus right semantics. That's why I specifically use the language of people who supported Charlie and the language of specifically of people who supported George Floyd. There's the one point where I use the left and right semantics when I said, well, when did this happen on the right? And then you answered it with January 6th. I still haven't seen anything. I've been looking of anybody actually being unalived. I don't know. Maybe it did happen. Maybe it didn't. Like I said, I'm not particularly well studied on that. But with that being said, my friend, you have been voted off the island. I am jumping on to the next
Didn't
person.
even answer it. Just said George, like no one support. It wasn't a support George Floyd. That wasn't
right. So you've been voted off the island, my friend. All right. What is? I just got a text message from one of my friends saying, "I'm glad that you just admitted on live that you hate the blacks." It's like you finally came out and said it.
Than says that if you still want him to join, he's in the shower. And
He's going to join me in the shower?
That's basically what he said. But if you want, he'll join you when he's done.
Fan, you dirty girl.
His exact words were, hang on.
I'll send you the link on Discord, Than.
Where'd it go?
I'll send you the link on Discord, but you got to text me when you come in so I know to bring you in.
He said, John, I'm back in my hotel about to shower, and then I can join if you want to have me still.
I want him to join while he's in the shower. Let's go, Than. Let's go, Than. But yeah, I'll send you the link on Discord. I don't know if he can hear this. He's probably. I'll just text him. I'll tell him links on Discord. Okay, let's bring up the next guest. Leave that open just in case I see him pop in.
It seems like there's a lot of sketchy stuff about the reporting on this.
He just told me he's pooping in the shower. That's pretty gross, Stan. It's pretty gross. He's gonna waffle stomp it down.
Gross. Did you hear what I said?
Of the unaliving?
Yeah.
What did you say?
It seems like there's a lot of sketchy stuff on the reporting of it. Like people were saying that this person passed away in like a crush of rioters, but it was actually an overdose. Like it was actually reported, like stuff like that. Or like 2 people died of or passed away of heart attacks. And
all I know is I saw videos of it and people were just walking through. Like they weren't tearing things apart. They were walking through. One guy was giving like a tour. But again, I don't think it should have happened. Like that should not have happened. That was a big L on the right side for sure.
Brian says you're looking sharp.
Brian, you're one of the most handsome men I know. I strive to look like half the man you are. You're so sexy. So sexy. Oh, now we just got to get you away from your heresy and into the proper standing of Christ, and we'll be good. Mr. 100K a day. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 40. I'm 42 years old. How you doing today?
I'm good, bro. Why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
Well, I didn't know much about him. I saw his clips before he died, but then after he died, over the last 3 weeks or so, I had an opportunity
Can
to
you just say
review a lot of
unalived
things.
just for terms of service?
Yeah, I apologize.
You're good.
I had the opportunity to review a lot of his comments and a lot of his positions on things. I've done some videos on him myself on my page, and I really
Self-plugging
am
coming.
happy that. Huh?
Nothing.
I didn't. What'd you say?
Nothing.
I said, yeah. So I'm really happy that what happened to him happened to him, and I think that he had it coming.
Oh, you think he had it coming?
I think he had it coming. Knowing the climate that we are in these days, knowing the history of this country, even before this country was established about 250 years ago, saying the things that he was saying, knowing that people have different positions in life, people have had different struggles over the years, him repeatedly fanning the flames of hate.
Okay, so he had it. Okay, so hold on. Let's just clarify. So he had it coming. Did Charlie Kirk commit any crimes?
It's not about. It's not important. He did not commit any crimes.
If it's
but
okay, if it's
being
not important,
criminally
you
wrong
could
and
be
morally
answered,
wrong.
right? So he did not commit it. Okay, did not commit crimes. Okay.
You can't. That's not the barometer, though. I don't think that's the barometer. I think the
Hold
real
on.
barometer.
We'll get to your barometer. So he did not commit any crimes. All he said was words, right?
Yes.
Okay, so your conclusion is he had it coming. So words can equal being shot in the neck.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's
You said he had it
stages
coming.
here. So let me speak for myself. It seems like you're trying to direct me in a certain way. Let me direct myself and say what I'm trying to say.
But
when you are in, listen,
hold on. You agreed that all he said was words, and you agreed that he had it coming. So,
but words have power. The power of life and death is in the tongue. He should know that, right?
Yeah.
So you know the atmosphere that's out there in the community. You know the world history. You know United States history. If you go out and fan the flames of hate and racism, he knows that he's speaking to mostly a white community in the United States. He knows there's a huge population that is just hateful for absolutely no reason.
Let's just see if you're consistent. If right now I said, and I actually meant it, I hate all black people, do I deserve to be shot in the neck?
No, you don't.
Why?
But, and I'll tell you why. You don't deserve to be in the neck. But
you said
if
Charlie
you go
had it coming.
outside, listen, let me explain. Let me respond. If you go outside and somebody who you offended happens to do that to you, then that is your energy that you brought to yourself, because you got to understand.
So then I had it coming.
Listen, you saying the words I'm not. I'm saying you should understand.
Well, I'm trying to clarify. I'm not saying the words you're not. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. It's a clarifying
I'm
question.
not saying you had it coming. Let me put things in my own words, and I'm being very clear on this.
Well,
okay,
you're not being clear. You're kind of dancing around it instead of just saying what you mean. Just
no, because you're trying to direct me in a certain way. Let me say what I want to say. I'm saying that there's a thing. One thing that a lot of whites and Charlie Kirk always try to quote is this thing called IQ. But IQ is a European term, a European
Why are we
thing.
getting to IQ?
Let me finish. Let me finish my comment.
No, you're changing to a different topic. That's why I'm not going to let you finish.
I'm not switching to it. I'm just trying to make sure you...
The top, I have what it written down. So what you originally brought up is he had it coming because of the words that he said, right?
I'm saying the energy that he produced out there, he had it coming. He brought it on himself.
But he brought the energy because of words he spoke, yes?
Exactly.
Okay, so the words that he said means he had it coming. But if I say something like, I hate all black people, you do not think I have it coming. Why?
Well, I don't think you have the reach in which he has. But if it happens to you,
so
then
it's
you
reach. So if you're more popular, you have less freedom of speech.
No, I'm saying that when you understand that you have a broad voice, a loud voice out there, and you're yelling certain things in a room where people may listen to you and follow you and pick up what you're saying, these things will happen to you. These things can happen to you.
Right.
So
but you said he had it coming. That's a
make.
difference. That's different. Like
there's a thing
saying it could happen to you is not the same thing as saying you have it coming. So again, you're saying popularity limits your freedom of speech. You're saying I don't have the reach he does. So if I say it, I don't have it coming. But if I'm popular enough and say it, then I do have it coming. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that you have to understand the reach in which you have. If you have a large voice out there, you have a responsibility to be careful about what you're saying.
The more popular you are, the less freedom of speech you have.
listen, I'm saying that it's the same way with a rapper. The louder your voice is, if you go into rooms in certain places and you're yelling certain things and you're saying certain things, you have a moral responsibility to know and understand the harm that you could be causing. So Charlie Kirk going out there quoting certain
Right.
stats,
So
quoting
the
certain
more
things.
popular you are, the less freedom of speech you have. That's
No, the
that's
more
what you're
popular you are,
saying.
the more responsibility you have. And
Right.
so
The
if you don't handle that
responsibility to say the things
responsibility
you
right,
like.
say what?
The responsibility to say the things that you like.
Well, it's not about what I like. It's about the temperature of he got to understand what the temperature is in society. So let me give you a prime example. Let me give you a prime example so I can make it more clear.
Well, it's
If
not
I
not about the
understand that
example.
there
It's
is
just about the method, right? You're saying that if you're popular enough, you cannot say certain things. That's what you're saying.
exactly because
Yeah. So the more
because you know
popular
you'll
you
be.
are, the less freedom of
I mean,
speech you have.
listen, you guys getting caught up on that First Amendment too much. You got to if you're ready to fall on that sword of freedom of speech,
I'm not arguing anything. I'm seeing what your worldview is. I'm testing your worldview. I'm not
you
making an
keep
argument. I'm not making a
interrupting me.
claim.
You
I'm
keep
interrupting you
interrupting me
because you
before
keep
I can
trying to
finish.
shift to another point. That's why I keep interrupting you. I'm not going to let you gish gallop or steamroll. Now, you are saying the more popular you are, the less freedom of speech you have. Yes.
I'm saying the more popular you are, the more social and moral responsibility you have to be careful about what you say and what you spew into the world.
Can
That's
you
what I'm saying.
say what you want the more popular you are?
I don't think you should. I think you should
Okay,
be
so
very
then you
careful.
have
Say it
less
say it
freedom
to
of
come from your
speech the
household.
more popular you are.
Repeat that one more time.
If you cannot say the things you want to say because you are popular, then you have less freedom of speech the more popular you are. That's what you are saying.
I am saying that you should be responsible in the things that you say and the things you spew into the community.
Why don't
That's
you
what I'm
just
saying.
why don't you just say it with your chest? You can reword it as many times as you want,
I'm
but
saying it with my chest, but I'm not saying the words you want me to say. I'm saying you have a responsibility.
You can reword it as many times as you want, but at the end of the day, you are still saying the more popular you are, the less freedom of speech you have. You just don't want to use those words because of
No, I'm
the
saying the more
implication of it.
responsibility you have, the more popular you are. And with that responsibility, you got to be very careful about what you put out there because you don't know who you may stir up. See,
Okay.
one thing a lot of you people don't have, you
Okay.
people don't have emotional or social
Who
intelligence.
is you people?
You know who you people are.
No, I don't.
You know who you
Who is you
people are.
people?
You know, you people. You people
Who's you
who will like
people?
Charlie Kirk and support Charlie Kirk. That's
People
who
who
you
like
people
Charlie
are.
Kirk are you people. So we have a certain
Who
there's a
think-
certain
who think.
specific paradigm to our brain and how it works because we like Charlie Kirk.
Well, if you support him, then you probably think in some way congruent to the way he thinks, and that's why he ended up where he ended up. I'm happy he ended up where he ended up because of the fact that he did not.
Who dictates when somebody is popular enough that they now need to start rearing back their speech? Who gets to decide when they're popular
It's
enough?
not about rearing back your speech. Like if you want to have speech and you know that it's provoking a certain segment of the community, say it at home. Don't say it on worldwide platforms where people you can hate.
Do not. So you don't believe in freedom of speech?
I do, but I think it has limitations.
But you just said don't say it anywhere but at home.
To say the things that you like.
Hateful thing, rhetoric, or things that stir up what we call hate mongering. So once
so
you push
don't
that
believe
narrative,
it's fine if you don't believe in freedom of speech. I'm just trying to clarify your view.
I do believe in freedom of speech. Let me be clear.
Hold on, just one sec. Just one sec. Just one sec.
I didn't want to spend $20 today, but I just want the guest to admit he's making the well, what was she wearing argument. Does a more attractive woman have more of it coming when she walks around?
It's a good point.
Absolutely not. That's ridiculous to make. That's a false equivalency. Absolutely not. That's just
How's it
ridiculous.
a false equivalency?
Because of the fact that a woman who's walking around like whatever she's wearing, even if she's walking around in a bikini, doesn't mean that she's inviting something bad to happen to her.
Okay,
She
so
could be in a bikini.
if Charlie Kirk is walking around saying things you dislike, does that mean he's inviting being shot or pew-pewed?
No, but what I am saying is that if he is already yelling on a loud platform things that are considered to be offensive or to be discriminatory towards certain populations out there who've long been discriminated against, it's not surprising when one of those people who were affected, whether psychologically or whatever, by his words.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's surprising. That's not what we're asking. We're not talking about whether it's surprising. You said he had it coming.
Absolutely, he had it coming. Absolutely, God.
Right. But I'm trying to figure out your criteria to determine whether or not somebody has it coming.
This is the criteria.
Hold on. If I say something that's even worse than what Charlie Kirk said. You say, I don't have it coming. And the reason you say I don't have it coming is because I'm not popular enough. So then my question is, how do we determine when somebody is popular enough? And then once we determine they're popular enough, who gets to decide what that person can and cannot say?
Well, I think you should have a moral compass. I believe that once you get out into the world and your voice gets loud enough the way Charlie Kirk's was, and you see the way you're stirring people up emotionally like that, I think you should understand, hey, let's focus on solutions instead of exacerbating or speaking more on who
You're not answering my question.
enemies are.
You're just saying
I'm explaining.
You're saying that he should know, and if he doesn't know, he deserves it.
God should have told him. God should have told him. If he's such a religious man, God should have told him, hey man, you're doing more harm than good.
Okay, so
Charlie Kirk didn't do anything.
Your argument is now that if he's popular enough that he needs to dictate his speech, and if he doesn't do it, God should tell him. And if God doesn't tell him, we're okay to pew him.
I'm not saying that. What I am
that
saying
is what you're saying. That is the logical conclusion of everything you said.
But you are putting it together. You won't just use my words and just.
I am using your words. I'm writing your words down and bringing it to its logical conclusion.
Let me be very clear. Charlie Kirk should have known the atmosphere. He should have checked the temperature of the room. The temperature of the room is that the United States is full of a diverse amount of people. It's not all white. It's not all black. It's not all Hispanic. It's not all gay. It's not all straight. It's not all that. But instead of focusing on solutions,
Charlie Kirk
he went out there and said things that.
Charlie Kirk was aware.
He went out there and said things that stirred people up and offended people. And it's no wonder that it ended up being a white guy who was in love with a transgender who came and got his butt. He got exactly what he had coming.
Yeah. I'm quite confident that Charlie Kirk would be aware that he was putting his life in danger with the things that he was saying.
Okay, then if he was comfortable with that, then
hold on. That's a big difference than saying he deserves it. That's like when I get into a car crash, I'm aware I can get into a car crash. That doesn't mean I deserve to be in one.
If you're speeding and driving reckless, he was speeding through life and driving recklessly. It's equivalent.
He was not speeding and driving reckless. He
everything. Was driving reckless. You talking about you trying to get people.
You gotta let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
You already conceded at the beginning, and again, I have it written down that he broke no laws.
I don't care about
he
laws.
was not speeding and driving reckless, was he?
White man's laws focus on morality and not some statute.
Whose morality? Whose morality says that you can't? Okay, what moral code says that you can't drive 60 in a certain area?
Well, I'm saying the moral code should say if you're out here driving recklessly, meaning
how do you determine it's reckless?
You're spewing hate.
How do you determine it's reckless?
Well, he got a bullet in his neck, didn't he?
That's how you determined it was reckless. So if somebody right now pews me through my window, I was being reckless.
No, what I'm saying is this: he knew what he was doing, bro. Come on now.
So you literally have no argument. Your argument is he knows. I know he knows. Therefore, he deserves it.
So, John, let me ask you this. Okay, let me give you something I heard him say. Right, I'm gonna give you a prime example. And I didn't pay attention to all the other stuff because I don't know nothing about Jews. I don't pay attention to none of that talk. I consider Jews to be white. So you guys are all the same to me.
So you don't like white people?
Say what?
It sounds like you don't like white people.
No, I don't like ignorant white people. When most of you are ignorant. I've been.
What about ignorant black people?
I don't like white people that don't think the way I do.
Do you like ignorant black people? Do you like ignorant black people?
Say what?
Do you?
No, I don't like ignorant black people.
Okay, so just say you don't like ignorant people.
No, but you guys, your level of ignorance is much deeper than anybody else's level of ignorance.
So white people are more prone to being ignorant than black people?
Far more. We're talking about down middle, mainstream.
Okay, so you're racist.
No, I'm not racist. I have just dealt with enough of you guys to know that if you take a white guy who's from middle class,
you just said America, white people are more ignorant than black people.
Far more ignorant. Down the middle, of course.
So now hold on. If you get pewed in the neck, do you have it coming?
No, I don't have it coming because I'm saying
you just literally said something that's racist that a lot of people are going to be offended by.
So let me ask you this:
something that you just said. Hold on, the thing that you just said. Do you not think that there might be a white guy that's listening that's going to take offense to that and want to get revenge?
He could. Then if he believes I had it coming, but I don't believe I have it coming.
Then by your standard and definition, you have it coming.
Let me finish making my point. The only thing that I'm saying is this: the United States is full of ignorant white people, and most of you guys down the middle. We're not talking about. And I'm from the Midwest.
American.
Say what?
I'm not even American. I'm not even American.
Wait, do you live in America?
No.
Oh, well, you sound like an American. You sound like you're American. But even if you're not, in American culture, it is full of a lot of ignorant. It is full of a lot of ignorant, mindless white people. And Charlie Kirk spoke to a lot of those people. He knows that you can gather a lot of these people.
I'm waiting for at least 70%. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, you can gather a lot of these people, and then you can get them behind you by speaking a lot of negative ignorance. And when he knew what he was doing, by speaking against a lot of groups, and that's why somebody came and got him. But he quoted a lot of stats on black people. That's the part that got my attention, right? That's the thing that got my attention.
Like just how you just said that white people are more ignorant than black people.
Well, those are my experiences.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Listen,
you don't like the fact that he spoke poorly about black people, but you're speaking poorly about white people. You're a hypocrite.
He only spoke about the negative elements of black people. He act like he had the solution.
What are some positive things about white people?
Say what now?
Tell me some positive things you like about white people.
I mean, really, I don't have many positives. You guys are horrible fathers, in my experience. You guys are horrible athletes. You guys aren't critical thinkers. You guys are narrow-minded.
Okay, so you don't like Charlie Kirk because he only spoke negatively about black people, but you only speak negatively about white people. So you're a hypocrite.
Well, I don't. Well, if you look at my channel, that's what I talk about. I talk about the things going on how white people and white culture affects the black community in the United States. That's what I talk about a lot on my channel. But I talk about it through education and sports. Well, yes, I mean, there's nothing really positive about white culture.
Oh my word.
You're a hypocrite.
There's not.
You were blind, my friend. No, my gosh.
Whites in the United States have no culture. Y'all women always want to date us black guys. When y'all do, y'all want to have our babies, want to have a bunch of mixed babies. You guys,
wait, Charlie Kirk only talked negatively, so I'm going to talk negatively, but it doesn't apply to me.
Wait, white women only want to date black guys, but they're racist?
Listen, when they date black guys, like they've been all over us since we've been in high school.
How many black guys have you dated?
None.
Oh.
She's not gonna tell you. She's not gonna tell you all the stuff she did when she was in college and stuff she didn't did. You think she gonna tell you all her business?
Yes.
She been hiding and lying to you, man. You think you're gullible.
Why are you coming at me? What have I done?
Listen, you ain't done.
You don't know me.
Let me give you listen. Let me get back to the point. The point I'm saying is this: I work in sports and education. If you look at my channel, you can see that. And a lot of the issues that I deal with are white people promoting white mediocrity.
69.
All right, we're gonna white media.
What you trying to get me off, man? You know what, man? That's all you trying to do is get me off.
You're ridiculous and racist.
Bro, of course I'm trying to get you off. You literally just told me my wife is lying to me about sleeping with black guys. Like, all right.
We hit 70.
We hit the 70. Still no fan. Still, we need a minute. So just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk's a monster because of all the bad things he said about black people. But he's not a monster when he says all the bad things about white people. All the terrible white people are the worst in the world. Absolute monsters. And hold on. He's sneaking his way back in. I just won't unmute him. He can just hang out there in silence. But just to be clear, it's okay to hate white people. But man, if you hate black people, you got it coming. You got it coming. Let's do some super chats. We got T coming in. $5 says, it's so refreshing to hear somebody dismantle these absolute ludicrous claims. No evidence. Give these people a reality check. God bless. Andrew comes in with $5. Hater logic. NYT runs a story on how grape is horrible. A victim story is included and says the graper enjoyed it. NYT supports grape. Good morning, John and Abby in chat. Good morning, Mitchell. I hope you're having a good day. The Controversial Compass. Hey John, may I go next? I requested on TikTok 30 minutes ago. I'm waiting it via the link on YouTube, but I'm fine with waiting. You know what? You paid the money. We can get you up. We'll see where you are. Lord Striker said, I didn't want to spend $20 today, but I just want a guest to admit he's making, well, what does he wearing argument? Yeah, we did that. Awesome. That was a good point. Joseph came in with $10. So, is the guest saying that anything that anyone could consider offensive should be 86th by whoever finds it offensive? No, because
only the stuff that he
only the white people, only the white people. Oh my goodness. Should MLK and Malcolm X read The Room? Oof. Should have read that when he was up. He'd just say no. Now I see what Chris Rock was talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch too much Chris Rock. Sean Bessie says, this might be the most racist person I have ever met. No, it's Charlie Kirk, remember? He's the most racist person you've ever met. That's the case. That's the story. All right.
Lord Striker says, does Abby know John is half black?
What the heck? How many Qs do I have?
He's like mostly Greek.
Yeah, mostly. Well, no, I wouldn't say mostly Greek.
Half Greek, half Newfie.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I am Quebecois French. I'm a mix of Quebecois French, Cherokee. I got a little bit of Cherokee in me, and Greek, primarily Greek. A large amount of Greek is in my blood, and then Newfie, which could be Irish or Viking. We're not too sure. We're not too sure where the heritage comes from. One of the two. Most likely Irish. Hence my pale skin. Who was the guy who paid to come up? Hold on, I'm going to look for... Oh, there it is.
I think... What was his name?
I found him.
I think he is an agreeer. But he paid.
He paid. That's all we're here for is the money. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 26.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
Hey, okay, hold on. Let me adjust my seating. Hey, yeah, so, my name is Mr. Coco. I'm actually friends with Bob by blood, and, you're friends with him. I talk to him all the time.
I'm so sorry for that. That sucks, bro. That sucks. Why would you be friends with him?
I think he's very smart, and we talk about theology and stuff. And yeah, first and foremost, I would say I don't think that anyone deserves to be unalived for their political beliefs. So I think Charlie Kirk's passing is very sad. But there were positions that I disagreed with him on.
So
right?
I just want to clarify a stance. If he passed away via heart attack, would you be sad about, or would you say that shouldn't have happened?
Yeah, I don't think we should celebrate anyone's passing for any reason. And yeah,
So
I don't think
if you could go back and change it, and so that way he could keep going and saying what he was saying, you would do that?
I'm gonna say yes, but this might give me some slack. But
People are
yeah,
saying you got a crazy echo. I think it's your camera. I've noticed when people put on their camera, we get echo. Could you turn it off and see if it fixes it? Not that you're not very handsome.
oh, okay. Does that work?
I don't know. We'll see what the chat says.
I could swipe out or close background apps.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's
Oh,
good now. Yeah, you're good. All right.
okay. Yeah, I would say, I know I might get some slack for this, but yeah, I probably would say yeah, he should be alive.
Okay.
And I would probably prevent it, but I don't agree with his positions, and some of his rhetoric was putting
Did
people
you
in
hate him?
danger. I disliked him, and yeah, I can give my reasons as to why I
Okay.
disliked
What's
him.
your dislike? Why'd you dislike him?
Okay, yeah. So one of the things is going to be one of his conservative talking points was that he pushed for us to not have school lunches, right? And that our taxes shouldn't be spent on feeding children. And could I play a short clip that kind of showed his position? But his main talking point was show me a single child that's going hungry. They don't exist. And he pushed this rhetoric that kids weren't going hungry, or there's no need for school
Yeah.
lunches, and parents need
So
to
I
pay
can
for
just
it.
I can just grant you that one. I'm fine if he said that and you think that's a reason to dislike him. That to
Yeah.
me isn't the end of the world.
Well, I think he was pushing this false narrative that kids don't go like hungry in the United States. And I have like an article here, right, that says that in the United States in 2023, nearly 14 million children faced hunger in the United States. And he pushed the responsibility on the parents,
I
right?
think all you have to do to prove him wrong is show like one child of dying of malnourishment that wasn't neglect.
Well, yeah. So like, there aren't children who are like lying on the street, like passing away because they're hungry, right? But there are a lot of children, 14 million, right, who are experiencing food scarcity. And to say that like parents should work hard and feed their kids, well, there's bad parents, right? And I think that, like we pay taxes and the government, pays for school buses and requires that children go to school. At the very least, we could just like make sure that like kids eat. They can at least just get one meal a day. And also there are studies that show that like malnutrition affects students' performances in school. And also like Charlie Kirk was a Christian, right? So like, don't you want to feed the poor or feed people who can't get access to food? Like, why would he be against that?
Yeah, so I'm just going to concede this point and say I'm not bothered by you disliking him on this one.
Okay, yeah. So like that'd be like one of the reasons like I would dislike him. But then there's also like another thing. Did you watch?
But here's the thing. Like I don't really mind if people have minor reasons for disliking people. Like I don't see this as like a big contention or a big reason to fight against somebody. I'd say this is like a political point that two people might disagree on in a specific subject, and one person is going to dislike the other person for having their perspective. Just like how I dislike Than's mustache. But it is what it is.
But don't you think that like maybe that might be a reason why somebody might hate him as well? Like,
if you hate him for that, that's pretty extreme. Yeah, that's really extreme.
Well, I mean, like I guess like like taking food from children that are going to school.
That's not his perspective is to take food from children. His perspective is that children don't need it. That's his perspective. Now he could be wrong on that, but he's not saying we should starve children.
Well, yeah. So I guess like I guess more reason for that hate, right, is that Charlie Kirk was the head of what was his thing called?
Can you just pause for a sec? Than, can you say something? I can't hear you, and it's all connected on my end, so it might be an issue on yours. Oh, there we go. Say something. Okay, I see VUs, but I can't hear you. Oh, yeah, no, it's my issue. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So this needs to go to B.
Issue, John.
There we go. Now I can hear you. Can you hear him?
Are we surprised that was your issue?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
cool.
can hear him.
All right. Awesome.
Also, like I'm friends with Exploring Reality as well. Actually, Exploring Reality. It's Coco. Mr. Coco, the controversial compass. Yeah, I actually watched your debate against Captain Dadpool, and where you were arguing for the atheist, he was arguing for the Christian. It was a good debate.
Yeah, I'm not Exploring Reality anymore. I'm
Oh yeah,
Inspiring
you're with
Philosophy.
you're with Inspiring Philosophies. John told me about that. Cool. But okay, yeah. In regards to my point, right? So I mean, like, yeah, so Charlie Kirk was the head of like Turning Point USA, right? He has researchers. He has like the resources to do his research on these things, right? I think like, oh, is there an echo? I hear an echo.
Are you playing me in the background? Then?
No. I don't have my normal setup though, so it could be an issue on my end here.
Say something.
Oh wait. Yeah, that's better. It seems better.
I just lowered the volume through my
I hear the
laptop.
echo.
Yeah,
I'm traveling right now. I got to speak in events. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Yeah. So again, so your argument though is like, Dan, that's you, bro. You got to put
Is it
headphones
still
on or
me?
something. Yeah.
I'll mute up.
I think your mic's picking up the play.
Yeah. So Again, your argument is that he just needed to do better research in this specific area. I'm sure, like, if you two, like, I'm not specifically studying on the specific area, but I'm sure, like, if you two had a debate on it, he'd have valid reasons why he held his point. Again, I don't think this is like a major point at all. To I think this is a small political point where two people are going to disagree and say, "Well, I dislike you because I think it leads to bad outcomes." Sure, but I don't think it's a major thing.
Well, yeah, but like, it's just like it can be frustrating to people, especially like people who have kids in school, right, who need lunch. And like he has a big platform.
I used to deliver school lunches. Like I was literally part of that program because I thought people needed it. Most of the time when I was delivering the lunches, they had really fat parents.
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, so that was another thing, right? When he was debating the kid, he did say like he was debating a college student when he said this. He did say that America has an obesity problem, not a children starving problem. And like he pushed this rhetoric of like, both can be true. We have an obesity problem, and also we have 14 million children who face food scarcity. And like, I guess the frustration, right, is like,
but what
it's
do you mean by
okay
food
to-
scarcity? Because like, I don't know about in the United States, but here in Canada, we got like food banks. Like nobody's going hungry in Canada. Like if you want food, you can go get food.
I
Yeah,
just
so-
sent you
so-
the
so-
video that he's talking about if you want to.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well,
the video.
well, maybe I can kind of cut through this a little bit here, like, because I don't know what Charlie Kirk's positions here were. Okay, if I'm gonna take a guess, he was probably just against like government funded giving kids free lunches or something like that. Like, am I right there?
Yes.
Yeah, and like, for me, like, I would just say like the way that he was like pushing this narrative, like he's behind a company where he has the research, he has the researchers, he can do the research. Yeah, and like I understand what you're saying, right? Like, oh, he didn't do the research, he got something wrong.
Do you mind if I pause you to play the context?
Well, hold on. So.
Well, I just want to play
Just
the video of him saying it so we can get the context before you guys go.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the volume on this now? You sent me a video, no volume, Abby.
No, there's volume. Just unmute it.
I also have the video pulled up on my laptop. I can play it too if need be.
Got it.
Why don't we just all play the video at the same time?
At the same time.
Quiet. It's really quiet.
No, of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child? You
No,
want
the
child
parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important.
They,
I don't believe.
they have jobs and they can't support their children there because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are a Dem, dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat.
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country. That 50% of our kids are obese or overweight. There's not a single kid in America that has died of starvation in the last 10 years. Show me that kid. Show me. This is a propaganda thing from the Democrat Party. Our kids are so overweight they have type 2 diabetes by the age of 8. So the number one problem for kids right now is that they're not moving enough and they're eating too much, not that there's child starvation. Instead, let's get back to a time where we say, hey, parents feed your kids, churches feed your kids, communities feed your kids, not big daddy government coming in and doing what the family should do. With that, I say thank you guys so much and have a great day. Thank you.
So I would actually disagree with Charlie a little bit on this one, and strictly because of the fact that my wife works in public schools and they've had to help feed children, but not because those kids didn't have access to food, but because the parents were neglectful.
I would also say I could count on maybe like both my hands the amount of kids that actually needed the lunches and the amount we would get dozens and dozens and dozens of lunches, but mostly it's just convenience for parents. It's not because they need it.
Go ahead, you guys. I cut both of you off.
Oh no, okay, no, you're good. So I guess like my issue with the clip, right, is like, yes, we do have an obesity problem like in America. Yes, children aren't like unaliving due to lack of access in schools, right? But we literally have articles that all around the United States, every school, right? You count every school. There are millions, 4 million to 6 million kids who have problems getting access to food. Now, Charlie Kirk says that like the parents should feed their kids. Yeah, parents should take care of their kids, but we have irresponsible parents at the end of the day. We have parents that beat their kids, right? So the government could at least make sure that every kid can get at least one meal, especially since we also have articles that say that lack of food leads to kids underperforming in school. At least allowing kids to get one meal. And also,
So
like he
it
said
just
that
sounds like you're arguing for socialistic ideals, and because he's against socialist ideals, you dislike him.
wait, I mean, but also like it's just like he also just didn't really like study in regards to like this debate, right? Like he said like no kid is going hungry in the United States. Clearly
But
they
you
are.
agreed with everything he said.
For
Go ahead, then.
for my own clarity, really quickly, it, it, the prompt is, why do you hate Charlie Kirk, right? Coco, it's okay to disagree with somebody, their political policies or anything, all that kind of stuff, right? A civic nation is built upon a few fundamental principles. One is going to be the idea of mutual tolerance, right? And that's going to entail the idea that our political opponents are legitimate players within the civic and moral system that we're in. And even if we think their ideas are stupid or even harmful, we still nonetheless see each other as legitimate moral players in the political field that we're in. And we refuse to see them as existential threats that need to be silenced. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, like I don't think we should be on a roof with a sniper like unaliving our opponents. Yeah.
Well, that's a way end of the extreme of breaking one of those fundamental principles. I hence my language of seeing people as existential threats. I would argue is a violation of that idea of mutual tolerance within a political playing field. So that means that we have to be able to disagree with policy in such a way that we don't actually see each other and identify ourselves in terms of our hatred for our political opponents. And so if that's true, if a civic democratic nation is going to be built on this idea, we have to just be okay with the fact that we can disagree on social policy on some of these things with people, without hating each other. Like, I'm pretty sure that you and I probably disagree somewhere on politics, right? But I'll be damned if I ever see you as an existential threat that needs to be silenced and hate you because of it, right? And I'd like to think that you would say the same for me.
Yeah. Like I think we can coexist, and like I've always actually been in support of like I think Christians should spread Christianity, or like have like the like their freedom of speech should be like protected, even though like I'm a non-believer and I disagree with Christianity.
But
yeah, I guess like
here's the thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off. If your goal here is just to argue that his political points versus your political points and which one's more optimal, I'm not really interested in that conversation. I'm more interested in why people are like celebrating, enjoy, think that it's deserved that this man be silenced.
Oh, okay. Well, whenever you guys say like hate, right? Like how are you seeing that? When someone says they hate somebody, what does that mean for you guys?
Would you let me ask you this question, and this is a question I've asked a lot. Like, I'm a conservative, okay, in the political playing field of America. Like, if I have to put myself somewhere, I'm a moderate conservative. That being said, I've asked this question to a lot of my friends on the left, and to my dismay, the answer is not what I anticipated, and I've lost a lot of friends after the Kirk situation because of this question. And I'll just ask you this question too. Here's one way to gauge hate. If I were to be politically assassinated, today I'm at a speaking event, right? Can I say that word, John? Sorry.
No, you keep going.
Oh, okay. If I were to be assassinated today, while I was preaching the gospel at a speaking event that I'm at, would you mourn my death?
Yeah, I would.
And furthermore, if there were people that you're friends with, that were celebrating my death, what would your reaction be?
I would tell them like, no, we shouldn't do that. We're better than that. I think everyone's entitled to like their own opinion. I would say that, but like I know, like you shouldn't be shot because you're a Christian or because you're preaching. Like that's not something we celebrate.
Thank you. You'd be very shocked by the amount of people I've asked that question and they either refuse to answer that or their answer to me was, no, you're a fascist, get out of my face. And these are people that I've been friends with. And
Yeah,
the only
but
the only thing that changed was this was after an event, right?
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's assassination. So like I commend you for that answer. But the problem is we're currently in a political climate where that answer is not as frequent as I'd like it to be. To be honest with you, the frequency by which the answer to that question is no, I would say no. Those types of things are not supposed to happen. Political violence is not supposed to happen. We should all condemn it. It should be 100%. And
Yeah.
it's right now. It's not.
Yeah. But like I think now Destiny and Hassan don't have like the best takes, right? But I think this idea that like both sides need to calm down, I think that's a very justified idea. I think like what Charlie Kirk's wife did was beautiful, trying to unite everybody and say like we should forgive and like, you know, like not necessarily forget but forgive. Right? But those people who think that like Christians should be like unalived, like that's a bad take. But also given like the rise of like Christian nationalists, or after like Charlie Kirk was unalive, they were in the streets with torches saying white fight back. Like
Can I-
understandably
can I-
people
Let him
Can I
finish.
pause
Let
you?
him finish. Then we've over talked him a lot. Let him finish.
and
Oh, I'm sorry.
like
Yeah.
like understandably like people might want or have like, you know, heightened aggression towards like Christians given like Christian nationalists, and also like there's also other things I was going to argue when I came up here, but like Charlie Kirk, even though like some of his messaging might have been like trying to address like a real world problem, he's a professional social media debater. He should know how to word his words appropriately, and some of the wording and the things he did would dog whistle to white supremacists or like Nazis. And I have an example of that. He debated Parker.
So I just want to be clear here then. So we're changing the narrative to like, oh, to minor political small points like, oh, his stance on food, to now he's a racist.
Well, I mean, there were some actions. Well, like there were some actions that he did that he would be making a point, but he would word it in a way where he could have plausible deniability and sort of dog whistle.
It's a
to the
true to economy question. Is he a racist?
Like was he racist? I think like some of it. I think some of the words that he says are racist. Yeah, harmful to African American communities and.
Well,
like,
you're saying that he has some rhetoric that could be harmful to those communities. But the question is, does he have intent to be harmful to those communities?
I would say yeah.
Okay, so he is a racist. Okay, now we have a conversation. How do you know he's a racist?
Okay, yeah. So like when he's discussing things, right? Like he's a professional, and like you guys know, I know. When you have a social media platform, you can't say whatever you want. You have to be very careful with your words because they can.
I say whatever I want all the time.
People. Well, yeah, but like, let's say.
I don't like this idea that the more popular you are, the less freedom of speech you have.
We know, but you have a responsibility, right? Like if you say certain things, you can invoke violence, just like Donald Trump.
You can incite. I think obviously you shouldn't be. I don't think you should be saying things that incite violence. I agree with you 110%.
Yeah.
But you're saying there's things that certain people can understand a certain way, and he has this responsibility. And if he didn't take this responsibility, then he is the actual racist. Now maybe he does have this certain responsibility where he should like be more careful with his words. But if he doesn't invoke that responsibility, that doesn't conclude that he actually is a racist.
Here, really quick, Coco. Right? Man, this is a really bad example.
I mean, you can go for it.
I didn't know what the word gooner meant up until recently. Okay, and on a stream one day, I called myself a goon, and it made a bunch of controversy because, like, for me, I'm 30 years old. To be a goon is like you're out in the streets wilding. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a movie called The Goon, right?
And so here's the thing, right? There's not really like much moral repercussions to that mistake I made, right?
Yeah.
But now the question is like, okay, well, I think this analogy can run at the end of the day because I just can't, right? Like there's 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 no way I could ever keep track of all the terminology and all the language and all the potential dog whistles and all this other stuff, right? Um, that could potentially galvanize racists, people that want to incite violence or anything like that, right? I am going to
Yeah.
be careful with my language, and I think people should be careful with their language because when you have a platform, you have an obligation. I agree there. The problem is
Didn't even know what a
to
dog whistle
demonize
was until
somebody.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and so the problem is to demonize somebody because they said a word that somebody took as a galvanizing rhetoric for their own ideology. I think that's kind of wrongheaded.
Wait, but like the thing is, like, it's more than that, right? So like so one example was I watched Parker, the debater. He was debating against Charlie Kirk at like a college campus, right? And Parker asked Charlie Kirk, like, "Hey, do you think that do you think that Elon Musk did the Schnazi symbol, right?" And like when you watch Elon Musk's speech, right, he clearly put his hand on his chest and stuck it out and did the
Yeah, but
Schnazi symbol, right? But like,
that's armchair psychology again. You're assuming
w-
his intended goal or
Yeah.
rhetoric.
we know. Wait, hold on. But like Charlie Kirk purposely did the symbol wrong to protect like Elon Musk. Whenever Charlie Kirk went to do the
That
symbol
again,
himself,
that's assuming intent. You can't assume intent.
Yeah,
we know, but
Coco.
like,
Here's the problem.
clearly there's deceit there,
Actually,
right?
this
Like,
is really serious. Actually, here, Coco, because I'm not saying I'm not making any normative judgments on you right here. Okay. But exactly what you are doing at this moment, when you look at the social psychology and the moral psychology and political science, okay, this is part of what has led us to this really, really hot place we are in America.
yeah, but can I say this, right?
Our political identities are so polarized at this point that like a simple gesture that could be interpreted in a particular way, right? It, instead of even being taking the time to charitably interpret the other side, we are more likely to interpret anything as malice on the other side.
Well, just in the context of what he said, like he said, it is not the schmatzi symbol. He said he was addressing people and then did the thing. So literally in his own words, he's saying, this is not a schmatzi symbol. I don't intend it as a schmatzi symbol. And then you're saying he intended it as a schmatzi symbol.
Wait, hold on. So like no, like there's a video of like Elon Musk. He was doing his speech, right?
Yeah, I
He
know
puts
the
his hand on.
context.
Yeah. But Charlie Kirk does this thing where he smiles and says Elon Musk did not do the Schnazi salute, and then when Charlie Kirk goes to do it, he does not do what Elon Musk does. You
Right.
play
He
the
also
clip
didn't have
side.
he also didn't have a video of Elon Musk.
Like-
And like you're saying that he had to do it exactly like the way he did it. Like he's in the moment. Like you're assuming a whole bunch
Yeah,
of
but
his hold on. You're assuming a whole bunch of his intention and not actually giving the principle of charity where he's saying this is not a schmatzi symbol. I don't think it's a schmatzi symbol. He's just doing it in this way. And because he didn't do it the exact mechanism that Elon did it, you are concluding that he is a schmatzi.
No. I'm not saying that he's a schmatzi, but I'm saying that like he has a big platform.
What did Charlie
He
Kirk
has-
have to do in order for you to see him as not guilty of the thing you're accusing him of in this moment?
We know, but like what I'm saying is that Charlie Kirk has a big platform. He has researchers, right? He does not get like deniability, right? He smiles and he does these
Okay.
things and says these things that put people's communities in danger.
Ignorance is not racism.
Coco,
No,
Coco, then
he's smiling and doing things that are putting people in danger, right? Like this is not a joke.
Coco,
He takes it as a joke.
if this is going to be the metric by which we like measure how much we hate people and whether or not their dignity that they're
What's that
inherently
over there?
due. What?
On the roof over there. What's that over there?
I can't see what's in your room.
Oh, hold on. Did I just do the Nazi sign, or what? Or did I just point at something?
Oh my
Wait,
gosh!
no, wait, hold on. No, wait. Be okay, guys. Be like.
Wait. Let me wait. This is really important. This is really important, Coco. If this is the metric, then I just expect you to be consistent because we have tons of political scientists right now that are fudging data.
And
They
and we
shouldn't be
can, like, in private, you and I've talked together in private before. I can prove it to you. We have a bunch of left-wing political scientists right now that are fudging data in
Yeah, that's
favor
bad.
for leftist ideology. So by that metric, should we hate them?
Yeah, if you're intentionally doing bad things that are putting people's communities in danger, yeah, you should hate them.
Okay, then
Yeah,
there are
so really
people
quick.
that represent.
Oh wait, wait, okay. So really quick, right? So like, Elon Musk does this thing. Charlie Kirk should have done the research and did the gesture exactly how Elon Musk does it. And like, if
That's such a
when
ridiculous thing to say.
wait,
He didn't
hold on,
mechanically
hold on,
move the exact way he did, so
just let me
therefore he's
finish. Just let me
racist?
finish. Wait, no. What I'm saying is that like, by not doing the research and you have the resources to do it and you have this big platform and you're covering for a guy who clearly did the Schnazi symbol, you're normalizing that it's okay to do the Schnazi symbol.
Okay,
He's
so I just want to be
laughing
clear.
and
I want to
putting
be
people
clear.
in danger.
I want to be
He
clear.
has
What you
responsibility with
think
his
Charlie
platform.
Kirk should have done is he should have sent his researchers out to discover the exact mechanism in which Elon Musk moved when he did the symbol. And then when he was
It's a
asked
clip.
the
People
question,
like it.
then when he asked the question and he emulated it, he was supposed to do the exact mechanism and method in doing it to make sure that he was conveying that he didn't actually think it was a Smotsy symbol.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
what you're
because
saying he had to do.
okay, like it's literally like a YouTube clip. He could have just watched the clip and done it exactly the way that Elon Musk did
Okay,
it.
so
but
what
by-
you're saying, he should have
doing
done
it
then is
drastically-
before he made the movement, he said, okay, let me pull it up, let me study the way Elon Musk moved. Now I know he moved. Now I'm going to move in the exact same mechanism Elon Musk did, and then make the claim that it's not a Smotsy symbol. That you're saying that's what he should have done to prove to the whole world he's not a racist.
well, like not prove that he's not a racist, but like don't you see that like his actions of misrepresenting
You're not
what
answering
Elon
my
Musk
question.
did?
Are you saying though that's what he
Okay.
had the responsibility to do, to advocate that he is not a racist? That he had the responsibility to pull up the video to make sure his body mechanics were exactly the same as Elon Musk's.
Yeah, to advocate that he's not covering for Schnaziism.
That's
So that is the
ridiculous.
most
let me-
insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, like wait, hold on,
Coco.
hold on, wait, hold on. Elon Musk did the Schnazi salute, and then Charlie Kirk's over here laughing at Jewish people who are in danger from
He's
these
saying
like
it's not the
far-right
Smotsy.
groups,
So
right?
his claim is
And
it's not
he
Smotsy.
doesn't- He says it's not the Schnazi salute, and then when he
Yes.
goes to do it, he misrepresents it completely, right? Like
But you don't
that's
know
not
that
okay.
was malicious.
You're
Here's
saying
the
that
thing,
he
Coco.
purposely did it. You're
Hold
saying
on.
he had a responsibility to go study, like to choreograph
Yeah,
his
if
There's
you're gonna
movements.
say
also
it's-
another social
That is
dynamic
insane.
missing here
Yes,
completely,
if you're going
by
to
the
say
way,
that it's
which
not
is
the Schnazi
hold on.
salute, you should probably watch the clip and do it correctly, right? Not like
That is
say it's not the Schnazi
insane.
salute
Coco,
and then
Coco,
misdo it.
I
Do not do it.
right now, I have a really hard time being convinced that there's anything that could actually change your mind on this, because just hypothetically speaking, okay, imagine that somebody imagine that you just did something that could potentially be called a dog whistle for being racist against a bunch of white people or something like that, right?
Yeah.
We'll say picking your nose is a dog whistle for saying like we don't like white people. I don't know, right? Hypothetically speaking, that's what's going on. And in a video, you picked your nose, and then people were like, "Oh, this dude, yeah, like he picked his nose. We know what that means, right?" And then say that you say publicly, "Well, no, I was just picking my nose, dude. Like that's it." And then somebody asked me, like, "Well, you know, Coco, like, what was he doing?" And I go, "He literally was just picking his nose, dude. Okay, but hey, in your video, you picked your left nostril, not your right nostril." Um, are people just insane in thinking that I'm doing some sort of moral wrongdoing at this point?
Like I understand what you're saying, right? Some like there are people who read into things and it might not be that thing. Like I agree, yeah, right? But like there are things that like
So what is the relevant difference in the picking the nose scenario in the Charlie Kirk one?
well because I know this is gonna be bad. This is probably gonna sound bad, right? But like
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. This
Wait,
is
wait,
insane.
No, because like if look, if I'm gonna say that like what Elon Musk did was not the Schnazi salute, right? One would think that I watched the video. For you to like not watch the video,
You're not
right?
asking about whether he watched it. You're saying he should have choreographed it to the exact movements. That's
Yeah,
insane.
you're saying that it's not the Schnazi salute, and then when you go to do it, you don't do what he did exactly, and you're
Because
pushing
his
this
arm
narrative.
wasn't the right
that,
angle.
I've seen the video. I don't know what he did
Let
exactly.
me ask you this. Let me
I
ask
can
you
show
this.
you. I
Is
can
it
turn on my
possible,
camera
for
and show you
instance,
what he
hold
did.
on. Is it possible, for instance, that Charlie didn't want to do the exact same salute because he knows that there are people out
Why would
there
that be?
that would hold on, let me finish. That he did not want to do that because he is not a Schnazi, and he knows that if he actually did the exact same salute, people would just clip it out of context and go, "Oh, you see, this is the proof.
Wait,
Charlie's a
hold on.
Schnazi." Like,
Wait, hold on.
no,
Wait, that's the thing, right? Like, if
is that a
Charlie Kirk doesn't
reasonable
want to do the
expectation?
salute,
Like, is that a reasonable thing to
then
think that somebody would be worried about happening to them in Charlie's situation?
yes. But if Charlie Kirk's afraid of doing the salute because, like, people might think he's a Schnazi, then maybe it was a Schnazi salute that Elon Musk did. If he doesn't want to do it exactly
Okay,
the way
and
Elon
just
Musk
like
did it.
this, and just like that, you have just proven my point that you just have an unfalsifiable position.
Wait.
Nothing will
You're saying
change your
Charlie Kirk
mind.
is. Wait, hold on. You're saying Charlie Kirk is afraid of doing the exact salute that Elon Musk did because he doesn't want to be like seen as a Schnazi. But that's the point. That's the point, right? Elon Musk did a Schnazi salute.
That's proving
and,
my
like, Charlie
point. That's
Kirk
proving
just
my
wanna do
point.
it.
There's so much social pressure from the left right now that we can't, like, that people on the right have to walk on eggshells with just some basic maneuvers that they
If
have.
your choreograph isn't right, you're a racist.
Here's the thing: he didn't do it, and that
and if it
then
is
you're
right,
saying
you're a
that makes
racist.
him.
Well, wait, we know, like, it's not that you have to walk on eggshells. It's just don't do the Schnazi.
If he had done it exactly right,
yeah.
he would have been mad too.
If he did the exact way that Elon Musk did, would you not just say that he just did a schmatzi symbol?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no. Like, if he did it exactly the way that Elon Musk did and said, like, no, Elon Musk did not do the Schnazi salute.
Okay,
I mean, like,
what is the
like, I can
upper
at least
and
give him
lower
credit that
bound,
he.
right? Like, because presumably, right, you're saying it has to be the. I think it's probably uncharitable, right? I'm not going to do the salute. So, like, let's just say this is the move that Elon Musk did, right? So if I want to say, hey, this salute, oh, sorry, the camera's not on. This salute, right, is the Schnazi symbol, right? That
Yeah.
Musk did. If I go, hey guys, all he did was go like this, or if I go, guys, all he did was go like that, am I just misrepresenting the facts?
No, you should have watched the video and choreographed it to a T, and you should have got hired a dance choreographer to teach you how to do it.
I don't think you're saying it has to be the exact angle and all this other
Wait,
stuff, right? But like,
wait, hold on. But like the thing is, like, if Elon Musk does the Schnazi salute
bathroom.
and then you don't do it the exact way that he did it, it would appear as if like you're normalizing Nazism and you're covering a Schnazi.
Literally wouldn't.
You're covering a Schnazi.
It's not
a gesture.
Coco. Fine. You know what? Here, let's just say we grant this. Then I just want you to be consistent, and I want you to universally right now condemn every single time a conservative has ever been called a fascist, a Schnazi, every single time that anybody on the right has been condemned for holding some sort of social political policy. Because otherwise, right now, you're normalizing that stuff, and you are then, in part, normalizing political violence.
We know the thing. I agree. There are people on the left who like call people on the right Schnazis, and they're not necessarily Schnazis in certain occasions, right? Like it really depends on like what they're saying and like what we're talking about. Yeah, I agree. Like the left calls conservatives fascist Schnazis, and sometimes it's a bit like excessive or like no, it's not the case. They're not fascist or Schnazis. But at the same time, like conservatives do the same thing to the left. They say that they're communist or socialist, and like they're not communist or socialist. I agree. Yeah, like both sides.
So there's a marked difference in the labeling. If you look at the political, go ahead. Sorry, John.
No, I wasn't trying to cut you guys. I just had it's a quick side note that I just had an idea in the washroom, and I just want to test your consistency. Did you listen to the last conversation I had where Buddy said all white people are ignorant?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, would you call him a racist?
Yeah, I would say that's racist.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. I just wanted to see.
Like that's actually really bad. you shouldn't say that all white people are ignorant. Like I
Yeah,
would not agree to
that's
that.
fine. I just wanted to see like if you had a consistent
Yeah.
viewpoint. All right, go ahead.
So I will be consistent, and I am universally condemning. Right. Well, let's actually pause there for a quick second, okay? There. First, I do want to point to a relevant difference. When conservatives call people on the left socialists, we're calling people socialists who are literally calling themselves socialists. There are people on the left that literally have parties that call themselves communists, right?
Wait, yeah,
Do we
there's also
have
people
anybody
right
on
that
the
call
right?
themselves.
Say
Wait,
again?
yeah, wait. So it's like on the Jubilee episode recently with that leftist, right? There were conservatives that called themselves fascist proudly. That's a thing. So like,
I agree.
it's the same thing for both sides.
But do we have
Yeah, and like,
do we have conservatives? And maybe I'm wrong here, right? Do we have conservatives that are literally marching down the streets calling themselves the fascist party?
well,
And do we and if we have
yes, actually.
and here's the other question really quickly, do we have conservatives that are unironically calling themselves fascists? Because I don't know about
Yes,
the
we
Jubilee thing,
do.
right? But like I know I know of some conservatives that like will be like, you know what, fine, I'm a fascist. But like really what they're doing is just going, the word's lost its meaning, if that's what you really mean. If that's the label you're gonna put on me.
Wait, actually, but like actually to answer your question, yes, we do. There have been like white supremacists who've marched down the street. They say that they support the conservative party, and they have torches, and they're chanting like fascist things and labeling themselves as fascists. There are people who identify with that fully,
I'm careful with when you say fascist things because, like, according to you, somebody's choreograph is not right, therefore they're a schmaltzy. So I'm very curious what are fascist things.
Wait, no. They're protecting schmaltzyism when you misrepresent what someone did. That's clearly a schmaltzy salute.
Yeah, your whole argument is that you're assuming his rhetoric.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm miscommunicating this probably in the wrong way or something, or maybe I'm missing something here.
I just think you have an unreasonable. What I think is happening is you have an unreasonable expectation of people in the opposite tribe in relation to people in your tribe.
Wait, no, like I hold both tribes to the same accountability, right? Like let's say like.
So hold on. So for instance, we I'm not going to name names. We have people though in the left who have engaged in very, very dangerous rhetoric towards people on the right.
I agree.
Where is this outrage?
Yeah, they shouldn't do that, right? So like I think like the people who are celebrating the Charlie Kirk unalived, we shouldn't celebrate people getting schmott, right?
I'm talking about political leaders. I'm talking about political leaders. I'm not just talking about the celebration at this point, okay? Because sociologically speaking, there is a marked difference, right, in calling somebody a socialist and calling somebody a fascist or a Schnazi. I can send you the literature if you want on this, Coco. Hold on. I can send you the literature if you want on this. But the long story short is that these labels of fascist and Schnazi and all these other things place delegitimizing labels on the opposite side such that you become morally disengaged from the opposite political party, and now you therefore have galvanized political violence against them.
Well, yeah,
because
but
they're an
like
existential threat. It's
well, yeah, but
easier,
like
for instance, it's easier to be responsible for the unaliving of Schmittler than it is to be the unaliving of a nun. But if you can make a nun look like Schmittler, right?
Oh, sorry. Like I don't know when you're ending your sentences. I'm like interrupting in the pauses. My bad. I'm actually really sorry.
No, you're good. But you get the point. The labels that the left predominantly gives people on the right is just statistically speaking more dangerous than a label like socialist, which people on the left literally just call themselves.
Well, yeah, but like again, like people on the right call themselves like fascists and stuff, and also like historically, there was a bunch of propaganda
and
against.
we universally condemn them. I feel like.
Yeah. But like, historically, there has been like propaganda against communism and socialism. There was the Red Scare, right? And we were against like communist countries. So when you call somebody a communist or socialist, it does get right people to disengage from like the left, and it also puts some people in the left in danger, right? So I think it's the same. It's the same way both ways,
I don't.
right? Like get rid of the
I.
socialists, get rid of the
I.
communists. You know?
Here's the problem. I just don't think that the statistics and the political science actually supports this idea. Predominantly speaking, the conservatives are the ones that are on the receiving end of political violence.
What are you talking about?
And
There were conservatives that celebrated Nancy Pelosi's like husband getting a hammer thrown at him. There were conservatives that were reenacting the kneeling of George Floyd, right? Like it's both sides. Like there are conservatives cheering on the
I
deaths
don't.
of like
Let me ask you this,
witnesses, and
Coco.
also cheering on the deaths of black.
Let's assuming I am right when I tell you that statistically speaking, it is the right that is on the receiving end of political violence, and it is the left who is the perpetrators of political violence in most cases. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen from the right. I'm just saying the statistical frequency by which it happens from the left towards the right is markedly higher. If I'm right there,
Yeah.
okay.
Wait,
Do you
but
think
also
that
like,
both sides? Well, wait, hold on. If I'm right
Just
there, do you think that
real
both
quick to the
sides?
chat. I've got people in the chat asking to move on. If you guys want us to move on, you got to go vote. Right? We don't move on until the vote hits a certain point.
Okay.
Go ahead.
wait, but also wait,
Do
really quick, like,
wait,
okay.
let me land this plane really quick. If I'm right there, do you think that both siding the equation is actually healthy and helpful?
If your statistics are correct, then I don't think it would be helpful. But I think like, but I know I'm gonna I know I'm gonna say like I think, right? But I'd have to see those statistics because Trump was literally cheering on people mailing pipe schmoms to Democrats, right? I see the same thing on both sides. People were cheering on George Floyd's unalivement, and they were doing this trend online where they would kneel on their friend's neck, and they were, doing that as well. People cheered on
I
like
agree. It's
a
horrible.
hammer being thrown at Nancy Pelosi's husband's face, right? Both sides are doing the same thing, and I would say both sides need to knock it off. Both sides need to calm down.
I agree. I agree with this, right? And that's totally congruent with what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, right now, in the political climate that we're in, with how heated things are, both siding thing is not helpful. Like, I'm not going to go up to a victim of domestic violence and tell the woman, "Hey, well, like, you were part of it too."
No, I think both sizing it is helpful because like the Republicans have had a
right,
history of
Voted off that one.
Huh?
Voted off that
okay.
one.
My friend, you've been voted off. I appreciate
Sorry,
you.
Coco.
Appreciate
If you ever
being
want to talk
cordial.
privately, bro, just hit me up, okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you guys for having me on. I enjoyed the conversation. I hope we can speak in the future. Actually, Big John, I would love to have you on a debate on my platform. I host professional debates if you're ever interested.
How much you gonna pay me?
How much do you want me to pay you? I can literally work my job and save up and pay you.
$500 for one introduction. That's all I'll give you.
Wait, can I pay you $500 for an hour?
No,
An introduction.
just send me a DM and we'll talk about it.
Okay, absolutely. I follow you.
You don't have to pay me.
Okay, but I would work hard to get you on my panel, and also, yeah, I follow you, and follow me back, and we can communicate.
All right, man. Appreciate you. God bless.
Thank you.
I need to hold on.
He needs a little jam session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we got today is if your choreograph isn't right, if you raise your shoulder a little bit when you should have dropped it, you're a schmotsy. Right there. There's our schmotsy symbol from Than right there. He's just giving it. That's a racist dog whistle. He raised both his hands straight up into the air, ladies and gentlemen.
It literally proved the point when Than didn't. Can you turn that down a little bit?
No, I'm jamming. Both of you guys I don't need to hear anything that either one of you say. I'm jamming. We're gonna turn it up. I need to get hyped. I got so bored after that last bit. All right. What did you say?
It literally proved the point when Than didn't want to do the salute, because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
True facts.
Money, money, money.
Speaking of which, we got to do some super chats before we move on to the next one. Also, can we talk about how handsome Than is just for a quick second? Just a quick second.
Were you just talking trash on my mustache, bro?
It looks so good. It really does, actually. I wish Abby let me have one. It's thick too. Like my mustache, see how it like stops? Yours goes like all the way up.
Mm.
Like if you shaved just right here on your mustache.
See, people just don't know what to do with me because I'm not dark enough to not be white, but I'm not white enough to not be dark.
Alicio came with $5. Says, been a while since I've caught a live stream. Can I get a money? You can absolutely get a money. If I can find the button, there it is. Money. I got you. Nicholas Colbert came in with $5. Says they hated him for making them aware of the racist behavior, abandonment of morality, blatant double standards, and a level of indoctrination. YCC says, hey, I would like to come up and point out some of the false narratives from your callers about Charlie. Only if you agree. If not, keep up the good work. I want to keep it open to disagreeers, but thank you so much for your support. Nikolai says, my friend is convinced the Jews killed Charlie Kirk. Can you explain this like I'm five heckin' gooners? Like he has the burden of proof. Like all the evidence shows that this was just a distraught individual. That's all the data shows. If he's going to say it's the Jews, he's got the burden of proof. Brian Larson came in $10. Says, in my school, my friends and I looked forward to the school's Pizza Friday. Not because we didn't have lunch. We just wanted pizza. I disagree with Charlie. Charlie's disagreement does not equal hatred. Again, I think that we should have food in schools. Whether it should be government funded, I don't know. But I think it should be there just in case kids don't have food. It's just a nice gesture. It's just a Christian thing to do.
I was a recipient of government assisted food. I grew up poor. Okay. And the school that I went to gave me free lunches.
Yeah. I'm for it.
The thing is that now that they don't want to, sorry, if you're not done.
No, go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry. There's somewhat of a lag because I'm using AirPods. I'm sorry.
I just because they don't want to single out those children that actually need lunch. So then they provide everybody food. And we're just forking out money.
Yeah.
But like most of the kids are they just want a snack because kids like snacks.
Yeah, the program that I was in, they made sure they looked at my parents' income and everything.
You're old now. Yeah, they don't have programs like that anymore. You can't make people have hurt feelings anymore. Ripley comes in with $5. Says you can say whatever you want. The responsibility is on the individual on how to properly react. You're basically arguing MLK should have been silent. Testing the text with Fresh Bueller. We still got to do something, man. Send me another email to remind me.
It's there. We can it's on my brain. I've just been letting you have.
We
some
blame
time.
Abby.
No,
is your camera
nice.
one arm length away from you? Oh.
Wait, you didn't see that coming?
No, I didn't.
Jack, clip that.
Oh my word.
Thank you for the galaxy. We appreciate you. Came in and wants a money. You got me clipped. Therefore, I'm a racist. Please don't misrepresent this. He's just waving at me, guys. He's just waving. That's all he's doing. That's all he's doing, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness gracious. All right, let's bring in a next guest. I think we got spammed.
Spammed? What do you mean?
So I have it set up so there's a queue when people join in the other area that we're not allowed to say because TikTok's sensitive. Sometimes people will troll and just spam accounts and it won't bring through the queue, so I've got to click through so many. Ollie, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
All right, man. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
So I'm not Christian.
Great.
But I want to talk about how Charlie has betrayed Christianity.
Okay, but did you hate him?
He's hypocritical. So I think as a Christian yourself,
you should hate him. Did you hate him?
Oh, whoa. We're not supposed to hate people as Christians.
Okay, that's not okay, not hate then, but severely disagree with what he was teaching.
Yeah, but did you hate him?
Yeah, I don't like his political beliefs. I don't like his beliefs. I think he was offensive. But
Okay.
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, cool.
because
Why
obviously
did you hate him?
I thought it was offensive. I thought I don't agree
Offensive?
with his abortion take, what his views on women's rights were, but specifically I thought it was hypocritical, which
Okay, so
I
you
think
hate
is
him because
is
he's
a thing.
offensive?
I don't like him because he was offensive. No, because I
So
was offended by
that's
his
a
beliefs.
so being offended is a reason to hate somebody?
No, not necessarily. But
But
I
you said you
think
hated
if
him because
someone,
he's offensive.
I think if his beliefs were sincere, as in if he was a proper Christian who thought because abortion's wrong in the Bible, therefore I'm not going to believe that abortion's correct.
What?
But the problem with Charlie
I've never
is
heard
that
I've never heard Charlie Kirk use the Bible to argue for or against abortion, right? He usually uses a secular standard.
I thought that all his beliefs come from Christianity. That's what he said himself. He said
Yeah,
that before
he's
everything,
a
I am a
Christian.
Christian.
That is a foundation of everything. Like it's
Yeah,
all built off the foundation of Christianity. But he never
right.
used the Bible to argue for abortion. And you're just saying he did.
He did, yeah.
No, he didn't.
His belief was on the fundamental reason that
Yeah, there's a
every
fundamental difference between saying something like, "Hey, I believe this is like the fundamental building block of my belief," and then going, "Hey, I'm going to set that aside for a second and engage you on neutral ground and argue for this thing independent of that."
Like I argue pro-life all the time. I never use the scripture or my belief in God to argue for pro-life.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But do you think that his beliefs in abortion, etc., come from his Christianity, and then he defends it with other
That's
beliefs?
irrelevant, right?
Can we just
That's
cut through?
complete.
Wait, okay,
Yeah.
look, can we just cut through this and can you just land the plane?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
let's just
that's
say
my
that
point. Anyway,
that's what
the
it
point is
came from.
relevant
Who
because
cares?
we agree with abortion. I disagree with abortion. He agrees with abortion. That's relevant. Whatever. We're never going to agree on that, and that doesn't matter. The point
So
is,
you
I think
hate
the reason
everybody that's
why.
pro-life?
Sorry.
You hate everyone that's pro-life?
No, that doesn't matter. I don't hate him because of that.
Okay.
It's the
Why do you hate him?
hypocrisy I'm talking about. When Charlie talks about abortion and all these kind of conservative beliefs, like homosexuality, etc., specifically homosexuality, actually, because it's not.
Are we talking about abortion or
reason.
homosexuality? Pick a point.
Oh, it's both. I'm not talking about, that's not my point anyway. Let me just finish this point. Those beliefs come from Christianity. So when he defends the Bible and homosexuality, he says Jesus is the Son of God, and therefore we need to follow the Bible's beliefs, etc.
Dude, what the fuck are you
The problem
talking about?
is,
Like land the
the problem
plane.
is when Charlie talks about other conservative beliefs, he then ignores the Bible's teachings. For example, immigration and tax.
Okay, so
one.
you hate him. You hate him because he ignores certain teachings in the Bible?
No, my point is that you should hate him.
But that's not the question. What's the topic? Why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
Okay. My point is hypocritical then. Because
okay, so
if
you
he's
hate
saying that we
hypocrites.
shouldn't have-
Okay, I'm a hypocrite. Do you hate me? I
Yeah.
know I'm a hypocrite in some way, shape, or form.
How
Do
are
you
you
hate me?
hypocritical? How are you hypocritical? Why do you
I
hate
am a
people then?
Christian, and I say that we should love our enemies, and I say that we should not be aggressive towards our enemies or any of that kind of stuff. And I'm also openly always talk about the fact that my natural disposition is I'm kind of a dick. John knows this firsthand. Okay. I try really hard not to be, but I just am.
So he's a hypocrite.
That's
So you
not a
hate him?
hypocrite.
He is a hypocrite. He preaches not to be a
Your
dick, but he
intentions.
is a
It's due to
dick.
your intentions. It's due to your intentions. So, for example, if you said no one should ever be a dick, and then you went out of your way to be a dick to someone,
he
that would be
does.
hypocritical. But if you
I do. Sometimes I do.
then that's hypocritical, yes.
So do you
who
hate him?
Yeah. So do you hate me?
We all hate hypocrites. Do you
Do
not
you hate
hypocrites?
fans specifically?
No, I know a bunch of hypocrites. I don't hate any. I don't have any hatred towards anybody.
We have to bring back to the fundamental reason of hate then. So is there any left wing like big person like
I don't
Antenna
hate
Sexual
anybody
that
on
you
the
hate?
left. I don't hate anybody on the left. I've had people that I was really good friends with from the left that have, after the Charlie Kirk assassination happened, literally have told me that they would celebrate my death if I died, if I was unalive, just like Charlie Kirk.
Do you hate them?
And I still don't hate them. No.
Okay, fine, yeah.
I'm
So
very sad about. I'm
who do
very
you hate?
sad about. I don't hate anybody.
Okay, sure, but that's the problem with the actual premise of the question then, because no one, unless you get someone who knows Charlie Kirk in real life.
You said you
get someone
hated
who has-
him. That doesn't matter. We don't have to hate people
Okay,
for
fine.
you to hate
Okay,
people.
okay,
You
okay.
said you
Supposed to
hate him.
say-
Why do you
fair
hate
enough.
him?
Fair enough. Okay, probably just dislike based on what I've seen, because I don't know him personally enough to hate him. Hate's quite an extreme measurement. Probably the guy who shot him didn't, in my word, hate him. It was probably just an extreme dislike based on what he saw. But to hate someone, I feel like you have to know them in real life.
No, you don't have.
But anyway,
okay, do you hate Smittler?
I don't know him.
Okay, hold on. I want you to say with your chest that you do not hate Schmittler. Go ahead.
You have to have an impersonal relationship with someone to hate someone.
Okay, so you do not hate Schmittler because you never met him?
For example, your co-podcaster or your friend or whatever, said he hates no one.
I'm fine saying I don't hate him, but that's also just consistent with the idea that I just don't hate people.
Yeah, we have the sorry, go ahead.
I mean, Schmittler stood for. Sorry.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the problem with the question is that
no, our worldview is that we don't hate people, or we try our best not to. Sometimes we fail at that, but our goal is to not hate anybody, including our enemies. Your worldview is you can hate people. That's the difference.
So you don't hate Hitler?
No.
Okay, I don't hate Hitler.
Why don't you hate Hitler?
Because I don't think, like you said, I don't think you hate anybody. I think it's just an objective view. But
okay, so then you don't hate Charlie Kirk.
I disagree with him, and based on his we say he's hypocrite. Fine, we'll just change the question. Is he a hypocrite?
Is he a hypocrite?
Based on Christianity,
I don't know. Yes. Probably, yeah. Most likely, I think everybody's a hypocrite to a
certain extent. No, not about everything. Fine, sure. Say everyone's a hypocrite, but would you say based on his? Charlie Kirk says himself that all his points, and Jesus is first. So all his points come from Christianity, come from the Bible. His view on abortion, homosexuality, etc., come from Christianity only.
He never said that.
He did. He says that if he dies, he wants to be remembered as a Christian.
Yeah, that's not saying every viewpoint that he ever has comes from.
Let's just say he said that. Okay, now what?
Okay, now
what?
Why? Now he mentions immigration specifically. Focus on immigration if you like. Immigration is not gone against in the Bible. Now, if all of his beliefs come from Christianity, and everything he follows comes from Christianity, then why would he talk about immigration so much?
Why doesn't make him a so the Bible doesn't speak about immigration, and he has an opinion about immigration, so that makes him a hypocrite?
Yes.
How? Oh my word.
Okay, look, let's just say we grant your incredibly flawed reasoning here.
Explain
now
why.
What?
Explain why it's flawed first.
What? No, I'm just saying. Like, what is your conclusion here? Like, what does this get you?
That you basically ignore everything else he said, because if he has no moral backing for his opinions, it's not reason, it's not logic. For example, he only says homosexuality is only wrong. He says it's only wrong because of the Bible.
What did he say was bad?
So it's okay to celebrate his assassination because
it's not natural according to God's creation.
Okay, so where are you getting your foundation from?
Logic.
So what is illogical about what he did? Give me the contradiction.
Okay, homosexuality, first of all. If you're saying that I think there's not enough evidence for God yet. There's not enough logical
that's not a contradiction.
It is because you have the problem with arguing against homosexuality or arguing against immigration or tax, etc.
Which one? Pick a topic, man. Is it homosexuality? Is it immigration? These are different topics. You can't jump back and forth from one to the other. They're different arguments, different topics. Pick a topic. Which one are we doing?
Fine, we can do homosexuality.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk was Charlie. So just to be clear, what is Charlie Kirk's view on homosexuality? What is it?
It's based on.
No. What is it? Not what is it based on? What is his view?
He's anti-homosexuality based on the idea that God's.
That's not a view. What is the view?
That's his view. It's wrong. It's immoral.
Okay, so does he think like Charlie? Does he think like gay people shouldn't have rights? Does he think gay people should be thrown off a cliff? What is his view on homosexuality?
He thinks that gay people shouldn't get married according to the Christian foundation of marriage because it goes against.
Okay, what laws did he try to pass that prevented that? How did he try to stop it? What exactly did he do?
Well, what's your point about that? The law?
Well, because as far as I know, Charlie Kirk had many people who worked for him, who he supported, who he uplifted and brought into positions of prosperity, who were homosexual. So he
Okay.
just disagreed with a specific thing in their lifestyle. He's like, well, okay, I don't think homosexuality is right in the eyes of God. What's the issue here?
Because that's because why do you think people followed Charlie Kirk?
What?
Why do you think people followed Charlie Kirk? Why do people see him as such an inspirational person?
There's lots of reasons, but you're dodging my question.
Because the problem with it is that you're leading to people to persecute homosexuality based on
How is he leading people to persecute homosexuality when he's literally uplifting homosexual people?
He said it was wrong. He said homosexuality is wrong. Yes, he did.
I didn't say no. I said so.
So that's you're basing something that's wrong based on no logic. You're just leading
Okay,
to.
so you're persecuting us then, I'm assuming, right? If we're just going to follow that same logic, right?
No, I'm not saying conservatives are
you're
wrong.
saying that we are wrong as Christians, and so therefore now we are being persecuted by you, right? Yeah.
No. You're not wrong for being Christians. When did I say that?
Well, Christianity, a fundamental aspect of Christianity is believing that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
So are you persecuting us or no?
No, because you're not. Because I'm saying that it's fine.
Are we wrong to believe that?
That's why my point has to be about the whole thing, because that's fine. Even saying homosexuality is wrong because of your Christian beliefs is fine.
That's all Charlie Kirk did.
You have to be consistent then.
That's all he did. All he did was say it was wrong. He didn't advocate against them. He didn't fight against them. He didn't do anything against them. He just said it's wrong.
Maybe this will help. What is your conclusion?
Yes, fine. Okay. My whole conclusion is that if Charlie says that Christianity was the reason for his beliefs, then he should be consistent in that belief. He should be against tax. He should be for tax and for immigration.
Tax?
Yes.
I'm not asking for that conclusion. Presumably there is something you want us to say that is like relevant and that you've changed our minds
fine.
Relative to the point of the video, the stream that we're doing. What is that conclusion? What would you like us to say?
Yeah, fine. That's fair. Do you think Charlie was a hypocrite, number one?
Yes.
And do you think Charlie's Christianity views controlled his opinions, or is it because of hate? Or just conservative belief?
What? That's not even a real question. That's a loaded question.
Do his views come from Christianity?
Do you know what a false
or do
dichotomy
they come from conservative?
Do you know what a false dichotomy is?
Fine, that's not whatever. Do his views come from hypocrisy?
So you do wait, that's a simple yes or no, bro. Like you're sitting here talking about how like Christianity's not logical and there's no evidence. I asked you a simple like philosophy 101 question there.
Yeah. It's a false comparison, you're saying.
No, that's not what a false dichotomy is. A false comparison is when I have two different things and I'm comparing them, but there's not a real comparison there. A false dichotomy is something different. Is when you present us with two choices, but those aren't the only two choices.
Is Stan up here because he is gay or because he really likes the way my face looks?
No. Hang on.
No, answer the question. Is Stan up here because he's gay or he thinks I'm really handsome? Which one?
Charlie would say that his beliefs.
Well, hold on. Answer the question. Is Stan up here because he's gay or because he really thinks I'm handsome?
What?
Exactly.
Okay. Anyway. Do you think that Charlie's...
Man, listen, part of having an honest dialogue with each other is like admitting when you're wrong.
But hang on,
can you give me that
you haven't
courtesy?
said your opinion yet. You haven't said your opinion yet. One just simple question. Do you think Charlie's beliefs come from Christianity? The Bible? It's not true.
I think the foundation of what Charlie is built off being a Christian.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, but everybody has a philosophical foundation.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That does not entail that every single belief he has. Hold on. That does not entail every single belief he has is in virtue of Christianity. For instance, I am a Christian. That is the fundamental feature of how I view the world.
Right.
But that does not inform the belief that I have that if I jump in front of a moving car, it's going to break my bones.
Sure, that's a logical comparison, but not a moral judgment.
We're not even talking
about
moral. We're just talking
I
about...
am a Christian. I am a Christian. But when I was an atheist, I still believed that unaliving another person unjustifiably is wrong.
Yeah. Right. So then, do your beliefs come from the point? Is that that's point of moral objectivity, right? The point of Christianity is that you can say killing someone is wrong.
Unaliving.
Oh, unaliving. Sorry, unaliving someone.
We don't say that in Christianity. You don't say it's wrong. Full stop. We say schmurder is wrong.
You do.
No, we don't.
Thou shalt not kill.
Yeah, in the context of schmurder, because if you read the next 613 commandments outside
The
of
Hebrew
that,
is literally about.
Yeah, it tells you that in situations where you can unalive people.
In self-defense, sure. Or
right, so schmurder is wrong. Not
But anyway, that's
unaliving.
I really appreciate the fact that every single time you get caught, you're just like, okay, but anyway.
But the point is that's not my argument.
How many times does that have to happen? How many times does it wait, how many times do we have to do this until you've can just admit some fault somewhere?
Okay, fine. So we've said that Charlie Kirk's beliefs come from Christianity, yes. They're from Christianity.
No. The foundation of how the foundation of how Charlie Kirk builds his worldview starts on the basis that he is a Christian. Just like on the foundation of how you build your worldview is going to be based off your specific philosophy. I don't know, maybe you're an atheist. If you're an atheist, you're going to start on that foundation. You're going to build your worldview off of that.
Yeah. So as a Christian, this is not a trap question. As a Christian, do you think you should make moral judgments, value judgments based on the Bible?
The Bible is not a rule book. That's not what the Bible is. The Bible gives you guides, right? Gives you case study that you can use to interpret how you negotiate with morality that's written on our hearts.
Right. But do you think you should try your best to follow Jesus' teachings, or how you think God would want you to act?
Your best bet is to try to emulate Jesus as you emulate Paul, because Paul emulated Jesus.
But would you say that's the best? What you just said is the best way.
Your goal is to try to emulate Jesus.
Holy crap, dude!
How many times I gotta say it?
Are you just going to ignore the fact for the last 2,000 years Christians have been engaged in normative ethical discussions and come to different conclusions? Like, for instance, I'm a Christian, but I'm a virtue ethicist. Okay.
Yeah.
He's been voted off.
You're asking a question about normative ethics. The Bible doesn't teach
you've been voted off the island. Appreciate your time. God bless. He left on his own. Than, I can see the vein growing in your head.
He's got Than rubbing his forehead. You know it's bad.
I'm trying to be gentle, dude, but these.
Do you see why I cuss people out sometimes? When you text me, it's like you're so sexy that you're angry. Do you understand now? Do you understand now?
What?
You texted me on
Dude,
Wednesday.
Honestly, look, I actually don't understand this. I understand when people when I understand you being sexy when you're angry. I've had people be like, I like angry Than, and I'm like, no, I don't know.
I like angry Than.
I don't know.
When you were getting spicy with Dean, I watched the whole thing, bro. I loved every minute of it. It was great. It was
Dude,
great.
did you? I'm gonna send you I'll text you a video. I made Sijuwadi crack.
Big beefy
very small moment. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring up the next guest. I'm going to pick this guest just because of their name. Come on, please be there. Because their name is I'm Too Handsome for This. And it's a great name. All right, I don't think they're connecting.
Darn.
Let's try this guy. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm good, and I'm 29.
All right, bro. Why did you hate Charlie Kirk?
So I would say hate is a little too strong, but very dislike. And the reason why I dislike is I think that he spread false narratives about Black people.
Okay, so he lied about. So is he a racist?
From the false narratives, I would conclude so.
Okay, you conclude that Charlie is a racist. Okay, substantiate your claim.
Okay, so my claim would be that basically, for example, say he's saying about the Blacks commit this amount of crime. So say they do the 50% or 55% of crime, yet they make up 13% of
58%.
the population. Okay, ballpark, yeah. So now, he says that, right? But they make up 13% of the population, somewhere around there. Now, with that, we know there's also stats that show that blacks are also the most exonerated. And also that stat that comes from the FBI, it's all alleged and it's not like fully convictions. That's
Okay.
another thing.
So I'm
Um,
gonna grant you that he was wrong about the statistics. Like I'm just gonna grant that argument. How does that make him a racist?
okay, so here's what I'll say and make it racist. So I'm gonna give an analogy if that's
Hmm.
cool. Um um let's say, and I don't hate Greeks or anything, but let's just use Greeks, right?
Why are you using Greeks?
Okay.
Why are you picking Greeks?
Because I have a friend who's Greek and he loves Charlie Kirk, so I was just thinking Greek. That's the first off my head. I could pick any other race.
Than's
I'm
full
Greek.
on
I'm
Greek,
Greek,
and
so
I'm
go ahead.
partially Greek. But go ahead.
Are you partial?
I'm first
Okay.
generation.
Should I?
I'm first
If it
generation.
makes
Yeah.
you, maybe.
They're,
Okay.
they're
So
You're
just
not
maybe it
gonna
might.
offend me, dude. I am the
no, they're
Okay.
not
hardest
Okay.
offended.
person
It's
in the
just a
world
joke.
to offend.
Okay. So okay. So let's maybe say like okay. Let's maybe this could be even
No,
better
no,
that
let's
you
use
guys are
Greeks. I love
partially.
it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Um.
What's the best part about a Greek? They
Let's
never
see.
leave their
One of
friends
the best things.
behind. They
That's
never
true. They're
leave their
mad
friends
loyal.
behind.
That's true. My friend is pretty loyal, even though we disagree on the Charlie Kirk stuff. He he. Walk with him.
Oh man, John was making a joke about
All right, go ahead.
the
Make your
Elzu.
analogy. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So and this is a hypothetical fake analogy. I'm not saying this about Greeks. Let's just say, okay, so like a Charlie Kirk figure or as popular, and I go to use the bathroom. Let's say that Greeks 80% of like let's say I go to use the bathroom and this Greek guy comes in, he doesn't use the bathroom. I mean, use the bathroom, he doesn't wash his hands, right?
Hmm.
So then I say, hey, he didn't wash his hands. But then I go do research because I that's what I do. I debate people for to make bread and all this stuff. I do research. Oh wow, 80% of Greeks don't wash their hands.
Yep.
But then I do more research because when you research things, there's a lot of nuances too. And then I see, oh well, they Greeks actually have another way of cleaning their hands that is just as effective, if not more effective, to get rid of the bacteria on their hands. But
Right.
then I go on a debate, then I go on a big platform, and then I say, hey guys, just want to let you know the statistics show that 80% of Greeks don't wash their hands. And then I don't say any more stats after that. I don't elaborate anymore. I don't give no more nuances. I just say that. So now say my I go now say I meet one of you guys and you guys are Greek and then like, hey, what's up, bro? And you try to dap me up, and then I'm like, y'all don't wash your hands, y'all very or something like that. It kind of like spews the narrative of you
Yeah, yeah.
guys
So
in
so
a
I
bad light.
Yeah,
understand,
yeah.
and
So
there's a whole bunch of
I
problems.
think this is actually
There's a whole bunch
funny
of problems.
because I'm a Greek dude. Okay, I know more often than not the Greeks I interact with. I know they're dirty and and they're not washing their hands, bro. Okay, I'm serious. As a
Okay.
Greek man, I know. I like my
Right.
experience with my fellow Greeks.
He froze. All right,
Frost?
yeah, he froze. So I'll just continue.
Oh, you frost.
Um,
Okay,
so
okay.
let me point out one of the reasons I think this is kind of flawed. First of all, is you're saying he found another way or other methodology.
Minutes?
You'd have to prove to me that Charlie discovered that other methodology and then just chose purposely to admit it.
Well, I would say, how would he, if you're debating this stuff, right? And and it's a big platform, you come prepared to these things to debate these things. So if you're doing all that, you know, why wouldn't you have did the thorough research? Why are you just going off the first thing you see? If you see
Yeah, but
something that's like, this
that's
is,
not your analogy. Your analogy is that they found the research. That's what you said.
you don't, but if he's debating people that's saying like the stats back to him, you don't think he goes and research and double checks his research when he's going to debate? Because if he's going to go to debate
Right,
someone,
but
he's going to
again, you're just
argue
doing
those
armchair
things.
psychology. You're saying that he should have known because he could have known and he possibly known and obviously he known. Like you're not giving me any actual data that says that he found this other information and purposely chose to admit it.
Okay, that's fair to say that. Another thing I could say that I think is racist then for what he was doing is what he said about Haitians and saying that,
About
oh,
what? Asians or
Haitians.
Haitians?
No,
Haitians.
Haitians,
Patients
Caribbean,
with an
the
H.
Caribbean, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
with the H, yeah, yeah.
Okay, what do you say
Um,
about them?
Said, oh, they're gonna getting them in this country, they're gonna be raping our daughters and stuff.
You can't use that word.
Oh, raping, my fault. Sorry,
Grape.
rape. Yeah,
How do you?
they'll rape our
Okay.
daughters.
Okay. Let's. I have the source here. Let's listen to it.
Yeah, it's a very important question. I'm going to play a piece of tape here in a second, but this is by design. The Harris Biden regime, they are stuffing foreigners in the reddest communities across the country, in small town red America. I think partially as revenge. Blake might not agree with this, but I think that they get like off on this sinister, like we're going to go send the Haitians into red America.
Maybe a bit of that.
I think there's an element there. You can't convince me. I have no evidence of that, but it's just gut instinct. I'm not going to get into what states can do to resist this yet because I want to win the election and do this properly through the federal government. If we lose in November, it's going to get very, very messy. I'm just going to be honest. Like it's going to get messy of states being,
especially if they start packing the courts. Then you really have to start thinking like, okay, what are we going to do about like this truly out of control, wants it all?
Do we have a country at that point? I don't want to get there yet, Emily. But Emily, just so we're clear, the Haitians that are in Huntsville that are raping your women and hunting you down at night, it's only going to get worse unless Donald Trump wins. A new report from Fox News shows that across the border, 13,000 people convicted of murder, 15,000 people convicted of rape on the non-detained list, meaning they're currently roaming free around our country. So right now, roaming free on the interior of the United States are 13,000 convicted murderers, 15,000 convicted rapists, and they're having a field day, and they're coming for your daughter next. Let's play cut 183.
According to a letter that the acting director of ICE just sent to Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez, on ICE's non-detained docket, they're currently tracking 425,000 non-citizens who have been convicted of a crime. Of that number, over 13,000 non-citizens have convictions for homicide and are on the non-detained docket, meaning they're roaming the country right now. On top of that, there are another 15,811 non-citizens convicted of sexual assault who are roaming the country right now on ICE's non-detained docket. It doesn't stop there. Those are convictions. The ICE director also says there are currently just under 1,900 non-citizens on the non-detained docket who have pending homicide charges who are roaming the country, and another 4,250 non-citizens who have pending sexual assault charges who are roaming the country on the non-detained docket.
I want you to understand this. That means that they're coming across the border, they run a background check or someone knows, and then they say, just have fun. That's what that means. That means that we know who they are. And then we just release them into the interior and say...
It just shocks me, like the level of control you can have over...
So where did he say that? I can't hear you when you're out of the app, by the way.
Sorry, my fault. I think I can pull up a source where he says it. So 1 second. I think there's something about Albert Tribune.
What?
There's something about Albert Lee Tribune where he's...
I can't hear you when you're out of the app. So if you're coming back and forth, I can't hear you, man.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. I think there's something about Albert Tribune where he says it. I think
Okay, well, I need to actually hear him say it or read,
so if I can,
read something he wrote.
Okay, so if I can grab that and then... So 1 second, if you don't mind.
Look it up. I'll try to look it up.
Abby?
I can't really find anything.
Charlie Kirk, Albert Lee. What was it? Albert Lee interview.
Haitians?
Somebody's still hung up on the fact that Greeks don't wash their hands.
Nah, bro. Look, okay, yeah. To land my plane there really quickly, right? Like, if it's not like, at least I wouldn't take it to be racist if somebody else had the same experience that I did and was like, "Dan, do you wash your hands, bro?" Like, I think it's funny.
There's a reason when I enter a Greek room, I put my back to the wall and I just walk around.
That's well, I think it's a little bit worse when it's about like crime and um now like
Well,
maybe
look,
people are viewing me in a certain way with that.
so here's the problem.
Yeah.
Again, I'm happy to concede for sake of conversation, right?
Okay. Yeah.
If Charlie was wrong about the statistics or something like that, okay? Where do we make the logical leap from he was wrong about the statistics if he was wrong to he was a racist?
Because pushing it's pushing a narrative about people in a bad light.
That doesn't make you so
And
Okay,
racist, though. It
so
just makes you mistaken.
yeah, that doesn't make you a racist. Like right now,
if you
I
if
am
you if
pushing
you,
I am pushing the narrative. I am pushing the narrative, okay? That typically speaking, Gen X and above generation Greeks tend to not wash their hands and they have pretty
Racist.
jobless behavior.
and that is and you're always pushing on Greeks. What if there's other groups of people that also do the same thing, but then you're honing on the Greeks the most
Well, he's
with
got
it?
familiarity with Greeks because he's Greek and he's around
Yeah, I'm
Greeks
just
and he
using them as
understands
an example.
Greeks.
Okay, and that's okay, and that I agree with that. But Charlie, how does he have familiarity with blacks
Yes.
on that same level? On that
He, li-
same
he, li-
level
he
that
lives in a
if
he
he's
lives in a country that has a large amount of
Well,
black people in it.
he could be wrong.
well,
He could be wrong, right?
I,
Let's just
I
say he's
disagree with that.
wrong.
Hmm?
Well, hold on. Let's just say he's wrong, right? Given the information that he thought he knew, he made an inference about risk given the statistics. Is he wrong? Is he racist for making that risk assessment given the statistics? Now be careful about your answer. I'm just going to tell you this right now. Because if it is yes, then I'm just going to want you to be consistent and say that it is homophobic, for instance, to say that gay black men are the highest at risk for being victims of crime.
So let me just make sure I clarify so I don't um hear
Oh,
what
please.
heard you wrong. Yeah. So you're saying like just I have to be make sure you want me to stay on point with if he says that or a wrong statistic about something and was to say, well, would it also be homophobic if black gays were to are high victims? Then is that not homophobic, right? Did I get you clear?
Hmm. Yeah, because
Okay.
statistically speaking, they are the highest people at risk for some violent crimes from what I remember seeing. Okay. And I'm making an inference from statistics to risk assessment. And you're saying Charlie
Okay.
was a racist because he made an inference from statistics to risk assessment.
Okay. And okay, so I get what you're trying to say, and I would agree with what you're saying, like that it's not really homophobic because to say that statistic that they are victims of a we call it of violence for black gays, right? Uh, on the contrary, though, when it comes to when it comes to giving a statistic, though, you know, there's a lot of nuances, and it seems that he's always pushing that statistic, and he's not pushing statistics on let's say even let's just go the opposite ends, white people. He's not saying like, well, majority of the people that do pedophilia is white. You know what I'm saying? That could be like if someone's always saying, white people, they're bad,
Sure, sure. And
they're,
then
they're doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this.
so I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let's just say
Right,
you're
right,
right then, okay?
okay.
Then the question arises is how do you control for different variables there? So for instance, um, I I am asked in the profession that I am in, right? Many questions about Islam and many questions about whether or not Christianity is true and stuff like that, right? And so the frequency by which I speak on those two topics relative to topics like this is way higher in favor for the religious discussions than it is for these discussions. Okay. Does that mean that I just don't care about these topics and that that I'm somehow just whatever it is that you want to insinuate? Like, and the point I'm trying to make here is, what if it's just the case, and I think this is probably is the case, that the reason why Charlie was speaking on these things more frequently than, for instance, white pedophilia, if that is a true statistic, what if it's just the case that he's just asked more often about black communities than he is about white communities? And so you have more clips of him talking about them in virtue of the fact that people ask him more often.
That's a good point, and that's a fair point to say that
All right,
he's
man.
hey.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Sorry.
I apologize. You've
Yeah,
been
no
voted
worries.
off the island.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was a good point,
Okay.
though, Sam.
All right, man. God bless.
Good combo, guys. God bless.
Thanks, brother. Catch you.
All right, let's bring up another guest. Now, you can't win. So originally I'd kick people off when I felt like it was going bad. And so people are like, oh, you just kick people off when you're lazy. So now I implement the voting system, and now I'm lying about the voting system. You just can't win with these people. No matter what you do, they'll find a way to make you a villain.
That was a good conversation. That was like, I think that was, dude, if you're still listening, like seriously, that was, and this isn't like to toot my own horn or anything like that. Like, it's just super rare that you hear somebody go like, yeah, that's a really good point. Like, I find that incredibly commendable and noble, and I'm like, I so badly hope that we as a nation can get back to a point where like we as people that disagree politically and socially can actually have those types of dialogues together again. I loved that. Thank you so much.
Rhett, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, yeah, I'm 33.
All right, man. Why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
Well, I don't hate Charlie Kirk, and frankly, I get a little bit offended by the question in itself because it's
Okay.
like stop a person on the street is saying, "Hey, why do you hate Kirk?" Like, who the fuck is Kirk in the first place? But that's another question. That's another thing.
I didn't stop you on the street, did I?
Well, internet is just like the street. You walk, you see people.
It's a show.
But
you came to my show and got mad about what I'm talking about on my show.
No.
I'm gonna walk into your pizza shop. I'm gonna walk into your pizza
Yeah.
shop and I'm gonna get mad about the fact that you're making pizza.
No, I'm not mad. I just believe the question is kind of hateful. And because the question is hateful, you get hateful answers.
How's it hateful?
Why do you hate a person? The question,
Yeah.
if you
That's
wanted
what we're
a more,
wondering.
you wanted a more constructive discussion, the question should be, why Charlie Kirk gets so much hate? You see, that's
What's the
different.
difference?
You'd get the same answer.
No, because you're accusing me directly like that.
So do
I'm
you hate
saying-
him or
No,
do
we're
you not hate
dude.
him?
That is the epitome of
Okay.
projection. Bro, imagine this. Okay, imagine this. Okay.
Okay,
You're in
it's fine.
you are in your house, okay?
Whatever,
And
it's
let's
fine.
just you are in your house and you're talking with your wife and kids and you're like, yeah, that guy that like robbed me at Schmun Point, he was just a total jerk, okay? And yeah, he was Greek, by the way. And I just run into your house and I go, dare you talk about me like that? He was Greek, I'm Greek.
No, it's not like
Are you
that.
gonna be
You're
like, dude,
asking
get
me
the hell out? Are
directly
you
why
gonna be like,
you
dude,
hate.
get the hell out of here? You're insane.
But that's fine. That's fine. It's not a problem. The question, it's fine. So the thing is, I believe that the hate that got Charlie is more widespread than simply political hate. It's
Okay, so
more
why? Okay,
complex.
I'll ask you the question you want me to ask you. Why is Charlie Kirk getting so much hate?
Yeah, I was answering.
Okay.
So the thing is, in America, social media and the television fuel the hate constantly, every time. The hate always comes,
Okay,
always
let me
comes.
rephrase the question. Do you think he deserved the hate?
Absolutely. Depends. People can hate for any kinds of reasons. It's not me to decide who
I'm
do
asking
you want to
you,
hate.
you specifically. Do you
Of
think
course
he
not.
deserved the
Are you
hate?
kidding me? Because there is political drama, political bullshit. You think I care?
Okay, I'm gonna jump on because I don't think you're actually addressing the topic. But I do appreciate you,
No,
Sam. God
I'm
bless.
addressing it.
You're not addressing it. You're talking about the fact that he's
Bro,
getting hate
did you
because
are
of
you
like
just
social
coming up here
media like
like
influence.
paint yourself as like this moral exemplar? Because it's
That
not
is
working.
wild. I'm offended by your question.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's jump on to the next one. All right, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm 19.
All right, bro. Why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
All right, so I'm on the bridge of hating what he said rather than hating him as a as a person.
Okay,
Right?
so
I
why
say
did
this
you hate what he
because
said?
okay, so the narrative that Charlie Kirk has fed to the world, I want to break it down. So Charlie Kirk, so just from the research I've been doing on him, so he stood up in December, and called Martin Luther King awful. You know, I've been up here for a minute and I heard
Okay,
the
why did
other
he
dudes
call
say-
Martin Luther King awful?
So he said that he was not a good person and claimed he said one good thing that he actually didn't believe.
Yeah, but why
Right.
did he say that he's not a good person? Like, what is the reason behind that? What is the rhetorical goal?
So the rhetorical goal was to diminish his legacy by bringing up.
But
He
like,
did that because of
you
FBI
don't just
allegations.
say somebody's not a good person for like random reasons. Like, you need an example or a reason why you'd say they're not good people. Like, did he say like Martin Luther King's not a good person because he tried to liberate black people? Is that what he said?
No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
Okay,
no.
so then why is he saying Martin Luther King was not a good person?
Okay, so Charlie Kirk said MLK wasn't a good person based on the fact that first it was a selective narrative, but he was not a good person, and I mean he never said why he said that. He never the podcast and why according to Wire he never said that. He never said why he said it.
Okay, so then you're just making some assertions of his like rhetoric in this, like of what his goal was and why he would say some things. Like, because for example, I'd assume, I don't know, but there's recent CIA and FBI documents that talk about how Martin Luther King was involved in communist parties. That'd be something that Charlie actively went against. He was also an avid alcoholic and an adulterer. He had hookers in his hotel running up and down the hallways, things like this. I don't know if it's true at all, and I'm not making a claim that it is or isn't, but if he had reason to believe those things are true and this is the reason why he said he's a bad person, would he be wrong to say that?
He definitely would be wrong to say that, and so I'm
So
gonna tell you why.
he'd be wrong to say that he's a bad person if he believed that he was actually doing those things?
The electrician's here.
I mean, he believed it doesn't matter
Ben,
if he
can you take
believed. He
over?
should have fact checked it.
Yeah.
He should have fact checked it. I mean, as a global influencer, right? Even as a believer, right? Even the scriptures talk about that. It says James 3 verse 1 says not
Do not
many
bear
of you
false
should become
witness,
teachers.
stuff like that. Yeah. Look.
But wait. It says
This is
because you
the-
know that
well,
we who teach will be judged more strictly. He's
Look,
judged
man,
to a higher standard.
I've heard this cycle of
Yes, sir.
logic this whole time at this point. Okay, it's
Okay.
hey, he said this thing. I think it was wrong. Therefore, he was racist. Okay, we are just saying, for sake of argument, let's just say he was wrong. Why does that make him racist?
I'm gonna tell you why. And what's your name again, man? I forgot your name.
You can just call me Than.
All right.
Or T
So
for short, if that's difficult. Some people, for some reason, struggle with that.
all right. So so Charlie Kirk is racist, right? Because first, it would be different if it was you. T. It would be different if it was you saying all these things, right? Because you
Why?
you don't have global influence, right? So it's difference between you and Charlie
I do
Kirk.
actually. I do
This is
actually.
the
I do
dumbest
actually.
argument ever, though.
So you have okay. you have global influence, T, right? So you would know I don't know you, but I would assume that with global influence, you know you're held to a higher standard, right? Regarding the things you say, right? You know the power in your
Yep.
words, you know your
I am
influence,
on
right?
the record. I am on the record saying because I have a public platform that has a large reach, I am careful not to speak on things that I don't know enough about.
Yes, sir.
And and I will publicly correct myself if I make a mistake.
Yes, sir. And so the exact opposite of doing that was what Charlie Kirk did. Regarding the Civil Rights Act. I mean, he dismissed
So
it,
let
right?
me no.
He
Okay,
didn't.
so
Okay.
let me ask you this, okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you were listening previously, okay? But let's just say
Yes, sir.
I made this statement about Greek people, okay? And let's just say some statistics actually came out, and my lived experience when it comes with Greeks is actually wrong, and I just didn't. It took like 5 years. I don't know, right, for me to actually come across this information for some reason. Am I a racist against Greeks up until the moment that I've come across that um, new information?
You said, "Are you a racist?" Can you ask me that again?
Yeah. So if you weren't listening earlier, I was saying, hey, in my experience, and I say this as a Greek person, right? In my experience, um, older Greek men tend to like not wash their hands, and like tend to like not really want to work or anything like that, stuff like that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And let's just say I just keep talking about that for the next 5 years, and then somebody goes like, "Hey, Than is saying this about Greek men, but like the stats are clearly wrong. Like it shows that he's wrong." Would the person therefore be justified in saying that I am a racist?
That's different. The stakes are different. The stakes are different. And I'm saying that
So this, hold on. Okay, so cool. Let's talk about that because you've raised a property at this point. So something about the stakes, right,
mhm.
or the effects
Yes, sir.
due to a narrative that somebody is like trying to put out there
hmm
tells us in some sort of qualitative way whether or not the person is racist. Am I right in understanding what you're saying there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Why? Because I take racism to be the idea that you look at somebody based on their ethnicity, skin tone, stuff like that,
Mm.
and you see them as less than human and deserving of less dignity in virtue of
Mhm.
those things. Do you agree or disagree with that notion?
I agree. Can I add something to it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Also showing antagonism against a person based on their membership in a ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized as well.
Somebody said math is
Okay,
racist. Are you
so
guys saying math is racist?
no.
So look,
Hold on.
so making a mistake
We're
about
having a
Greeks
good
is not the
conversation.
same as publicly misrepresenting Black history or attacking the civil rights icon. That's two different things. You feel me? Because
Okay, let me ask you this. Hold on. I think this is a really good analogy because I am on the record of thinking Islam is a evil religion.
Based.
If I say the Prophet Muhammad is a false prophet, pedophile, warlord,
P3DO.
and that historically, sorry, John, and that historically speaking, militant Islamists use and infiltrate nations that have left-leaning political structures, gain power, and then impose Sharia through force. This history has proven this. Okay, by the way, and just assume I'm not lying for now, and assume I'm accurate. Am I being racist? Am I being Islamophobic for saying those things?
are you being racist for saying that?
Mhm.
Or Islamophobic? Um, if you describe the Prophet Muhammad as warlord, okay. Uh,
Muhammad is a
But
really
that don't
important
make you
figure.
Islamophobic though. I mean, if you take that as fact and use it to insult and stereotype Muslims today, then it crosses the line into prejudice.
I'm not saying
History
anything
is,
about
you know what
any
I'm saying?
particular Muslim. I'm not saying anything about any particular Muslim right now.
I don't think
I'm
you're
saying
Islamophobic for saying that. I don't think so. That alone that
okay,
does
then
not
why?
make you Islamophobic.
So then why does so assuming that Charlie Kirk thinks he's accurate in the statistics about um not sorry, you brought MLK. Assuming that Charlie Kirk he thinks he's accurate and he's done a lot of research on MLK and has come to these particular conclusions, and his I don't know what his reasoning was. Like to be honest with you, I've never really paid attention to Charlie Kirk. Um, I'm just my inference that I'm making from this is that like he brought up MLK in his judgment about his character to prove some sort of like tangential point, not to deface the civil rights movement or anything like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but if that's just the case, that what I'm thinking he probably did is right. Is he a racist? And if he is, what is the relevant difference between what Charlie Kirk did and what I just did right now?
I have the source of what he said if
So
you guys
look.
want to hear it.
Yes, sir, we can. Yes, sir.
Right.
We can.
If you go back and my favorite speech by MLK is actually the one he delivers after Rosa Parks gets arrested. So it's the opening of the Montgomery bus boycott. That's what makes him a national figure. And it's an amazing speech compared to anything you would hear from a public figure today. And it's stuff we would agree with. And I think even King agreed with it strongly at that time. He gets more left-wing over time. In that one, he's saying, if we're wrong that, the segregation is evil, that they can't be arresting us for wanting to have a seat on the bus. If we are wrong, the Supreme Court of the United States is wrong. If we are wrong, the Constitution of the United States is wrong. If we are wrong, God Almighty is wrong. If we are wrong, Jesus of Nazareth was just a utopian dreamer who did not come down from heaven. I might be missing a line or two there, but that's a good sentiment. And he even says, we should be thankful, even as we protest. We are in America. We have the right to protest. This is our constitutional liberty. And we couldn't do this if we were in the Soviet Union. We couldn't do this if we were in a communist country. And he says that in the speech. It's a great speech, and he delivers it amazingly. So he's an enormously talented communicator. Even if he has to steal some of the ideas that he says in this or that speech, he delivers it super well. And like I said before, nonviolent, all of that's very admirable.
Now, but I want to get into that for a second.
sure.
So there was, though, an indifference at times to some unacceptable mass rioting and murdering, right?
For sure. So he gets, the civil rights movement sort of gets, it gets more violent kind of quickly, actually, in the grand scheme of things. In 64, you have the Civil Rights Act of 64. In 65, you have the Voting Rights Act. But then the second half of the 60s is a lot of really bad rioting, much worse than we had in 2020. The Detroit riots in, I believe, summer of 67. 43 people die in that. That's more than died in any of the riots, in actual rioting stuff, as opposed to just murders because it was mayhem and such. But, dozens of people die there. Dozens of people die in Newark. You have thousands of buildings getting burned down all over the country. And his reaction to it, I've got it here, just a moment. His reaction to it is it's interesting. So first of all, in 67, spring of 67, a few months before is when he delivers the line, "A riot is the language of the unheard," which we heard over and over again in 2020. And then when the Newark riots happen, it goes for like a week. It goes for about a week. And his advisor, the communist guy, who was with the Communist Party USA, he's telling King, you've got to say something to condemn this. And King says, he doesn't want to do it because he says, I don't want to deliver a condemnation without also condemning the causes that lead to riots.
That sounds like BLM.
He can't just denounce rioting.
I want everyone to understand. Imagine what happened during 2020 with even more murdering, and imagine just remember how angry we got when CNN called it mostly peaceful.
Exactly.
And this is one of the reasons why MLK's numbers went down towards the end of his life.
Exactly. And so later that summer, in 67, the Detroit riot, even worse, really bad. And then 3 weeks after this, he gives a speech at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference annual convention. And he quotes Victor Hugo, the author of Les Miserables, who says, "If the soul is left in darkness, sins will be committed. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but he who causes the darkness." So he sort of absolves these rioters of blame for, destroying a huge amount of the city of Detroit.
And people dying.
And he says, quote, "Negroes have committed crimes, but they are derivative crimes. They are born of the greater crimes of the white society." So that's a pretty strong statement. Even if he says
after the Civil Rights Act.
this is after the Civil Rights Act, after the Voting Rights Act, after the War on Poverty,
and
from
after the Great
LBJ.
Society, and he's still saying that. Okay, Blake, please stay right there, okay? Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We want your thoughts, and I wanted to make sure that, after that conversation, we talk about the positives, and then we also get into some of the other implications of this. We're a truth-seeking show, but
I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound like he's really saying anything that crazy.
For real? You don't think so?
I mean, it sounds like he's just saying he disagrees with political points and viewpoints, and he doesn't think he was the greatest of guys. Like, he's not condemning the fact that he's not up there saying like, "Oh, Martin Luther King trying to advocate for black people was a horrible thing."
But in that one, he never said, you don't hear him saying that MLK is an awful person and that he believed in something that he didn't even, he said something that he didn't believe in, and that he doesn't say that in that podcast. That's another one. But
Do you have one where he does say it?
I can pull it up, but I want to talk about this one right here. Okay, so I heard everything he said, right? So MLK said a riot is a language of unheard. I heard that. Not riots are good. He was pointing to the pain and oppression that drove people to this desperation. And he spent his life advocating nonviolence.
Yeah.
Charlie
But
Kirk
this is completely irrelevant to the actual point, right? Like he
This
could
is Charlie Kirk
disagree.
right here.
Yeah, he could disagree with MLK.
It's not about
on
disagreeing. It's about the.
hold on.
Okay.
He could
all right,
disagree.
okay.
He could disagree with MLK on certain points. He could say MLK was wrong on certain points, and MLK probably wasn't overall a good person. That doesn't mean that he condemns literally everything that MLK stood for, including like
He condemned the one of the key things though. You're condemning the key thing.
What key thing did he condemn?
He condemned the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That is a key thing.
No, he didn't.
In his legacy. Yes, it is.
He did not condemn the Civil Rights Act. That did not happen.
He literally said it was a huge mistake. And Kirk took that line about language.
No,
right?
I'll pull it up where he says that there are parts where he says with the Civil Rights Act there are parts that are good and there are parts that are bad. And the parts that he's talking
pull up
about
the part where he said that it was a mistake. Pull that part up. Because Kirk took that line about the riot as a language of the unheard, and he stripped the context to make it sound like MLK approved of destruction. That's not the analysis. That's twisting history to push the narrative again, right? And that goes back to James 3:1, where you're held to a higher standard, right? He's held to a higher standard. You're saying things, and then you're saying these harmful things to push the narrative for what money? What for a certain narrative?
You asked
Come
me to
on.
find something, and you're kind of gish galloping.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm telling the truth.
While you're
I
trying
mean,
to find that, John. While you're trying to find that, John. Here's the thing, right? At least for me, I take accusations of racism extremely seriously. Okay. And one of the things that I think that we need to do as a culture and as a nation is be careful with when we give that label out. Otherwise, the label loses its meaning.
Mhm.
Would you agree with me on at least there?
I agree.
Okay. So, while John's trying to find that, because I'm not so interested in defending Charlie Kirk as to whether or not he was right or wrong or anything like that. Okay. My primary interest is answering the question about whether or not he was racist, because that seems to be the thing that you are arguing about. If he is wrong, because in your argument I heard something like he's twisting history to spin a particular narrative.
Yes, sir.
But embedded within that is the assumption that he is racist.
But
in other words,
here's the thing.
In your argument for the conclusion that he's racist,
right,
you are saying he is racist. And what I need from you is an inference that does not include him, that does not include the statement he is racist to therefore he is racist. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
I literally played this earlier in
I
your
can
live.
understand
Why
a
can't
little
I
bit. So,
find it now?
I have okay, I can say something else, right? So even with what did he say? He said okay, it was 2018. He blamed gun violence in Chicago's communities on a broken culture problem. He singled out single motherhood. And like right there, like bro, like it's just a how
Do
can you
you
be blessed with so much influence and use it for that? Like that's a story missing the truth
well
once again.
do you, well, hold on. Okay. Do you think that there are um do you think that there
What if the
is
civil rights?
a sub
Sorry.
sorry, you're good. Do you think that there is a subsect of Black culture that does have an issue with fatherlessness and single motherhood?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
You're good. Do you think there's a subsect of um, Black culture that does have an issue with
They can't hear it.
fatherlessness and single motherhood?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So you are in agreement with the fact that there is with Charlie Kirk that there is at least that issue.
He didn't say that though. He didn't say
Gene-
that. That's the
what
thing.
did
Like
he say?
Charlie
Maybe I
Kirk,
misunderstood you then. I'm sorry.
so
Okay.
he said that it's
I
based
found
on
it.
on a broken culture.
Oh,
It's
you
a
found
broken
it.
culture problem. But he's like he's like if you listen to what he said with the context of what he said, right? Even if you look at what he said before, like he just says, man, this is a broken culture problem. Like Charlie, be honest, brother. Why aren't you telling how it became broken? Right? I understand that now in today's era,
Well,
there are things that
Hold
can be
on.
done.
I spent all the time finding
Yeah.
this. I want to play it.
Okay.
Your notoriously anti-civil rights act.
There's parts of it that were good. I'll give you an example. Merrick Garland recently said that states cannot have voter ID because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So that's insane. Now, for example, if you go to a Walgreens and someone says blacks shall not come in, that should obviously be illegal. But if it says that, hey, at Walgreens, black customers are stopped more for shoplifting than white customers, then they have come into stores, by the way, and big settlements have been paid because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though it turns out that the black shoplifters were like actually shoplifting more on
Hey,
average. than
John,
white shoplifters.
can you restart? John, my bad,
Disparate
my bad.
impact.
John, I missed the first few seconds. Can you go back just like 5 seconds? Or 10 seconds? My bad,
Your
John.
notoriously anti-civil rights act.
There's parts of it that were good. I'll give you an example. Merrick Garland recently said that states cannot have voter ID because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So that's insane. Now, for example, if you go to a Walgreens and someone says blacks shall not come in, that should obviously be illegal. But if it says that, hey, at Walgreens, black customers are stopped more for shoplifting than white customers, then they have come into stores, by the way, and big settlements have been paid because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though it turns out that the black shoplifters were like actually shoplifting more on average than white shoplifters. So disparate impact is very, very dangerous.
Okay.
And that's where the Civil Rights Act allowed us to go.
Your notorious.
So yeah, he wasn't against the Civil Rights Act. He was against certain ways and it was written and it was implemented.
You said what? What you said, John? You say he wasn't against it?
Did you not just? Were you listening?
No, I definitely heard it. I definitely heard
Okay,
it.
then what did he just say? Steelman, what he said?
He basically just said that black customers will stop more than white customers, referring to discrimination in employment. He also mentioned that the big settlements were paid due to the Civil Rights Act.
So that's the
Friend-
only part you heard out of the whole thing. Not the part where he said that obviously we shouldn't
No, I wasn't- I
push
wasn't
people
done. I
out
wasn't
of
done. I
the
wasn't
black people out of the building. Obviously they have rights to enter it. Obviously these parts are good. You ignored all those parts completely and you hyper focused on this specific part. This is the problem
No.
with you guys, right? And I'm not talking about black people, so don't take
No,
me out of
no, wait,
context.
wait,
I'm
wait.
talking
Before
about
you get to
people.
that, I
I'm
literally
talking about
just said
people.
that he
I'm
talks
talking
about
about people who are all
cases where
coming against
blacks-
Charlie Kirk and taking this position. Is you hyper focus on specific words and don't get entire context. None of you guys give a rat's ass about context. I just played you the context twice, and the only part you focused on was on the part that you think was a negative racist part. Tell me I'm lying.
You're lying. I didn't say that. I did
You
not say that.
freaking
You're
idiot.
saying it. Why are you getting mad and emotional? Bro? I didn't say that.
I literally played it twice and asked you to steelman the argument. The only part you focused on was on the very end. You didn't even start at the beginning. You went to the very end on the part that you could take it out of context and make it sound like it's something that's racist. Not the part where he literally said out of his face that black people should not be discriminated against and they should be allowed to go into these places. You did not bring that up, did you?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. But that doesn't mean that from this I called him racist. I didn't call him racist because of this. I did not say that. You
said he was racist because he denied the Civil Rights Act, yet you had no context or reason to believe that, right?
You said what? I had no context to believe that?
You said that he was against MLK. You never had a reason why he was against MLK. You just said he's against MLK, so that makes him bad.
I just told you what he said. He said that MLK believed him.
You said he was against the Civil Rights Act, and you had no context or even what he was
and
talking
I also
about. You just said that
I'm still talking.
I'm still talking. And you said that, and then you said that was bad. Then when I showed you the context, I actually showed you the actual context, and the part that you focused on was the part where he said black people are more likely to shoplift. That's the part you focused on. Tell me what thing did I say in the last 3 seconds is a lie?
John, what did you hear me say verbatim, John? What did you hear me say verbatim?
I asked you to steelman.
Well, here.
When you steelman
and I said verbatim,
when you steelman
Charlie Kirk talks about cases.
Why did you ask me if you're not going to let me speak? Why did you ask me a question? Why did you ask me the question if you're just going to tell me?
Okay. What did I say verbatim, John?
So what you said, the first thing that you said is Charlie Kirk is making the argument that black people are more likely to what's the word, to shop.
I didn't say argument. I said he talks about cases, not arguments, cases.
That's the part that you focused on. Why didn't you bring up the part where he specifically said it's a bad thing to discriminate against black people? Why didn't you bring that up?
He thinks it's a bad thing to discriminate against black people.
He literally said
it. Wait, but he dismisses it because of a Civil Rights Act settlement. Because
he didn't dismiss it, you idiot. Show me one point where he actually dismissed it.
No, you're the idiot because you're defending
someone.
Show me the
point where he actually dismissed it. Go ahead.
Do you even know what the Civil Rights Act 1964 was? Do you know what the act was? Can you tell me what the act is?
I have not read the act. Have you?
Okay, so you don't know what it is. Okay, thank you for saying
Have you read it?
Yes, I know what the Civil Rights Act.
You've read the act. You've read the Civil Rights Act.
I know exactly what the act is.
Did you read it? Yes or no?
Yes, I've read the act, brother.
You've read the entirety of the Civil Rights Act? Okay, let's test this. I'm going to pull it up and see how consistent you are.
Bro.
Well,
Just because you don't know, you're Canadian. You're not African American, so you don't know the Civil Rights Act, and that's understandable. But I do because I'm African American. I had to learn about this, right? To know what happened in America. I mean, you're not from America, so you don't know anything about
I don't expect you to have it memorized. Just give me a summary of the first paragraph if you've read it. Just a quick idea. What the first
it's about hotels and motels. Blacks were discriminated against in hotels and motels, restaurants and lunch counters, theaters and sports arenas. And it was also talking about employment regarding hiring, promotion, working conditions. And it was a new commission that was enacted to enforce this law. It was a commission regarding it. They created a commission.
I'm going to read the first paragraph, and then the audience can decide if you gave me a summary of the first paragraph. Okay. To enforce the constitutional right to vote and confer a jurisdiction upon the district courts of the United States to provide an injunctive relief against discrimination in public accommodations, to authorize the Attorney General institute suits to protect constitutional rights in public facilities and public education, to extend the Commission on Civil Rights to prevent discrimination in federal asset programs, to establish a commission area on equal employment of opportunity, and for the purposes. Chat, do you think that he read the Civil Rights Act?
100%.
Do you think he actually read it front to back? Let's see what chat thinks.
T, what do you think, T?
I haven't read the act, so
I haven't either.
Don't know.
No, he just I told him what I thought about what I said the act was, and then he just read exactly what it was on the
No,
first
that's not even the
page.
question I asked you. I asked you to give me a summary of the first sentence.
And I gave you a summary, and that's what I said.
You did not. You did not.
I
And the chat is in agreement with me. So just admit you didn't read the entire Civil Rights Act, the 34 pages of it. Just admit it.
So, John, what I said first did not correlate to what you just read, John.
No,
That's what you're
not to
telling
what
me?
you were saying.
So I didn't mention
There's
hotels
no
and
mention of
motels,
hotels and
restaurants and lunch
motels.
counters.
There's no mention of black people.
It
There's no
said
mention
public.
of restaurants.
It literally said public. It said public buildings. What are you talking about? Read it again.
It didn't.
Read it again.
It didn't. It said
Read
public
it again,
education.
John. You're being disingenuous. Read it again. I know what I
Public
said.
facilities and public
What
education.
is a hotel and a restaurant and theaters not public facilities, T?
You did not read
Am I
this.
delusional? That's a public facility.
You are
I said
delusional.
hotels, motels,
You're a
movie theaters.
delusional idiot
And
that
I
likes to
also
quote
mentioned
mine.
employment.
You're
John,
a
you're a
delusional
liar,
idiot
bro.
that likes to quote
You're an
mine.
idiot, bro. I said employment as well. I know what I said. You're a
Yeah,
liar,
you
bro.
never read this.
And I said something about the commission enforcing this law. That's what I
Dude,
said. And it
it's
said something
fine
about
if
the
you
commission.
didn't read it. I didn't read it either, but neither did you.
I read it. I'm black. I read it. You're not black. You're Canadian. You don't know them. You don't know it. And
I'm not
and I
black.
know
I'm
it.
Canadian. There's no black Canadians.
Duh.
That's what you said. I'm not black. I'm Canadian.
I literally brought up how they were discriminated against in public facilities. That's why it's enforced. And I brought up
All right.
employment
Okay. So then why
promotion.
why did Charlie Kirk say that was against the Civil Rights Act? Go ahead.
We just listened to it.
I'll play it again. You tell me. You tell me what he said. Go ahead.
Notoriously anti-Civil Rights Act.
There's parts.
No, we
of
don't
that
have to
were
read it
good.
again. I
I'll
know
give you an
what he said. I know
example.
what he said.
Merrick
Well,
Garland.
then tell me what he said.
Okay, first, MLK, the Civil Rights Act. What you just read verbatim, John. You just read the first. You made a little summary. You got a brief summary, and we see that it was about systematic discrimination, segregation, voting restrictions. What you read. You read about unequal employment as well. What you didn't read was the police bias as well. But that's fine. But you got the key points out the way, John. And so, this matters because by skipping the beginning,
Where
Kirk
the
on his
fuck did he
podcast-
say something that was against the Civil
Oh.
Rights Act, you Gish Galloper? Answer the question. Give me a specific quote. Where is it?
Tell me what the Gish
No,
Galloper is,
I
John.
want Nathan, I want him to answer this. Where did he say
Kirk
something against the
literally.
Civil Rights
Okay, I'm
Act?
answering you. I'm gonna answer you, right? Kirk literally said that at the beginning of the podcast. He framed it at the beginning. He said that I don't think it's good for blacks to be discriminated against. Then he said, but, and the main thing he was this is why it's controversial because he focused on the but, not the beginning. If he would have said, okay, the Civil Rights Act.
So
okay,
what
it
did
this
he
with the-
say specifically that is against the Civil Rights Act? You're talking about rhetoric and intended goal. What are the words that came out of his face hole that goes against the Civil Rights Act? Tell me.
You just heard it. We just
What are
read
they?
it.
Say it.
Okay, I have to interject here. Okay.
No. I want him to say. I'm not moving on from this. Say it. What did he
You
say?
guys, I think there are people are talking past each other right now because I think there's an embedded issue here.
I appreciate you, Than. I muted you. I want him to say it. What did he say? Specifically, give me the specific example of what he said that was against the Civil Rights Act.
Example, John.
No, you didn't. You keep giving a vague reference though to the but. What are the words? The exact words he said. Doesn't have to be
I don't know the exact
verbatim.
words,
Give me
but I'ma get the next word.
give me a
I'ma get the
general
next-
idea of what he said that is against the Civil Rights Act. Do it.
What he said was, I don't know what he said verbatim. I don't remember verbatim, but he said he framed the Civil Rights Act as a mistake. It's a huge mistake in terms of its broader application, right? He also said it was dangerous. He said that as well. I heard that. He said it was dangerous.
What words did he say that
I don't know the
go
words. He
against
framed it
the
as-
specific framing in the Civil Rights Act?
He said that financial settlements that was paid to black people for discrimination as very dangerous, suggesting that the law imposes unfair burdens. And this is what I just said contradicts that. So I'm gonna say it again. He said that financial
So
settlements.
he said that people who, when stores were actually having more black
people.
Hold on. Just to be clear. He said that when stores were actually having statistically more black people come and rob them, and they did something about that, they were sued because of their understanding of the Civil Rights Act. What, again, is he saying that goes against something that is specific in the Civil Rights Act? That's talking about the implication of how it worked. What words is he saying that goes against the fact that the Civil Rights Act says that black people deserve to have rights? What is he saying that goes against those?
He said it was dangerous, and so the settlements are exactly the
Yes,
mechanism.
he says
now.
the Civil Rights Act and the way it's
Let
being
me
implemented
finish.
is dangerous.
John,
What?
you're
You're
gonna
not
finish my
answering the
point and you keep
fucking
talking
question.
over me.
That's not why I'm
I
letting you
answered the
finish.
fucking question, bro. You're
You're
not
not
you're
answering.
emotional, bro. You're not letting me
What are
finish.
the words that he said that specifically go against the Civil Rights Act? So, for example, Civil Rights Act says, do not discriminate against black people. Where does Charlie Kirk say we should discriminate against black people? That'd be an example.
He didn't say anything about discriminate against black people, but he mentioned the mistake of the Civil Rights Act and how it is dangerous. You're not listening. He
Yes,
said it was dangerous and it was
I
a
agreed
mistake.
with that. I conceded to that.
You
point.
didn't agree with that. You just
I
argued me
did.
down
I
because
literally
said
said. I literally conceded that point. I conceded
You
the
don't
point.
even know what it is.
I
You don't know what the
conceded
act is.
I conceded the point that he says the implication of how the Civil Rights Act is used leads to these problems. That does not mean he disagrees with the heart of the Civil Rights Act. Now, that's why I'm asking you specifically, where is he disagreeing with the heart of the Civil Rights Act?
I have a question.
Yes?
So John, so you asking me what did he say to this? So if I say to you, if you make something, right? You're pushing for a bill to get passed in the House, John, right? And I say to you, or I say to someone else on a YouTube video, man, that's a huge mistake that John is doing, man. That's a huge mistake. He's doing this. What would you think about that, John?
If I passed the bill to build a house?
No. If I tell someone on a
Yeah.
YouTube video that your bill is a huge mistake that you're trying to push.
My bill? What is my bill?
The bill that you're trying to push.
Which bill?
Is that huh?
Which bill?
Any
There's a
bill,
whole bunch
in
of
general.
context around that, right? So, like, are they saying my bill is a mistake because there's a certain clause in there that means that it could be used as a loophole for something? Are they saying it's a mistake because the totality of the bill is unethical? You got to give me some context.
Regardless, John, you're asking me what
It's
did
not
Charlie Kirk
regardless.
say
That
was
is
wrong.
super
Is
important.
that wrong to say? Is that wrong to say, John?
It depends on the context.
Okay.
If
Okay, I'm gonna give you a
blindly
statement.
making
Okay,
a
listen,
mistake-
John, I got you. Okay, I'm gonna better it for you. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in 1960s. The same thing. Let's talk about this. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. This is what Charlie Kirk said. I think it was said verbatim. I don't know if it's word for. This is what he said.
Okay.
In this statement, Kirk is criticizing the Civil
Yes.
Rights Act, suggesting
Why
that
is he
its
criticizing
passage-
it?
You can't ask me a question and then not
That's
even
an,
respond
that's
to
an
what I'm saying.
important aspect to
What
it.
did you
If he's
ask me?
criticizing a bill, a 34-page bill, what is he criticizing? Is he criticizing the totality of the bill?
Yes, he said it was a mistake. He's criticizing everything. He said it was a mistake.
So
He's
the part where
criticizing
he
every detail.
literally says that there are good things in the Civil Rights Act, that he's still criticizing the totality of the bill, even though he literally said there are good
Yes, he's-
things in the Civil Rights Act.
He said it was a huge mistake. So yes, he still is.
No.
So
Yes, he still is.
even though he says that there are
He
good things
contradicts
in
the
it,
act's purpose, brother.
He has been voted off, but
Yeah,
you
you've been-
probably
you've
let
been-
Fan talk.
no, I'm voting.
All right, that's cool. I mean, bro,
this guy's
but it's
got the
crazy how
IQ
you are
of my
defending him,
butthole.
bro. You don't even know who he is, and you're from Canada.
All right, you
Can I,
voted off
can I
that.
say
Go
something
ahead. man.
before he gets? Okay. I mean, I just wanted to ask him a question. That's all.
I'll ask you a question anyways. Now I'm curious.
Well, I was just gonna ask him, like, let's just say he said these things. Is if it's possible that you're just misinterpreting him, and hypothetically, if he clarified that he doesn't think the spirit of the Civil Rights Act wasn't the bad thing, it's just the way that it came about is the wrong thing.
Well,
the
he
wrong,
answered that
the things
question.
that he thinks is bad.
He did.
Well, hold on.
He
I
answered
don't
that
think
question
he
that
did.
you just asked. Yeah, he 100% did. Because when I said, he said there's good things in the Civil Rights Act, he said it doesn't matter because he said it's a bad act.
He said he disagreed with the totality of it.
Well, that's what I was trying to cut through, because that's one of the things that I wanted to interject with, because you were saying he's not disagreeing with that whole entire act, and
The
he
spirit
was
of it, the
saying
heart of it.
he disagreed with the act, but like it was the parts whole relationship in the act itself, I think, was one of the things you guys were talking past each other with.
We weren't talking past each other. He just refused to admit that he was quote mining. And I called him out on his bullshit. And people don't like being called out on their bullshit. He knew what I was saying. I knew what he was saying. He just didn't like the fact that I told him he was an idiot when he was acting like an idiot. All right, let's bring in a guest. Oh my goodness, we got major spammed. There we go. Lucian, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh my gosh. I got on?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been arguing with this Gabriel Valencia guy and this Brady guy. I'm fingered. Oh, sorry, I'm 21.
All right, man. Why do you hate Charlie Kirk?
Well, what do you mean by hate?
Strong disdain or dislike or abhorrent feeling towards an individual.
Individual, like personally, or?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say I personally hate him just because I can't personally know him. I mean, I would say I did shake his hand once. That was nice. He was very big hands, but I wouldn't say I personally hate him. I would say you could say analytically, argumentatively, rhetorically, provide heavy critique or despise his conduct. Politically speaking, sure, yeah, but I wouldn't say I personally hate him. Do you think that's a reasonable distinction?
No, I think you're just dancing around the bush.
Why is that not a valid distinction to
Let
you?
me ask you this: do you hate what he stood for, or do you hate the person?
I think it's hate what he stood for.
Okay.
Okay. Why did you hate that?
John, are you happy with that?
Do I look happy, Than?
Yeah,
I don't think John looks happy.
Why did
sorry,
you hate?
John.
Why did you hate his rhetorical goals?
Because it oftentimes takes advantage of a very critical component of freedom of speech, and I feel like that's probably the underlying bedrock that people are arguing about since this incident. What do you guys think?
You don't like when people take advantage of freedom of speech?
Yes, I think just as every other rule, has its advantages, it also has its disadvantages.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So freedom of speech. Well, I mean, how do we understand freedom of speech? I understand freedom of speech to be like, at least in the United States, you have a right to say a lot of things, although you can't scream or shout like fire in a crowded
so
building.
you can say
right?
anything
You
that
can't.
doesn't incite violence.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also with that, there is how do I explain this? You can say whatever you want, sure, but we also should probably take into account the volume with which some sides are able to say the things they can. Right? Like there's a difference
Can you give me
between
an example or no, bro?
Yeah, there's a difference between one person being able to say one thing and then maybe
That's not
15
an example.
people
Can you give me an
using
actual
a loud
example where
speaker.
somebody takes advantage of freedom of speech, like a tangible example, a real world example, please?
A real world example. Well,
Mm-hmm.
okay. It has to do with the volume with which people speak. It has to do with
Can you or can you
flooding the
not do
market
it?
of ideas. I mean, I could point to Fox News.
An actual example, not a vague reference to an ether. Like Billy Bob said this on Tuesday, February, whatever.
Yeah, sure. So Fox News, there was a Dominion lawsuit. Tucker Carlson was
Tucker Carlson
subsequently
said something. Okay. Tucker
released
Carlson,
from
what
this.
did he say?
What did he say? Well, he presented lies on air about
No, what are the
Dominion
exact
voting
words
machines.
that he said? What did he say?
I don't know. I can bring it up.
Okay, so you don't have an actual example where somebody takes advantage of freedom of speech.
I don't have an exact example where I can give you verbatim what he
Can-
said, but I
okay,
can
so
tell
you
you there
don't
was a
have an- you don't have an ex-
$787
fine,
million
fine,
lawsuit
fine.
against
You don't
Fox
have an
News.
example. Can you give me a criteria when somebody is taking advantage of freedom of speech? Like a methodology in which we would determine that somebody is doing it.
Would you say there's a difference between in the market in the
Are you going to
marketplace
answer
of
my
ideas?
question with a question?
Well, I'm trying to clarify what you're asking for. I'm trying to.
Can you give me a methodology, a mechanism in which we could implement to determine when one is abusing or taking advantage of their freedom of speech? Like, what is the
Well, that would
criteria in
require
which
us
we
to
can
know
look
what we
upon
know is
somebody?
true.
What is the criteria which we can look upon somebody and say, yes, they are taking advantage of that, and that's an objective truth?
Objective truth. Well, we'd have to discern whether or not what they're saying, what they're if they're lying all the time. There's a difference
Okay, so
between using freedom of speech in a marketplace of ideas in a good faith manner where everyone is supposed to be telling the truth, and there's a difference in another way where not everyone is playing by the same rules, and they're using the the rule of saying you
So
can
do you have a
say whatever you
mechanism or
want.
no?
A mechanism?
Yeah, do you have a mechanism or a methodology in which to determine that? Yes or no?
Well, that would require us to know how we know something is true. So no, I can't give
Okay,
you
so no.
a
So
methodology.
you don't
or
have an example
method that
and you
let
don't have a
know whether something
methodology
is
in
objectively
determining.
true from what someone is saying. No.
Right. So you don't have a methodology and you don't have an example. So then how do you know that Charlie Kirk took advantage of his freedom of speech?
I'm sorry. What are you saying? Can you repeat
You
that?
don't have a methodology. You
Here's
don't
a
have a
really simple way to
criteria
reduce
and you
this.
don't have an example. How do you know that Charlie Kirk took advantage of freedom of speech?
I don't have a methodology and I don't have a concrete example. How do I know Charlie Kirk is taking an example of freedom of speech?
How do you know that Charlie Kirk took advantage of his freedom of speech?
John, can I reduce the
Well-
question down into caveman terms and just tell me if I'm
Yeah,
misinterpreting it?
Go ahead.
Is there a way that you can phrase your position that doesn't reduce down to Charlie Kirk took advantage of the freedom of speech because he said things I disagree with?
That's pretty good.
That doesn't reduce down to he said things that I disagree with.
Mhm.
What if the things he
Oh, sorry.
says that
just
I
realized we're
disagree with are
mirroring each
lies?
other.
You what?
I just realized you and I are just sitting here mirroring each other, just like. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're so cute.
True.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. Well, what if what I disagree with is when he lies? When it's a lie, it has to
How
do
do
with
you
the
know-
truth
okay,
value of what he's saying.
Okay, how do you disambiguate between a lie and him just being wrong? And furthermore, how how does that not reduce down to this original caricature of, well, I just disagree with him?
Well, it's incredibly hard. We're trying to look for a way to discern objective truth from what someone is saying, right? Like, how do we discern whether or not Charlie Kirk is knowingly lying or he's simply spreading misinformation and was told something incorrect and he believes it's true, right?
Well, here's one of the issues here, right? Because like this is one of the metrics by which you're going to judge whether or not somebody is maliciously taking advantage of freedom of speech. Then the same finger that you are pointing at Charlie Kirk, the people on the right can point to you. Because there is, like, at the end of the day, right? Folk epistemology is just folk epistemology. Nobody is the ideal observer. Nobody is a perfect rational thinker.
I like how you said
This
you're going
is
to dumb
why,
it down,
again,
but then use the word epistemology.
Sorry, this is why political scientists, again, say like one of the fundamental principles that a democratic nation is built on is the principle of mutual tolerance, where we, if we're
And
going
that principle,
to
I
engage,
think, only matters if everyone is playing by the same rules. Do you agree?
So what rules did
I
Charlie
do
break?
agree, but hold on, you didn't even let me include something
Sorry,
which is
yeah.
really important, which is that we employ the principle of charity, and we don't see each other as malicious players or anything like that. In other words, like the very act of just saying he's lying or he's engaging in misinformation and all this other stuff, right? Like it's a type of moral disengagement, and it sets a precedent that basically there's some rules for the other side that they have to play by in order to be legitimate players, but those rules don't apply to us. So when I'm saying like we need to have a consistent methodology, it's not me just saying like, hey, dude, like you're engaged, you're wrong, and blah 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 blah. The left is evil. What I'm saying is like, if we're going to have civil and moral disagreements within a democratic nation, we can't just be like, well, I disagree with this guy, therefore he's either it's either disinformation or lying.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
I would say I think I've been given reasonable suspicion to believe that he was lying or withholding pertinent information, or at least knew of what I was talking about when I asked him about January 6th. So we got into a little scuffle about.
Oh, so you debated Charlie?
Yes.
Like on
For
one of the shows, can I watch it? Is it up?
yeah.
I'm not gonna pull it
It was
up
on
now.
YouTube.
Was-
I think it's on
what would I
Turning
look
Point
up?
UK. I'm in the thumbnail. I have super long hair, overweight brown guy.
Overweight brown guy. That's how I'm supposed to find you?
Well, yeah. I don't know. I tried to be as simple with the descriptions as possible. Sorry.
Okay, so how did you determine that he was being intentionally dishonest?
So there's some pertinent information that we should probably all agree on. So there's January 6th already happened. We were discussing January 6th. There has been an indictment against Donald Trump by Jack Smith, I believe is his name. The entire thing was available online. You could view the indictment. You could read it for yourself. And Charlie Kirk's job, as we understand it, is to be a political pundit, right? And within being a political pundit, I think you have to assume that this person probably knows about this item, or if they don't,
Item? What item?
or sorry, no, let me rephrase this. Sorry, what?
What item?
The Jack Smith indictment.
Okay.
The point. Sorry, I'm having a difficult time phrasing this. Political pundits are supposed to present the best arguments for their side, as I understand it, right? Or is there any other understanding you guys have?
I'm still trying to figure out how you conclude that he's lying.
Well, it has to do with respect to
Yeah, can we just
his
kinda cut
job,
to the chase?
like what he's supposed to know.
Well, so
okay,
are
hold
you
on.
saying that he knew about the indictment and then denied it existed?
No, he didn't deny it existed.
Okay, can you tell me what he lied about then?
He said, I don't know. He said, I don't know about that. When I asked him a specific question about the indictment, saying Trump sat in his room drinking Diet Coke for 2 hours or whatever, he said, I don't know. We'll see if that information comes out when that information has already been out.
So just to be clear, you spoke to him, you asked him about a specific thing, and he said, I don't know, and your conclusion is he has to be lying. How do you know he just didn't know?
I'm not saying he has to be lying. I'm saying the probability that he's lying is higher than the probability that he simply doesn't know, because I think given the job qualifications of being a political pundit, in order for you to be able to argue your position, you have to know your opposition, right?
So you're just assuming what he's going to be doing on a daily day basis.
I'm not sure how you
Can I
got
just
that
give a
from what I said.
counterexample to this?
Yeah.
Can I give a
sure.
counterexample to this? Because I didn't watch the discussion you guys had. And again, just putting my cards on the table, I've not paid attention to Charlie Kirk up until recently, right? So with that being on the table, I think this could be a good analogy. I don't know if you know who I am, but like my main occupation is like Christian apologetics, and so I work in. Basically, for long story short, I work in academic philosophy and I work in academic New Testament history. I have a.
You said
I
you're
have
the
a paper
fat.
in peer
Just
review
real
that's gonna
quick,
be
you said you're the
published
fat
pretty
brown
soon,
guy. How brown are you?
Mixed race, so not too brown.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So with that in view, okay, let's just say somebody like were to ask me a question about some niche historical topic, and I say I don't know the answer to that question. I have to research it. Is it really a sound inference to go, well, the probability that Than is lying, given the fact that he's an apologist, is higher than the hypothesis that Than doesn't actually know the answer to that question, given the fact that he's an apologist?
Yeah, sure. I think
Is this you?
What?
Right here?
Oh no. Oh wait, what channel is this? Is this? It was on Turning Point UK.
He said it was on.
Oh, UK.
Yeah. I was in the background on the main channel, but sorry. The analogy was if you're asked a niche topic within the topic of apologetics.
Yeah, like here's a really simple example. Okay.
Okay.
So people are really interested in like the dating of the Book of Daniel. Okay.
Okay.
And I haven't researched that topic yet. And so let's just say I'm in a debate with somebody and somebody goes, well,
What?
like, hey,
No.
what about this, all this data here? And I go, okay, well, I just haven't researched this enough, so I don't know. I can't engage with you on this topic. Is the person just justified in assuming I'm lying there?
Well, I mean, this is assuming this is like a niche topic, right?
Well, it's not that niche. It's just like within the realm of religious debate, right? You just have a lot of separate questions that
no.
are going to be pocketed, right? And
Yeah.
I would take politics to be very similar to that. I consider myself fairly invested in politics, not to the extent that you might be or somebody else might be. And there's tons of things that I just don't have the answers to.
Well, it could just be simple. It could just be simple like this, right? Like I'm a Christian apologist, but I don't really know the in-depth of classical theism, and I hold to a classical theist position. You would expect that I know more about classical theism than I do, but I don't, because it's not really what I'm diving into. So just like somebody asking me, hey, John, I'd expect John to know about classical theism. He doesn't, so therefore he's lying, is a ridiculous way to hold a stance to conclude that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with that, I think.
Right. So Charlie
But
Kirk
what
saying,
I will
I don't
say-
know about a specific thing is a ridiculous way to conclude that he's lying.
No, I don't think it was okay. There's a comparison. There's also other information that he can know, such as Trump said in his ellipse speech one time in that entire hour-long speech to march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol. He knows
Actually,
that niche one-liner, but he doesn't know the timeline wherein Ashley Babbitt, the person who was unalived, unfortunately, during that time in that 3-hour window, he doesn't know that Trump was just sitting there doing nothing.
Okay. How
I
about
find
this?
that suspicious.
Than, why don't you just give the argument on why the argument of silence is ridiculous? Because this whole thing is an argument of silence.
I actually was.
Well, wait.
hoping
Can you
that
guys see what I'm
I could.
saying? Like, do I sound?
I do.
Are you
I
able
do
to
hear what, I do hear
refactor
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
saying?
Hold on. I hear what you're saying. I think I understand it. We could go down the route of why that could be fallacious reasoning. But I want to try something a little bit different, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Go. Yeah.
So I want to do it a little bit carefully because
no.
I really hate I
was hoping.
when I feel like I'm being psychologized. If that makes sense, and I don't want to put you in that position. Does that make sense?
Psychologize, like people are trying to ascertain like your mental state.
Yeah. I don't like when people do that to me, and I don't like doing that to people. So what I'm about to do is I'm just trying to offer some information when it comes to political science and like political psychology, and see what your reaction is to that. Is that fair?
Okay. Yeah.
So within this realm, there's like, for instance, one of the things called affective polarization. And one of the byproducts of this is that in this identity politics world that we're kind of in right now, we are more prone in our system one level of thought basically to assign malice to the opposite tribe, because we're affectively polarized.
Yes.
And so could it be the case that because you identify, and I'm making assumptions here just given the context of our conversation, obviously, could it be that maybe because you identify on the left and because Charlie Kirk was on the right, that you've been affectively polarized, and you just have kind of a disposition to assign malice or dishonesty towards somebody from the other side? I will tell you right now, for instance, I have felt this firsthand. I'm really good. I consider Parker, get a job, a friend of mine. And I remember seeing a video of him crying after the Kirk assassination. And even despite the fact that I consider him a friend, my guttural reaction was like, those are fake tears. And then I had to like stop myself and be like, well, no, that's clearly not the case. Could that be something that could possibly be happening here?
Just before you go, what were you guys specifically talking about where he lied in this video? I want to hear it. I want to hear the lie.
A lie?
Well, you said he lied to you in this conversation. I want to hear the lie. What point were you guys
The
talking
lie,
about?
it would be
Was
the
it
first
affirmative
one.
action
I
or
stood
a
there.
gay
I asked him 3
conversation,
questions,
civil
I
rights?
think.
He's right there.
Oh,
It's like the first.
Oh, I thought the whole video was you. That was my mistake. Okay. Do you mind if I
No.
play it before you go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Dominic, Mr. Kirk. It's lovely to have this conversation with you. In the interest of time, I have 3 questions for you, and it has to do with January 6th. Okay. So the first question is: do you acknowledge or believe that Trump incited violence?
No.
No.
I also want to make sure that I'm giving you some charity. I understand being in a situation like this is nerve-wracking, so I'm not going to try to like poke fun or do anything like that. I've been there, so I know what that's like. So
I greatly appreciate that.
Do
Thank
you-
you. Acknowledge that Trump waited 187 minutes before he said anything to the protesters to go home
That's
peacefully.
debated. Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, the instructions he gave were to peacefully and patriotically march.
Sure,
Remember
but
that.
he also said to the protesters, the speech, I think it was at the Oval, or I can't remember what it was specifically, but he also said
Make
to
your
fight.
voice heard is what he said.
Right, but he also said to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country.
Right, but I think we both agree. Time out. Kamala Harris's phrase right now is "When we fight, we win." So fight is a
I take
open-ended
great
term.
issue
Do
with
we
this
agree?
argument.
okay, but let's let it fly
Yeah.
out, right? And then you can bring up your contentions.
Get that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Kamala Harris literally the DNC had a big thing that said "When we fight, we win." So telling somebody to fight, we shouldn't. That's a little bit ticky-tack, right?
Sure, yeah, I would say they're different contextual
For sure, but
situations,
just you can't emphasize that word. But third question on
Yeah.
that you had?
Third question, do you acknowledge that many of Trump's staffers, including Donald Trump Jr., were begging him during those 3 hours to call off the protest or stop the riot?
I don't know. That's going to come out. I don't think so, though.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Thank
This
you.
was already out in the
Thank you.
Jackson indictment.
Well, it just seems like he didn't know. Like this is like that's
That's
a
one
huge,
interpretation, certainly. Yes, that is a
But-
very
but-
charitable interpretation of him saying, "I don't know." But I think, given his context with Fox News and the conservative, because you could say the conservative
Okay,
base,
so
as well
what-
as his job
what-
as a pundit,
What conclusion can we come to without making assumptions?
we can't. I don't.
Okay,
we
so
have to
your
make
evidence-
assumptions
your
all the
evidence
time. We
that
make
he's a-
assumptions based
Yeah,
off
yeah.
of evidence, based off of circumstantial evidence in court when we try to ascertain
Well, no,
someone's.
the only thing you have is assumptions.
Yes, and courts have
That's it.
courts have assumptions when they look at circumstantial evidence,
Yes,
and they have to ascertain the state of an individual.
Yeah. I'm not denying that assumptions are not useful. Assumptions are useful. It can be the means in which you begin an investigation or start looking into things. But you're asking me to believe that Charlie Kirk is a liar based off your own personal intuition and assumption.
Well, I'm not saying to say unilaterally he's a liar. I'm saying specific with this instance. What was the date on that video?
This was 9 months ago. So December
This
24th,
was-
2024.
2024. Okay, January 6th. That happened. What? 2021.
Well, what you're talking about the indictment, right? Is that what you're talking about? Or no, or yeah, the indictment. So when was the indictment?
Yeah, the
released?
indictment. Yeah.
That was in 2025, January 7th, 2025. Jack Smith, special counsel, delivery by hand, use of Department of Justice, January 7th, 2025. Honorable Eric B. Garland, Attorney General, United States, Robert F. Kennedy, Department of Justice Building.
Hold on, I believe it's called Trump v. United States.
I have the indictment right here. In fall of 2022, former President Donald J. Trump was subjected to 2 separate criminal investigations. Department of Justice, first was investigation whether the person violated the law, connection with efforts to interface the law, transfer the power following the 2020 president. Oh, this is a different indictment? Maybe I have the wrong indictment. Attorney General.
I believe this is a special counsel about Jack Smith. The one that I'm looking at is Trump v. United States 603 U.S. Wait, this isn't giving me a code. Docket number 23939.
Trump for United States 603. And this is July 1st, 2024. Oh, this is what? 3 months, 4 months before?
Yes.
And this is also an indictment, so there is no conclusions?
Yeah. But this
Okay.
was also an indictment from the federal government. So, I mean,
but
we
it's
can
an
say.
it's an indictment, so there's no conclusions. So I don't see an issue with Charlie saying we don't know what exactly happened, because that's part of the indictment is that they're investigating it, right?
Sure, but it's also a federal. Like, do you know the track record of federal indictments?
It's still an indictment. You still have to wait till the information comes out before you come to a conclusion, right? You're just continually making assumptions. You assume that they've had a
I'm
good
assuming
track
based
record.
off of the track
So
record
you're
of federal indictment.
you're assuming that
with a 96% success rate.
you assume because they had a good track record, they're going to continue to have a good track record, and you also
I think
assume
that's
that
a
Charlie.
reasonable assumption.
You also assume that Charlie is knows about this, and because of your two assumptions, we are to conclude that Charlie Kirk is a liar.
I'm not saying he is a liar. I'm saying with this specific instance, he is lying. I think he is purposefully
Based
saying
off your
or
intuition,
withholding information, saying I don't know when I think he does in fact know.
by your intuition. I'm not convinced by your intuition. I'll just say that.
Okay. What does the? I'm sorry, I don't know his name. Your co-host.
He's Sexy Man. That's what you can refer to him as.
Sexy Man. What do you think? Do you think I'm being unreasonable? I mean, I can understand maybe I'm being uncharitable
I'm
towards Charlie
currently
Kirk.
fighting people in the comments because they're doing the same exact thing that I called out to me.
What?
that you're doing.
So if you remember me bringing up the social psychology thing really quickly,
yeah,
somebody just did the same thing to me, and I was just kind of calling it out. That's all. So I actually was not paying attention for the last few minutes here. Sorry. You asked, are you being reasonable? What it can just bullet point really quickly if you can.
Yeah, sure. So January 6th was a big event. Pretty sure everyone pretty much either knew about it or had to talk about it. Media was all over it. There was the indictment that we just looked at. That was 3 or 4 months prior, I believe, right? Steele, about before we had our conversation.
The indictment is July 1st. The video is released December 24th. That doesn't mean that's when the video was shot, though. I don't know when the video was shot. You would know. You were there. When was it shot?
No, it was about. I think it was towards the end of summer. I think it was September. I think that was when the school year was starting to roll around. Yeah.
So it's really close. So it's really close to July. So like maybe a month.
A month? No, this was when school started. So at least September. We started later.
Yeah.
2 months.
Okay. Well, so let's just kind of cut to the chase. Am I just correct in understanding that you think you brought a probability? Okay. So I'm sorry, John. I'm just going to try to dork out here and see if the dorkiness gets matched. Okay.
Yes.
Are you? And if I'm being too dorky, guest, just call me a nerd and laugh at me if you want to. Okay. You're just saying, given what you know about Charlie Kirk, the prior probability that he should know the details that he was asked about, in your particular exchange with him are really high.
So you're misrepresenting, because Charlie Kirk in the video, because he's talking about a conclusion, right? Charlie Kirk says, we don't know. We're going to see when it all comes out. Right. And so he's making the argument
out.
He's making the argument that the indictment, which is an indictment, is because it's a federal indictment, it's going to come to the conclusion it's going to be true. That Charlie Kirk should have come to the conclusion and said right then and there that everything in the indictment is true. Even though, so the indictment was out for 2 months, we'll be charitable, 2 months. The indictment was out for 2 months. You asked him if those things were true in there or if he could acknowledge it. He said, I don't know. We'll see when everything comes out. And your conclusion is he's lying. Lying about what?
Lying about not knowing.
Not knowing what?
Lying about not knowing the timeline. I asked him if he knew.
This is an indictment, right? Does an indictment have a conclusion to it?
I don't think so. No,
okay. So when he says, I don't know if those events actually happened, why is he incorrect?
Because you can see the timeline for yourself on Twitter.
No, I'm not talking about Twitter. I'm saying even if he knew about the indictment, if he says, I don't know if those events actually happened, because that's the question you asked him, why is he incorrect?
Okay, even regardless of the indictment, we can look at the various live news broadcasts of the entire event. He's saying he doesn't know, and we can watch news stations provide live coverage of what happened.
So he's incorrect because you came to the conclusion that these things happened, even though it hasn't been formally brought out?
Are you saying that?
So he's incorrect. He's lying because you two disagree on something? That's how you know he's lying?
Is that the takeaway?
That's what you're saying, because it hasn't been formally put out. This is an indictment, and he says, I don't know. We're going to see when it happens. He doesn't deny it. He doesn't say it didn't happen. He says, let's see what happens when they come to their conclusion. And you're saying he's lying. Lying about what?
Lying about not knowing. I think
How
he
would
knows.
he
I
know
think
if they
he
hadn't
doesn't
come
want
to a
talk about it.
conclusion?
What?
How would he know if they haven't came to a conclusion?
Do you have to wait for the courts to come to a conclusion if you can watch a news broadcast with the
He
Proud Boys
says
breaking in?
was he in the White House with them when it happened? Was he standing there on Donald Trump's shoulders? Like what? Like
No, but you can watch Donald Trump's tweets. You can time them. You can see the difference in intervals.
so
of
that's
what he
part of
calls
the
for.
indictment, right? So indictment is they're going to go through all these things and come to a conclusion. He says, let's wait until the courts go through all these things and come to a conclusion. And you're saying that makes him a liar?
That makes him probably lying about this specific thing.
Screw the court system. Why do we need those guys? We can all just come to the conclusions ourselves and make judgments. You are guilty until proven innocent. That's the conclusion we get here.
I'm guilty until proven innocent because I'm
Not you.
I think I'm making a reasonable assumption in saying
not
that
making
a
a reasonable
political
assumption.
pundit will know
You're
what
literally
its
saying
enemy.
You're
will
literally
talk about.
saying people are guilty until proven innocent. You've
For-
labeled
for
Charlie
the- for
Kirk
the-
as guilty. You
wait, is
labeled
the guest
Trump
named
as guilty
Finger?
until you've actually shown any evidence for that.
Finger.
Finger.
Yeah. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Charlie Kirk said, wait, he was asked what the outcome of the indictment will be. Am I missing something there?
No, I'll just play it again so that way you're no more confused.
Okay.
I asked him about Donald Trump Jr.'s behavior.
We'll play it
and the
again.
amount of time.
It's only 2 minutes long.
Hello. My name is Dominic, Mr. Kirk. It's lovely to have this conversation with you. In the interest of time, I have 3 questions for you, and it has to do with January 6th. Okay. So the first question is: do you acknowledge or believe that Trump incited violence?
No.
No. Okay. Do you acknowledge that Trump waited 187 minutes before he said anything to the protesters to go home
That's
peacefully?
debated. Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, the instructions he gave were to peacefully and patriotically march. Remember
Sure, but
that.
he also said to the protesters, the speech, I think it was at the Oval, or I can't remember what it was specifically, but he also said
Make
to
your
fight.
voice heard is what he said.
Right, but he also said to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country.
Right, but I think we both agree. Time out. Kamala Harris's phrase right now is "when we fight, we win." So fight is a open-ended term. Do we agree with that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Kamala Harris, literally the DNC, had a big thing that said "when we fight, we win." So telling somebody to fight, we shouldn't. That's a little bit ticky-tack, right?
Sure, yeah, I would say they're different contextual
For sure, but
situations,
just you can't emphasize that word. But third question on
Yeah.
that you had?
Third question, do you acknowledge that many of Trump's staffers, including Donald Trump Jr., were begging him during those 3 hours to call off the protest or stop the riot?
I don't know. That's going to come out. I don't think so, though.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need to convict somebody of something and to confirm that they're a liar, not
So-
trustworthy and worthy of hate.
I'm sorry, I
so
don't
said,
appreciate the
don't
bad
know.
faith representation of this.
Bro, am I wrong?
So, wait.
I feel
I
like
want to
you're
make sure I'm
trying to get
understanding things
jabs
really
at me
quickly.
and not have a conversation.
I am 100% taking
All right,
jabs.
what were you saying, Sexy Man?
1,000%.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding things quick. So you asked him the question. I'm going to butcher it because I don't have a photographic memory or
Play it
whatever.
again. I can go back 2
sound
seconds.
it.
Hold on.
No.
No.
The spirit of it, right, was just like Jay. Did JD Vance or did some people beg him to do something? Right, was
Were
generally
the people in the White
question.
House,
And
including his son, begging him to make a
Trump
move?
Jr.
begging
Or
him
Donald,
to
was,
do
Donald
what?
Trump Jr. begging him and his fellow staffers begging him to call off the protesters from the Capitol.
Okay. And then Charlie Kirk said, "I don't know. That will come out." Right? That's the answer he gave?
Yep.
Okay. When was this recorded?
What was it? What it was? So it was the beginning of the school year, about late September, I want to say.
Okay.
In 2024, right?
Okay. Maybe I'm just missing. Maybe I'm just missing something.
You're not
'cause
missing anything, man.
If I'm trying to charitably interpret Charlie Kirk there, it sounds to me like he's saying people are saying this happened, but there's an investigation happening, and we need to wait until we get more information.
Which is literally what an indictment is.
Sorry, yeah, can you say that again?
That's me. That's me just trying to understand him in a charitable way.
I'm sorry, can you? Yeah.
You want me to repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Please. Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're good. So and just trying to interpret him in a charitable way, something like, people are saying this. There's evidence of this, but the details are muddy. We need to wait until like the investigation comes out to see what happened.
Yeah. We got to wait till the investigation comes out. We don't know. We don't have concrete evidence. I think would be a charitable interpretation of what he's saying. So we have to pump the brakes and say we got to wait till stuff comes out. Yeah, that'd be the charitable interpretation of what he's saying.
So how is he lying?
Well, hold on. So then, what is your interpretation of what he's saying there?
My interpretation of what he's saying.
His like, what is his intent? You can add that into the interpretation.
Like my personal, like as far as I understand him to be a political pundit. I think his
how
intent
the fuck
is
was he
to
lying here? Just answer the question. It's a simple question.
A political pundit, you'd be a pretty horrible political pundit if you didn't know how to dodge your opponent's talking points, right? January 6th was a pretty bad I guess event for the conservatives.
Okay, I got it. He's lying because of feelings. Next, can we move on? Did he get voted off yet?
Yeah, he is.
No. Donald Trump Jr. said specifically he's got to condemn this shit.
See ya. Yo.
Man.
What?
Nothing. It's just Finger, if you're still listening, man, on Inspiring Philosophy, I have a video that I put out talking about the social psychology about all of this. Read if you're willing to check it out and listen to it. I'm not pointing the fingers to the left or to the right in it. I would be really curious to see what your thoughts are after you listen to that. You can contact me through my email. It sounds like Animal Crossing people talking, basically. I know you're playing music, but it sounds like Animal Crossing people.
It's not even the one I wanted. This one. I need a minute to get hype.
I gotta get going pretty soon, just so you know.
What time is it? I probably gotta shut it down here soon. Yeah, I'm probably gonna shut it down as well.
I get groceries.
Yeah. So just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, guilty until proven innocent. He's a liar because I feel like he is. He's a racist even though I hate white people. These are the conclusions that we've gotten here today. I've yet to find, at this point, I've yet to find even like something this man has said that's like, the only thing I think I've heard him say that I think is like really messed up is the Gaza thing. That was kind of messed up. But my goodness gracious. These people, man. These people. Oh yeah, he's definitely a liar because he should have known and he did know, and these things always come to conclusions, and there's a whole bunch of this systematic methodology that he needs to implement, and he had to know in this very moment, and if he didn't know it, then he's a liar. He's a liar. Dan, you look like you need a hug.
It is. No, I'm like simultaneously mad and frustrated, if that makes sense. I mean, mad and sad about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense.
You're smad.
I'm smad.
It does make sense.
I'm mad.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pissed.
I'm mad because the cycle is just repeating constantly with the identity politics, and people just kind of like refuse to reason, so it's very frustrating. But then it's also sad because like, how do you
Content.
no, like nobody's gonna hear it from me. I feel like if I'm trying to be like, hey, you should check out this like social psychology stuff and see if this is happening to you.
I'm not gonna check it out, bro. They're not gonna look at it. Are you
No,
kidding me? That requires actually looking. Everybody we talked to today, all these things were clips, and nobody actually got the context. You think people are gonna go get the context of their social psychology? Like, let's be real, man. They don't even get the context of what Charlie Kirk said.
No, I know, but like, there's hope, right? Like, I as a person that is conservative, know about the social psychology that happens here, and so I stop myself whenever. What in the world am I reading? Big John Steele. Okay, okay, that's what that means. Hey.
And then there's a whole bunch of social psychology. It's like, I came to said conclusion, so therefore you should come to said conclusion. And if you don't come to said conclusion, then you must be a liar. Right? It's the same thing that people do with Christian apologetics. Christian apologists, like yourself, come to the conclusion that Jesus Christ resurrected. The deconstructioners don't come to the conclusion that he resurrected. So therefore, Than, what are you? What are you, Than?
Well, look.
Hold on, answer the question, Than. Don't dodge. Don't run. Answer the question, Than. What are you?
I want to point this out, right?
Yeah.
If you're in a debate context, you actually have an obligation to dodge a question that, like, I'm not saying Charlie Kirk did this because I don't know, but like, you actually have like a strategic obligation at some point to like avoid things that are going to sway the laity in favor of the opposing position. If you know you're just not going to have the chance to like actually break things down, right? If somebody disagrees with me there, then I just hope you're consistent, because Alex O'Connor does this. And I don't fault Alex O'Connor for constantly reframing things in a debate context.
Well, he did it
That's
with
what
me.
you're supposed to do. Yeah, he did it with me.
I'm not mad at that either.
But all I'm saying is, like, if you're an atheist and you see your favorite atheist pundit do this, if you're a leftist and you see your favorite leftist pundit do this, just be consistent.
Hassan again has written about that in his book, Reframing. Like, and he's one of the most left political speakers.
Everybody in the chat keeps saying I'm doing salutes. Dude, I'm Greek. I talk with my hands. Okay, I'm
Greek. I talk with my hands. Okay. Well, I think this is a good time to call it, because my wife has her wifely duties to do. She's got to clean the house, get the groceries and things like that. And I can't have her here working and doing that too. So like, I'm going to go put my feet up. She's going to go do some housework, and that's the way it should be. That's going to be my next live. Prove me wrong. Women.
Lord Striker.
What do you say?
Germans talked with their hands too, Than.
Let's do some super chats,
So
and we can
do the Italians.
And let's do some super chats, and we'll let Than go, and then we'll be back again. I might do a really long live from tomorrow. We're going to see how I feel when I wake up. If I feel good, then we're probably going to do a long live tomorrow. Why want the super chats open? I think it's crashing.
Do you want me to read them?
No, it's catching up. It's just lagged behind because there's been so many chats today. And I have it set so it doesn't delete any chats. I should change that, because I don't want to lose.
Somebody in the chat said that they're Italian and they talk with their hands, and it's a curse. Dude, it is a curse. Like, I am fighting it so bad, because like the amount of times I've like knocked over my mic by accident.
I talk with my hands a lot too. I think that's the Greek thing.
I also can't sit still. Like, whenever I'm like at a speaking event, or like if I'm invited to a church to give a sermon or something like that, they'll be like, okay, here's like the what do the Baptists call it? Thing that you stand behind it.
Pulpit?
The pulpit.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I can't stand behind it, dude. I'm like marching back and forth on the stage and everything. I can't sit still.
I find that more entertaining to watch, though. Keeps me engaged.
Thank you for the 10 Big John Steele gift memberships. We appreciate you. Lord Striker came in with the $2 earlier, but my ding dong, every caller in actuality. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The mighty Filbert says, as a non-believer, I disagree of most of what you say, but I totally support your right to say it. This is Super Chat is proof. Thank you for $666.
That's funny.
That is funny. That's good.
That's funny. I like that.
Gabriel came in and said, this is so spicy fan continues to join the show. We need more spicy fan. Spicy fan is far more entertaining. We'll talk about that later.
I will be spicy when it's warranted. I will be spicy when it's warranted.
Just be spicy. Came in with 50 big ones. Says thank you for the content. You're pushing Striker down for my favorite supporter. Right, Striker. I'm sorry. Like you guys were tied as of yesterday. Now you guys like.
Guys, I don't know why I have to keep saying this. It would be hilarious if John was in a higher tax bracket.
It would be. It would be hilarious. Bedrock came in with $2. Says your YouTube is the one I'd recommend to others. God bless. Thank you so much. Tina says, FYI, those are all Anon sources, and Donald Jr. denied it. Oh, I didn't know that. Brady, chat's not coming up. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me up to debate you and Than on Jacob. No. Stay where you're at. Thank you for the big John Steele memberships. Okay, I think that's it. That's all. Let me check to see if I missed any. I think we're good. All right, folks. What a day.
Saying I'm gay?
You are gay.
Yeah.
Let's do a prayer and a plug, and let's get out of here. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for these conversations. Thank you for what you do. If we're wrong in what we do, correct us and put us back on the right path. Don't let us act out in a way that's not in accordance with your will and your law and your desires. Help us abide in you. We cannot do it without you. But Lord, if those that come against us are wrong, correct them, put them back on the right path. Walk with them, be present with them. Every disagreeer that we came in today, everybody I called an idiot, I ask that you bless their life and that you just show them grace and you show them kindness, that you give them happiness and health and you draw them into the knowledge of who you are. And if they choose to deny you forever, Lord, I ask that you just give them all the desires that they want on this earth. Everything that they could want, peace, prosperity, all those types of things. Just be good to them, Lord, because sometimes they're not so good to themselves. What else? Forgive us of our sins. Be gracious with us. Right? Don't turn your face from us, and give the Christians that are all listening opportunities to do what they need to do to help build the kingdom, to do whatever, to share their gifts. Don't let them be armchair Christians. And thank you for just being awesome. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son,
amen,
the Holy Spirit. All right, folks, you know what to do. Go follow me on all platforms. Follow me on Patreon, where we re-upload unique special content that's just for you guys. We also have access to daily Bible studies, which I forgot to put out yesterday, but I will be putting out one tonight as long as I remember it, and I'll try to do another one this weekend to make up for what we lost on yesterday. I'm really proud of the Bible study, so you have no excuse anymore why you don't read the Bible. I'm doing it for you, and I'm even doing the study parts for you. So all you got to do is turn it on and listen and say, John's right. Never question anything I say. Also, you get access, again, I said exclusive content, Bible study, and you get access to the hangout sessions that we do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This Thursday, we did a raid. You can only see a raid if you are a member now. It has been put on the back. If you can't do any of those things and you want to support, Super Chats are a great way as well. We got to do some grifting. And if you have no money, you're just a brokey and you're just watching this, make sure that you watch the ads, that you share it with your family, that you're doing all those types of things. We love you for supporting nonetheless. Also, go follow Than on Inspiring Philosophy. Not that they need my help. Mike made that very clear that I wasn't important enough last time I was there. I don't have enough followers. I was allowed to stream to my live because he wasn't worried about it.
That was so funny.
Lord Striker came in. He tips more, but I'm funnier. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not going to deny that. We're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes. So everybody who's watching on TikTok, come on over there. Make sure you like and subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Monday. God bless. Yeah. Bye. And now it's just me, Than, my wife, and YouTube. What should we do? And take your shirt off.
No. Can't do that. I'm currently fat, so I can't do that.
I don't believe you.
I've
don't
gained
believe you.
in the last 8 months. In the last 8 months, I've gained like 15 pounds.
It just comes in with the melty face.
What is that?
That's the person that Lord Striker said that they were funnier than. I don't. 15 pounds is nothing, bro. I don't think you're fat. You probably put it on a muscle. Let's see those big beefy arms. Come on. See daddy's
No,
arms.
I haven't been able to work out.
See daddy's arms.
It's a combination of. No, it's been a combination of. I've had like a shoulder neck issue for the last while,
that?
and I've just been working so much.
Can you beat that thing?
Dude, I'm telling you. Look, wait, hold on. Where is this? See?
Just smokes me. Just smokes me.
He's like, no,
It's
I don't
not-
want
no,
to
dude.
show. I don't want to show it.
There's nothing to see.
Just
I got
smokes
I got a little
if
chunky.
if your arms are small, what are mine? Come on, make me feel bad.
My arms are small relative to my
Bro,
typical
I'm
physique right
like
now.
double your height, and you're still got bigger arms than me.
That makes sense.
It does make
How
sense.
does that make
See,
sense?
It's because you're lankier.
Because
No.
it's-
I'm not talking
I-
proportionately. I'm talking just bigger.
How will? Oh, actually, hold on. This is a really important question. What is your wingspan?
73 inches.
I don't know what mine is, to be honest with you. I don't know how to measure it here. Mine's really long though. I'll say this. My wingspan.
Is it really long?
It is. My wingspan is proportional to like a 6 foot like 2 persons wingspan.
What?
So there you go.
I'm 5'7".
There you go. Then you're just smoking me. Everybody make Than feel better. Everybody tell him how sexy and hot he is and how hot his body is. and how
No,
big his
my
arms
body
are.
dysmorphia won't. My body dysmorphia.
Everybody
not
tell
gonna let
Than
that
how
happen.
sexy he is. Come on, we got to make him feel better. No, not 76 inches. 73 inches is my reach. 73. 7'3". I only know that because I had to get measured for my fight. That's the only reason I know.
What do you do after these streams? You just hang out on TikTok, on YouTube for a little bit?
Like 2 or 3 minutes and just hang out with the chat. Make the YouTubers feel special. We give them their kisses. We give them their kisses and answer
You
questions.
guys are special. You guys are special.
They're all telling you how sexy you are, Than. They're all telling you you're sexy.
John, how easy is it for you to travel to the U.S. if it was paid for?
It was paid for pretty easy.
How much would it cost?
Depends on where I'm going. But usually it's about, like when I flew to LA, it cost about $2,000.
That's because like across the country.
Yeah,
across
that's
the
LA.
land.
Why would you
What
want
would
me
be
to
like
go?
to fly to the Midwest? You don't have to answer that right now. I'm just thinking about a few things. That's all.
Hold on.
What's the Midwest? I can look it up.
Yeah, look up the Midwest and I'll look up flights.
Michigan, Illinois, Michigan, Illinois,
We'll just go
Wisconsin,
Michigan.
Minnesota.
Let's go Michigan. Let's go Charlottetown to.
You're so dumb.
I am. That was pretty stupid. That was really stupid. My God.
You're gonna have to cut that.
I actually might. Yeah. Well, let's just hope that nobody finds this.
Dude, look, nothing's gonna be worse than the reel that we put out where Dean responds like waffled on logical necessity, and then his comment trying to justify himself was saying that Mike mispronounced Mark Goodacre.
So about $800 Canadian.
Okay.
So that's
There-
like
there
500
back.
American.
Okay. No, I'm just asking because there's a few speaking gigs I got coming up where Mike will not be with me, and I might, if you're interested, I'll talk to these people
Do I have to speak?
and see if you want to partner up.
What would I speak
Yes.
about? What would I say? What are the speaking gigs?
Can
Can I just get up there and take my clothes off and
Some I'll be talking about Islam. Some will be in other topics.
On like the problems with it.
So I'll give you
Is
I'll
it
give you
arguing or
the
just
detail. I'll
talking?
give you the details.
Okay.
You can think about it like a presentation, and then there'll be a Q&A. That's typically it. There's two actually that'll be very similar to like what Charlie Kirk did. That I was invited to come do. But it's going to be mainly Christianity focused.
But if I don't have my computer, I can't look up my facts. That's my
No, you
biggest
can have a computer.
that's seriously my biggest problem is that I don't have things really memorized. I just have vague ideas of where they are, and then I go find it when people are saying things, and then I just recite it from there. I don't think that's a bad way to do things, but like if I'm on the spot, I'm gonna be like, Jimbo.
We'll practice with flashcards.
Jimbo, I bought flashcards
Yeah, we'll
specifically for that reason.
No, you can have your laptop with you. I'm gonna have mine with me.
Is it gonna have internet?
Yeah, I'll hotspot, and you can use my hotspot.
All right, sounds good. All right, folks, pray for us. Pray for Than to pay for me. He's only flying me out because he just wants to cuddle. To be honest.
I had a blast hanging out with you. Like I really,
Aww.
I cannot wait
I had
for
a
that. I
good time,
cannot
too.
wait for the day. I cannot wait for the day that we're both in a position where
Was Tim-
finances are not
is-
a roadblock to like traveling together for speaking gigs.
Is Tim going to be there?
I'm trying to get him out for one of them already. Yeah.
I don't think it'll be the same without Tim.
Let me see what I can swing.
right.
If you are available, I'm not going to give details publicly for now, just for safety reasons and security reasons.
Yep.
But if you can be available the last weekend of October, like around the 26th.
You can do whatever you want. You could do that if you wanted.
All right, guys. Thank you all for hanging out today. God bless. We will see you all next time.